to the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Morning and welcome. It's Chunk Ass and his hot wife in the morning. Welcome to the show. I had a meat stick for breakfast and I feel bloated.
Meat will do that to you.
Oh, fuck. Well, welcome to the show, everybody. Great to have you. One YouTube show left. This is the last one of the week. The last one on YouTube. It's Rumble Friday tomorrow, and Johnny finally gets a Rumble Friday.
Yes.
So this is April's last show of the week, so make sure it's a successful one. Thank you guys for your generosity in advance. We've got a lot to talk about today, and yeah, I don't like taking showers too early in the day before. It just leaves you greasy and nasty and gross feeling in the morning. That's where I'm at right now.
I understand.
Went to the gym yesterday, and then I hate this too. You go to the gym, and then you feel like, you feel depleted and worn out after the gym. And then you overeat the rest of the day, and then any, benefits you had from the gym are gone. I woke up this morning, same as yesterday.
You can't do that one where you're saying you're overeating.
I know.
Got to skip that one.
I got it, and now you just kind of feel sluggish because you had a jalapeno meat stick for breakfast. Fucking weirdo. I got problems, man. I just got judgment problems. My judgment is off.
I understand. You'll get better.
Great show today. I mean, awesome stuff prepared. We got a lot of funny listener photoshops from some different poses I've struck so far this week. Thank you, Kip Smith, you fucking asshole, and everybody who got involved with that. And then I've got an interview today. I'm going to be doing Lil Mir and Dr. Chow's show. I did Hughesy's thing, okay, and then I did the Backyard Boys.
Yes. And
then you get like, well, how about this one? And I was like, fine. But they seem like nice enough guys. Although somebody did warn me about this Dr. Chow fella.
Why?
I got a message yesterday. I won't say from who. All right, you got to be careful of this Dr. Chow fella. He's a wild card. He's going to try some shenanigans. And I'm like, for God's sake.
What does that even mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. It means that you got a couple of guys who are doing a podcast, and he might try something. Like what? He might say bad things about me. Ooh, we're doing a podcast, and we're saying bad things about people. People are people who are fans of podcasts, who think that they're playing Game of Thrones is like the weirdest thing in the world to me. It's like, how difficult does this have to be? I go on show for an hour. I talk to guys for an hour. I try my best to be funny and get some of their people to think that I'm funny, and they go subscribe to the thing I'm doing, and we all go our separate ways. Oh, but what if one of them says nasty, bad things about you? I honestly, you not physically, but rhetorically, you could chop my fucking hand off in front of me, and I wouldn't feel it anymore. Like, it doesn't. I've been broadcasting for way too long to really go, this guy's going to say a bad thing about you. Well, spell my name right, motherfucker. I don't care. So, I just find that, and I'm going to bring it up, the second it starts, and sarcastically, I'm going to pull up that message, and I'm going to go, oh, guys, I've been told, look out for these two wildcats. Look out for these crazy shock jocks.
Do you think you're going to be okay?
I think that maybe I might be able to pull this one off.
By the grace of God.
By the grace of 7 hells, that was a great day.
Okay, you might need to watch that again.
I'm going to be able to pull it off. Dr. Chow, gods, what a stupid name. Who named you, a half-wit with a stutter? At any rate, I'll be doing that at 1 o'clock today. I'm sure it will be lots of fun, and we'll have a great time, and you all should watch it. Let's catch up with the audience here. Then we've got Howard Stern wants lockdowns again.
What an asshole.
He's just kind of an asshole now. Yeah, he's just kind of an old asshole.
He just wants to ruin everything for us.
We'll also play some clips of Tucker Carlson interviewing Larry Sinclair. And by the way, thank you to Victor for this drop.
Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair.
Thank you.
Works for me.
Very much. That's the guy who made the accusations that he gay fucked Barack Obama. They had sex with each other, and they did. Larry Sinclair did coke while Barack Obama smoked crack.
Sure, but
and then
butt stuff still ensued.
Yeah, but like that part makes sense. Like I would have been skeptical of his, they butt fucked each other unless there was somebody was smoking crack.
You'd be skeptical?
Yeah, without the smoking crack, I'm like, I don't know. This guy might be full of turkey. But, he's like, oh, I did some coke. He smoked some crack. I'm like, well, yeah, that sounds like a situation where two guys might butt fuck each other.
I mean, I think so.
Yeah.
You could throw some MDMA in there.
Yeah, no, not when you're doing crack. That's just going to wreck it. You can't throw MDMA and crack together. So you got to, keep your drugs pure.
I'm sorry.
Like crack with ether and all kinds of other shit in it.
I love a nice pure crack.
Pure crack is the best crack. All right, Need Grow Fertilizer says, boss, they have video of the shit walk in the plane. Now, the video we saw yesterday wasn't of the shit walk. It was of post-shit walk. So are you talking about where they have the video of the aftermath of the shit walk? Because we've seen that. But the actual person having the shit walk, that is something I'd be interested in.
I don't know if I could watch that, honestly.
The things you say when you're in broadcasting. Like you have a video of a man shitting himself all over a plane. I think that's something I'd like to see.
Oh, goddamn.
Yeah, could you overnight that to me so we can, have it for posterity's sake? Yeah. Let's go continue on here. Gregarious says, me, Dr. Chow, me no joke, me go pee-pee in your Coke. Yeah, see, I don't need any, pranks like that being pulled on me.
Probably not.
I don't need any pee-pee in my Coke. That sounds remarkably unpleasant.
Oh, you got people saying he's a mo?
He's a homosexual? Oh, my God. Irish NY saying Dr. Chow is a flaming mo. Yeah, this is probably going to be like some kind of like gay hit job. All the backlash for all my gay stuff I've said.
Sure, maybe they're setting you up for
Not the homosexual community. Negro Fertilizer says, I believe it is in your best interest to not interact with the mentally unstable. You're probably right, but then again, would I ever have an audience? Orange Boy, April looks like a peach today, and Aaron is as rotund as one.
That's mean. You're wearing a slimming color.
That makes it worse.
What? I never think you look rotund.
That makes it worse if you say, oh, you're black and slimming, and that guy says you still look like a peach. This is supposed to make me look like perhaps a kumquat.
You're little guys.
Just a little tiny fella. K12 says, I thought Corey said he left to start his own show. Turns out he is driving truck for a living. Well, if that's true, he's doing something more honorable than any of us are doing.
And he's probably making miles more money.
He's probably making more money and has more honor and dignity.
Yes.
If he's driving truck, K12. So I wouldn't really throw that out there as an own. That means Corey finally grew up and got the fuck out of this gross, weird world. So congratulations to Corey and best of luck. 3:30 away from today's. See, this is what I mean. The driving truck thing. You know what Corey doesn't have to do? Come on, everybody. $330 away. Let me beg you for coins.
You look so cute doing it.
Thank you. So I can keep doing my show. Let's do that. Also, when we hit yesterday's goal, the audience asked, what if we make up? Because there's one we missed this week by 100, which was Tuesday night. And they asked, what happens if we come up with that 100 after we hit the original goal? Mm-hmm. And I said, well, then I'll do an hour of overtime. I'll give you Tuesday night if that's what you want to do. So thank you guys very much for your support. I want to see if I can catch up to where I was in the chat here, and then we'll catch up with you guys. And then Howard Stern wants lockdowns again. You know, I've already made people mad with just the title of the episode.
I saw that.
You'd think you'd learn by now that you kind of have to listen to the show because the title might have a fucky name on purpose.
You got to figure it out.
But I believe it was Sean Raz on Rumble who said, there's no such thing as common sense lockdowns. Yeah.
Wow.
The title of the episode is kind of the title of the episode is Common Sense on Lockdown. Meaning not like, hey, I'm going to tell you guys the common sense on bringing back the lockdowns. It's common sense itself is on lockdown.
How did you spell it? How'd you say it?
Common sense on lockdown. Meaning common sense is on lockdown. But it's supposed to make you think, you know, it's for audience interpretation. For God's sakes, April, I'm an artist.
I know you are.
I'm an artist.
We'll get there.
Bigot on Socialist Media with $6 says, here's to another W. Well, thank you, buddy. We're off to a good start today.
Thank you.
Streamlabs, PayPal, excuse me, I got the hiccups from my meat stick. Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Venmo, whatever I didn't say already. Everybody throw in a bunch of money right now. Let's knock out our goal early in the morning and call it a victory and get to work on Tuesday night. Thank you guys for all your money. Thank you for all your support.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Let's get off to a great start today. Chris Weaver says, Aaron wearing a shirt of his dad. Yes.
I will say that shirt is like a favorite of not only yours, but like everyone around you.
Everybody loves the Cornette shirt.
The guy at the gas station loved it. The black guy.
Yep.
Your kids love it. They all think it's you.
Yes.
I love it because it's adorable.
It's just some guy at the gas station goes, yo, is that a shirt of you?
Yeah.
And I'm like, that would be mental illness, right? If I'm just wearing a shirt with my face on it.
No, you liked it.
I said, no, that's Jim Cornette. And then I had to explain to him who Jim Cornette was and the whole thing. And it's a terrible story for you to hear. And I'm sorry you had to hear it. But yes, a guy did notice my shirt. And then I had to explain to him who Jim Cornette was. Fucking hilarious, right? Just a goddamn great show.
You're going to do this.
I started telling the story, and then I realized this is a stupid fucking story. Nobody cares. But yeah, everybody likes the Jim Cornette shirt. That's the moral of the story. Somebody said about Corey, Corey is driving an RV. That sounds like fun.
Ooh, where's he going?
Yeah, where you going today, Corey?
Is he coming to see us?
Oh, God, I hope not.
Whoa.
I'm kidding.
Whoa. Somebody
teasing.
clip it.
I'm saying I'm not ready for visitors today. I want to have a nice show. Then I want to sleep. Then I want to go do Lil Mir and Dr. Chow's show. Never thought I'd say that in my life. I wouldn't know who those people were. But now I do. And I'm very excited to do that. And then there's boxing tonight and then Rumble Friday tomorrow. Looks like a busy rest of the week in a good way.
It does look like a busy rest of the week.
Sean Raz says, my buddy used to deliver RVs. Good pay. All right.
Oh, yeah. Driving anything like that, great pay.
Yeah, if you're delivering vehicles and stuff, they'll give you, there's a lot of rich people who'll give you a lot of money to do such a thing. Let's go. Brandon says, should have told him the Cornette drive-through story. Yeah, I should have just sat there in the gas station and uncomfortably bored the fuck out of that guy.
A black man.
A black man. I should have bored a black man. But if I would have, he goes, oh man, I like your shirt. And then I go, all right, check this out. So he was at a Dairy Queen one time and he was ordering triple cheeseburgers. I just want to make the guy hate the fact that he said anything about my shirt.
Pull up the video. Even.
Yeah, and then just go, oh, look at this. This is funny. And
he really did get a kick out of that shirt, though. I was like, had a hard time. He chuckled. He's like, that dude's balling. He puts himself on a shirt and wears
thought
it.
that I put myself on a shirt? Dario Delfino says, April loves Cornette face. Further proof she is worthy of her spot.
Ooh.
John, we've gained about over 100 subs the last couple of days because we've got back into the trash and Elisa Jordana business because her main guy is a pederast, is a child predator, and she's defending the guy and giving him money. So now I've got like some Jordana people in the chat, but they're like anti-Jordana people, so they like the show. So if some guy comes in and he's a Jordana guy, then the other Jordana people go, oh, fuck that guy. And like before I can even get to that part in the chat, there's already been a full-blown fight between these two.
Oh.
It's very interesting.
Don't fight.
I kind of like it. So let's check this out.
Fine, he likes it.
So I guess just some guy came in and started talking. I can't find it here, but John Lake says, I love this. They just like tattle on the guy right away. Just some guy is a Lisa Jordana mod and donator.
Whoa.
Well, hey, just some guy. If you're a guy who likes to throw money around, we are a listener-supported show with lofty goals every day, financial goals every day. So if you want to take the money you give to Elisa and just become a big fan of Steel Toe, I promise you will never have to explain away a child molesting situation.
Yeah.
Isn't that a more stress-free program to watch? Plus, it's a show that actually does something and is funny and is talented. The woman's better looking. I don't see how this isn't an upgrade for you all the way around.
No pedophiles here. We promise.
How deep do you want to get into this Jordana stuff? Because I got an interesting offer yesterday.
About 9 inches.
About 9 inches? All right. Because that Minnie Manson fella, the creepy looking fuck,
Okay.
he reached out to me yesterday. And he goes, I spent 3 days with Elisa Jordana. I have a lot of dirt. I'd love to talk to you about it.
Man.
And I'm like, do I want to talk to Minnie Manson about that? That's where you question, like, how deep do I want this to go?
I mean, yeah, I don't. I kind of like where we're at, but that's just me.
I want to shit on her for her horrible life. But do I really want to sit down with Minnie Manson and hear Elisa Jordana stories? I don't know if that's something I want to sit down and do.
I'm pretty sure that guy was anti-us at some point, so no.
Just some guy says you cannot say moral and use the Lord's name in vain in the same breath. Well, guess what? You can't say that you're a good guy and then follow someone who enables child molesters. So I guess you and I both have a lot to work on.
Yeah, please don't be the moral compass you believe yourself to be.
I believe you and I both have some work to do on ourselves. Good old JR becoming a member for his 14th month. Says, listen here, motherfucker. Oh, sorry. Listen here, motherfucker. Don't expose the goddamn business to the guy at the goddamn gas station. There you go. Katie Kidney says, Aaron needs to grow some hair on his nuts and tattoo Jim Cornette onto his chest.
I actually think that'd be pretty funny.
But what do I do with the cum tattoo?
Well, here, guys, Gino just got his first tattoo yesterday. Maybe now Aaron will be more comfortable getting one, too. You'll see his, and you'll be like, you know what? I can do that. Little Jim.
Balls Deep says, Minnie Manson's gimmick is showing their cock on cam. Yeah, then it's a no.
No, I mean
if you're just going to whip your cock out in the middle of the thing, yeah, then I'm probably going to pass.
My whole opinion on her and like her circles is from afar. You can look at it from afar, comment on it. I would not want to be interacting with them.
No, a guy whose gimmick is pulling his cock out during a show? Yeah. No, probably not.
I don't mean the people who hate her, guys. You're fine. No. I mean her circles. Thanks.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $5 says, did that meat stick taste like garlic with the creamy zest of Italian kindness? Also, Aaron, if you grow your hair out, you'll start looking like Penny Marshall. Thank you. Hobo, you always have a way of explaining things so I can understand them. Mr. Nagel says tattoos are stupid. Of all the things that we've said today,
wow, yeah,
that Mr. Rock could have commented on, that's how you know that something is buried deep in someone's heart, like they believe it in their soul, is they're just waiting for someone to mention it, even as an aside, so they can get that poison out.
I do apologize then, Mr. E-Rock, that I've offended thee.
I will say this. I listened to Gino, parts of Gino getting the tattoo yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I did think to myself, I went, a little morning zooey to get the girlfriend's name tattooed on you during your show. But,
a little bit, but funny.
But he wants a tattoo of Keanu. Although I agree with the guy who called into In Hot Water earlier this week. Once you get the tattoo of the girl on your body, to me, that's the play clock starts running.
I kind of agree. Those two I think are outliers, and hopefully, they'll make it.
Everyone thinks they're an outlier.
But, well, they both have very funny cover-up tattoo ideas for when it goes bad, right? I would never get a dude's name on me. I'm sorry. I don't care how much I love you. It's not happening.
It's just so on your body.
Well,
at that point.
And look, you can cover it up, but then like you got to be in that position where I'm like, yeah, I split up with him, and
Everybody
gotta tell somebody.
Yeah, everybody wants their own level of immersion. You know what my level of immersion is? Jewelry.
Yeah.
There.
Nope, that's perfect.
Jewelry's perfect. Mr. Nagel says every woman turns themselves into sketch pads with pointless tattoos. Wow.
Oh,
Mr.
God.
Nagel. He is he's been upset by something today.
I'm really sorry.
And it's really mostly just the tattoo things. Don't be one of those idiots who gets a wedding ring tattooed.
He said tartooed.
Oh, tattooed. Yeah, you don't want to get it tattooed either.
I would never do such a thing. Like my tattoos, I only have 2 of them, and they both mean something to me, and I both thought about them for a long time. So.
Sage simply says, never, ever get a spouse tattoo.
No.
Lesson fucking learned. Well, there you go.
That's the truth. Don't get your boyfriends and girlfriends. I mean, kids are kind of, I even think the kid one's kind of gay, because what if your kid doesn't like you someday and now you have your kid's name on you? I don't know.
Yeah, you always got to account for the fact that whoever you're tattooing on your body could turn out to hate your fucking guts one day.
Yeah.
So always kind of keep that in the back. Do I feel like having that on my body if this person turns out to think I'm a piece of shit?
You'd like to think your kids are pretty permanent in your life, but
right.
There is a chance of a falling out.
But they can hate you too, and a lot of people grow up.
Or you hate them.
Yeah, a lot of people grow up, they end up hating their parents. It happens.
It does happen.
Mr. Nagel says, that's perfectly fine, April. I know a girl who got a cooking whisk on her forearm, and she doesn't cook.
See, that's not okay. I'm against it.
Let me ask a question. If she did cook, would the tattoo be any less retarded? Because I say no.
No. Well,
a cooking whisk is still a stupid tattoo, and I'm going
totally
to, and you can get it, and that's fine. And I would like to be able to judge you for it. That's the only freedom I want.
It totally is retarded, unless she's like using it to like get men and be like, no, I will cook for you, no matter what, barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Type of moment.
Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says Aaron should get a crucifix tattoo across his back. That's pretty badass, bro.
Oh, my dumbass was thinking a cross, like a crucifix. But no, your band. Yeah, Eric, he was in a band.
Mr. Nagel says she just thought it looked fun in the shop.
No, it doesn't.
Look, I mean, I'm not saying Islam didn't have points about everything, but they, a couple of things, here and there.
I don't, look, I haven't had a tattoo, like a new one, for a very long time, 2 years. And like, if I ever did get one, it would be one off my list that I'd been thinking on and chewing on for years.
But how much? I agree with E-Rock, Mr. Rock. And that is that women go overboard with the tattoos, and it ruins a good canvas. Like you've got this beautiful.
I don't think I'm there.
You've got this beautiful smooth skin, and now all of a sudden you're just dotting it up with horse shit. And stop it! Like that skin's gonna sag someday, and that tattoo's not gonna look the same, and they all start to look like prison tats.
That, for the record, is a retarded argument. Nobody that gets a tattoo cares that they'll get old someday.
Right?
It doesn't bother them.
I agree. They don't think about it, but I just when women start dotting the landscape with inks everywhere, it's like you understand. I know you like it. But you look ridiculous.
This is why I haven't done that.
You look silly. When I see women with the chest plate.
That is not cool. I think placement is a big deal. Like if you look at me right now, you'd never know I had one. At least I can cover it up. Anywhere here or like here says a lot about you, I feel.
Pool Scam Sam says Aaron Tramp Stamp Imholt is now trending on MySpace, allegedly. Get 52 seconds on your bicep. Oh, that I don't even know. You know what? I don't even know what that means. It's been so long.
Mr. 52 seconds.
Mr. Nagel says Aaron can rock the tramp stamp, a nice butterfly, or the Aerosmith logo. Like Uma Thurman in Be Cool.
The Aerosmith logo.
I'm one of the few people who likes Be Cool better than Get Shorty. And then there's the rest of the audience who goes, I have no idea what the fuck those movies are. But they're very good. You should check them out. Both of them. Very solid. I like the arrows pointing to the twat personally, says Death Proof.
Oh, the one that
That's
says,
when I know she will be a hit and run.
Says Boner Garage.
Or the ones that like they have the guns pointing to the vagina. That's a weird one.
Do they do that?
I've seen that one before a couple times.
Oh, I'm sorry that you ran into those ladies.
I think a famous person got it like back in like the early 2000s, and then a bunch of women started getting it, and It's definitely a red flag that you and your father aren't speaking.
I have no tattoos around that region.
Dario Delfino, no way. Aaron's got to rock the steel toe logo as his tramp stamp. Why are we just assuming that I'm tramp stamping it? I don't like that that's my... How do you know I wouldn't get a bad... You know what I've heard is going to be a huge tattoo in a few years? Hear me out on this one. I hear this one's going to be really big.
I'm ready.
The barbed wire on the upper bicep. Oh, I hear that. I hear that's just going to be huge.
I would laugh, but that's like so far out of date that it's not funny anymore.
I'm telling you.
How about we just get some tribal tattoos?
I was just going to say maybe a tribal band around your arm. I hear those are really going to be huge someday. Big time.
Good Lord.
Mr. Nagel, what about the lingerie outline tattoos on the back of women's legs?
Ew.
I've never seen that.
Oh, what?
I never saw that.
I've actually seen that in person. Like people that they'll get like, you know the thigh high like hosiery and stuff, they'll get that like tattooed on the back here, or they'll get bows on the back of both of their like under cheeks area.
Like, do women
It's
feel the
retarded.
need? Like, do they feel an incessant need? Is it open or is it a buried need to just wear your trauma on your body?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
I don't know. And like as far as it goes, and like people litter their body with shit, I'm like, why don't you just have a couple tasteful ones, and then wear some clothes that maybe express you.
Mick says Mick KM says I knew a girl with a devil pointing to the vag. She was hot, but otherwise exactly what you think.
Because there's only one kind of girl that does that. I'm sorry.
Hobo Chili says Aaron's going to have a lot of tattoos of sunflowers and Rick and Morty. That's never been a Rick and Morty guy. I'm sorry.
I don't like it either.
Rick and Morty is one of those shows where I've never watched it because the fans are obnoxious. They're like, you got to.
That one and like BoJack Horseman. Ugh.
Yeah, it could be a great show.
I don't know, but you're all crazy.
Mr. Nagel, one more here. Oh, the steel toe logo around the belly button like hippies do with the sun.
I saw a good one once where a fat dude did like a cat tattoo on his stomach and he used his belly button as the butthole. You could try that.
Lovely. I mean, personally, I think I'll pass. But
okay.
But otherwise, I'll kick around some of these ideas. Thank you guys very much for your input.
Something to chew on.
Sean Raz on Rumble says Aaron should get a tattoo of Shaka on his arm. Tin the Toolman Taylor on Rumble. Aaron and Gino should get each other's face or name on your asses.
That I would pay for.
Aaron should get a cherry on his cheek. Oh, now that just seems
Ew.
nice. That's just lovely.
There used to be a day when you were still on radio in 2020.
What? There was that day
back in 2020 when you were still on radio. You used to talk about which tattoos you actually were considering getting. Do you care to share with anyone?
No, I don't. I don't really give a shit about that. I don't want to tell anybody. Not on the internet. They're like, they're fucking gay. No, thanks. I thought about some tattoos once, like 3 years ago. We're good. Kotad says Aaron is going to get the paw prints on his tit meat. Oh, now, these are too hurtful.
No, you'll get that Wolverine scratch.
Let's just go right into the Photoshop, shall we? Let's go with something that's going to hurt me far less than all of this tattoo stuff. We're starting to go around in circles a little bit here. 3:15 away from today's goal. Thanks for getting us off to a bit of a start there. Continue on. We'll knock that out today, and then we've only got 1 day left. I'm going to tell you right now. I don't mean to tell tales out of school, and I don't mean to be uncouth on this program. That meat stick is fucking with me a little bit. That meat stick is really starting to become like a star of today's show.
Would you like some Tums?
One of those lovely chewable ones?
Those ones, yes.
That might actually be nice. And don't say those ones or these ones, if I may. That always bothered me about like central Minnesota people, is they always said like these ones or those ones. It's just these or those. Like ones are not necessary.
Have offended you?
I'm sorry. Just sometimes it just comes out and I can't bury it anymore.
Well, maybe I won't get those Tums now.
Just get those. See how it works? Like just those. Don't worry. A lot of people say it. I hear it all the time. It's you know who says it constantly? Our good buddy Matt.
I got an A in English. I'll have you know.
In Litchfield, they all think that that's the right thing to say.
I took the U of M. Like, what is that class called when you take the university classes in high school? That one. Yeah. I got an A in that class.
Right. Okay, what does that tell you about our education system? We have a problem in this country.
That I rule.
those ones. These
What is
ones.
wrong with those ones?
Because
ones?
it's like saying the.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Those.
It's not the same level of redundant.
Those imply the ones. So saying those ones is like saying if. Or
Look at
car.
You know, like the beers I like these ones.
No, it doesn't. Once you learn that it's wrong, it's going to drive you nuts. And you're going to not be able to listen to other people say it. Do you know how many times I hear people say these ones and those ones, and I just get that little switch in my head that goes, "Don't be an asshole. Don't be an asshole. Don't be an asshole."
But you're like completely unable.
I can hear it. No, you have no idea how many times I eat my tongue on that. I feel like I can hear it like 50 times before.
Which tongue? This one? Is that just as bad?
You mean this tongue?
No, by your standards, it's just this. Okay, well, what is this?
Now, wait a minute.
If somebody is listening and not watching, what is this? It's this one.
No. Now we're going from singular to plural. If you go to plural, it sounds weird. These ones. Those ones. This is.
Nobody said this is.
Look, people say dumb shit all the time. Red
now,
Fox,
would you like those Tums or not?
I would like those Tums.
Yeah.
Not those Tums over there, but those Tums.
I'm going to top off my coffee and get you some Tums.
Sounds good to me. Boy, I hope I'm not wrong about this. I'd really look like a dick. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, what happened to the tattoo place in Little Falls that you were going to get the tattoo at? Why didn't you ever get that tattoo? Because I just kind of thought tattoos were gay and I didn't want to put one on my body. That's all. Simple as that. 3:10 away from knocking it out today. Keep this little rally going. I like it. Let's continue on. Aaron failed in English, so he became a radio guy and grammar Nazi, says Death Proof. Eric says you should smack those ones with a dictionary. Because Aaron is a female. Just do a Mike Tyson tat on the face. Okay, we're good. Let's go to the Photoshops. Do you remember this last night when I took my glasses off and I put my face right in the camera? And I just, I told people that this picture should horrify you. This should really upset you. This should make you feel uncomfortable. Well, Kip Smith, wonderful listener of the program, who even has us in his Twitter bio, which I appreciate, along with Louis J. Gomez and a bunch of other shit, ROTC, what have you. He should put a little compound media in there. Well, he took a screenshot of me, right face up to the camera. And, I think he meant well. I do. I think he was saying all the right things, but I don't. And in no way do I think he was doing a bit. I think he was trying to help, and it maybe backfired on him a little. He put this picture up and he tweeted, "Nobody should alter this image to make it appear that Aaron is receiving anal penetration." Now, I understand that he was trying to be helpful and saying, "Aaron, I really don't want these people to take this screenshot that I have and make it look like somebody's butt fucking you." And that's very nice of him, and I appreciate the support, and that's great. But I had a feeling that maybe if he put that up there, that perhaps people would take that warning, cast it aside, and in fact do the opposite. I don't know if you know this, but sometimes on the internet, people do that kind of thing. Some people even suggested that Kip Smith was actually subtly encouraging people to put pictures. Oh, thank you for these ones. See,
no, that's not the proper spot to use that.
It's never the proper spot to use that.
That is absolutely the wrong usage.
I don't know if you guys have ever had chewable Tums. They're actually kind of like candy.
Those are not only the chewable Tums, but they are the cooling ones, and they will cool your esophagus on the way down. It's wonderful.
I always say one of my biggest problems in the morning, hot esophagus. I say if I could have my kingdom, if I could give my entire kingdom for anything, it would be a cooler esophagus. Right. And now, guess what?
What?
See, this is where the co-host talks when the other one's chewing, so that there's not dead air.
No, I think it's cuter to listen to you chew.
So at any rate,
professional.
Now I'm going to have a cool esophagus, and I'm very happy about this. So Kip Smith says, hey, nobody take this picture and Photoshop Aaron getting fucked in the butt. And I appreciate that. But again, some people thought that old Kip here, this might end up backfiring, and he might actually receive Photoshops of me getting butt fucked. And, well, I don't think that was his intention. It certainly did happen. Let's take a look at a few of these. The first one comes from, that one I want to do last. That's a different one.
Oh, fuck.
The first one comes from, now this is interesting to me. This comes from Kip Smith.
Oh, that's interesting.
Kip Smith had just said, don't make Photoshops of Aaron getting sodomized from this picture. And then what's the next post that Kip Smith has? That's me being sodomized by an African-American gentleman using the... Now, why would anyone wear headphones when they're getting butt fucked by a black dude?
Because the screaming is so loud, you want to buffer it.
But it's your screaming.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's still, I don't know if you know this. If you mute your ears or you cover them a little bit while you're screaming, it still does buffer it.
In the words of Frankie McDonald, not true, I repeat, not true. The Photoshop was done for $500 Canadian.
So you were not on blacked.com.
I was not on blacked.com having a black penis rammed into my hiney hole.
That face is perfect for that, though.
It really does look like someone's burying something in your tuchus, doesn't it? Not good. Well, then somebody else, I love a Dickens cider, decided to tweet. And this one's unfortunate. I believe, yes, that's Wrestling Otaku fucking me in the asshole while making the diamond cutter symbol, which, as big of a DDP fan as I am, I find that to be extra demeaning.
A little bit.
Sodomizing someone is a real power move to begin with. Sodomizing someone and then throwing up the diamond cutter symbol at the same time, that's just an extra layer of dominance.
I'm just glad that we're getting around to the different people that sex your butt.
Yeah, apparently, I've really been run. I've been run through, as it were.
You switch it up.
Then you remember the what is it? The picture you had of me in the suit from the wedding this weekend. It was a fine picture, right?
A lovely picture.
Lovely picture. I looked great. Well, some people, you wouldn't believe it. Some people used it as an opportunity to Photoshop me into places that I swear to you I've never been before.
You promise?
I promise. I've never been to these places. I saw people put me at a gay pride parade. I saw some people put me at a slave, what do you call it, a plantation?
A plantation.
Slaves. I saw them putting me fighting for the South in the Civil War.
Okay.
With my suit on. I've never been there before.
I see. Now I'm having a hard time believing you on that one because typically if there's photo evidence, it must be real.
And that's really the problem I have is now I have to fight these accusations. And when the accusation is, well, Aaron, you fought for the South in the Civil War, or Aaron, you were at a gay pride parade, a lot of people, and I say, no, I was not at either of those places. They go, well, there is a photo of it on the internet. And if there's a photo of it on the internet, then it has to be true. That's a hard thing to fight back. That's a cogent point that they're making.
It's gospel now.
So someone please tell me, and this is again from I Love a Dickens cider. Someone tell me how I'm supposed to combat these rumors. I don't know if you can see that or read it, if it's big enough for you. But that is me holding my old-fashioned and my cigar in my suit from the wedding. And there is a store behind me that says auction and Negro sales. Now, there's only two ways I can defend myself on this. Number one, three ways I can defend myself on this.
Right, you should start somewhere.
Number one, it was legal at the time.
Okay, but what?
That's one.
You look the same age, though. How'd this work?
Number two, I was there for the tobacco store. That's right next door. You see it says tobacco right there.
So you did not visit the Negro sales?
I was not at the auction and Negro sales store. I was at the tobacco store picking up some cigars. And number three, I was never there, and this is a complete Photoshop and a total slander to my character.
I don't know. It does look right.
I'm guaranteeing everyone right now that I love a Dickens and then his last name Cider. I'm telling you right now, this man is photoshopping. This is a cruel attack on my reputation.
I don't know.
And, quite frankly, I don't think I'm going to stand for it. I'm starting to wonder if maybe these Photoshops are maybe actionable.
I'm starting to wonder if you're like a vampire or something because you never age. You looked the same way back then as you do now.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that I never did that.
I don't think so. I think you just look good for your age.
That's not me at all. Philip Sears says, what happened at ROTC? I don't know. Did something happen? I'll be honest, I've missed the shows this week. So,
well, what a shitty fan you are.
I'm sorry. I'm a terrible Revenge of the Sis fan. I need to work on that. Mr. Approachable says the saying is pics or it didn't happen. Mm-hmm. So the other side of it is that if there is a picture, it did happen.
Right?
No.
See, that's what I believe.
But I've never been to any slave store, if that's what you would call that.
Slave store.
I've never been to the slave store.
Okay.
I've never been to a gay pride parade. I've never fought for the South in the Civil War. I've also never been sodomized by a black man or wrestling otaku.
But you can see how the photo evidence would suggest otherwise.
And isn't that the dastardly part of this whole thing is that now I have to defend myself from these charges that are conjured out of thin air.
You don't have to defend them. You could just be proud.
I feel the need to.
You looked good doing it.
Pool Scam Sam says, that's a great suit to wear at a sentencing trial. Isn't it? For like a white collar crime? If I was laundering money, you might wear that suit to court.
Right.
Phage Live says, did you get a good deal? No, see, you guys are misunderstanding. I was never at the slave shop.
Yeah, but I feel like if you were going to make a purchase of that nature, which I think is terrible, you'd probably just want to buy one straight up and not risk the price.
But I know I've never been in the market for a slave.
Did you prefer direct sales or auction?
I never went to that. I wasn't at that place. That was never a thing that actually happened. You see, guys, that was a Photoshop.
God,
and people are trying to make it look like I was at these terrible places.
Really having a hard time with this. It did seem pretty real.
Dario Delfino says Mersh seems to be having a meltdown for real. Well, I hope not.
Where? Is he okay?
Is he not doing all right? I hope he's not. Mersh is a mercurial personality, and sometimes Mersh goes through times where he wears his heart on his sleeve and he lets it all hang out there. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those things where old Mersh is just sharing a lot.
Well, he has gotten a little soft since he's got the little kitty.
Maybe that's
bad luck
maybe
boys.
you inhale all that inhale all that cat piss, you get toxoplasmosis.
He's sick.
Maybe he's got toxoplasmosis.
But doesn't that make you a little bit grapey?
Nobody's saying he is or he isn't. I'm just hearing from my chat what's going on with ROTC. I do find it adorable that people think I would know what's going on with ROTC.
Well, they think that you two are close or something.
I guess.
Yeah.
Dario says Nightwave has been rough recently. Bad Luck Boys got demonetized. It's a fucking cat channel.
How do you get that demonetized? Wow.
What the shit? How does a cat channel get demonetized?
It's kitties and saving them and feeding them.
Christ's sake, guys. I mean, I know that a lot of people kind of go after him and shit, which I think is gay.
That's really mean, actually.
It's really shitty, but... well, I love those guys, and I hope everything's going well, and I really just hope everybody's simply overreacting. And that's all. I tell you what, here, we are 310 away. Let's quick sneak that under 300 by the end of the hour here in the next 20 minutes or so. Knock that down. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, and everything else. Go ahead, chip in your $5-10, or become a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Rumble. I can definitely say with certainty now, after an email I got yesterday, that the locals community has been approved, and I'm going to launch that soon.
Nice.
All I have to do is figure out what the fuck locals is. It's just it's a thing you're supposed to have with your Rumble. You're supposed to be linking them and everything like that. So I want to get that done. I want to have another way for people to support the show, but also get bonus content. And it's also a place you guys can go chat with each other and fuck around and do all that. So
well, that's cool.
And your first month of membership is going to be free this month. We're going to have a steel toe promo code, and then after that, I'm doing the minimum $5 a month.
It does sound like an online dating site. Locals. I'm not really sure. I don't know like how it works, but I'm going to figure it out, and then I'm going to tell you guys to join it.
That's what's going to happen.
You could reach out to Mersh. He has one, apparently.
I certainly will. Scarface says, I watched the ROTC episode on Locals yesterday. He's not melting down. They're taking today off and we'll be back on Friday. Well, fucking then.
Well, that's fine. Can't people do that?
Then they're just everyone's being silly then. That's all.
It's interesting that when people do like a radio show or like have like a job somewhere out there that's not on the internet and they take a day off, it's never weird.
Yeah.
But once you're on the internet, it's like, no, you must be chained to your computer at all times.
Derek says you can't just give your Locals reruns, Aaron. I won't. We're going to put some special clips up there and some other content and maybe film some short stuff for you and all kinds of. I'm going to figure out this Locals thing, and we'll get that out there for you. Sean Raz says, so will that come off the goal? Yes, every Locals member will be taken. Will be taken off the goal. There you go. Speaking of which, today's goal is at 310. If you feel like chipping in, please do. Let's get that under 300 by the top of the hour. And then, of course, don't stop there. Keep going. Get weird. Get irresponsible with your money and throw us a fortune on Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. If YouTube and Rumble are easier, totally fine. Go with that. Well, boys and girls, I have an update on Howard Stern.
Is it a good one?
Well, apparently, Howard Stern, my update today is, still a giant fucking pussy.
It's disappointing, isn't it?
I tweeted yesterday, 1998 Howard Stern would kick the living shit out of this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he would rip him apart every day on radio. They'd play clips of him. They'd talk about what a lunatic he's become, what he is. And
is it just that he's a hypochondriac? Or does he just like everyone to stay the hell away from him?
Pretty much. It really is. He's a hypochondriac. What's funny is when he was coming up, he made fun of Imus for being an old man and all these other things. And what's hilarious about that is he has become way worse than anything Imus ever was.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know, at Howard's age, Imus was saying nappy-headed hose.
Which is just fun.
You know, Howard's going, I think we need to lock down again. I'm scared of COVID. I don't want to ever get COVID. I'm probably going to die. And meanwhile, at that age, Don Imus was going, look at the tattoos and hair. There's some nappy-headed hose. I'm sorry, but I would rather listen to nappy-headed hose guy than, oh my God, I'm not going to go outside because I might die guy.
And when did we forget, even though we're rich and famous and all this, that just because you're afraid of something doesn't mean the whole world needs to shut down around you. That is such a weird, it's borderline like narcissistic trait. Like
borderline.
I really do caution calling people that. I don't want to overuse that word. But
yeah,
it's crazy.
He's back at it again. Like just a little whiff of COVID came back, and Howard's ready to throw it all back down the drain again. He's ready to lock it down, shut it down. I don't want to get this. He's so terrified of an illness.
Isn't he super boosted?
He is. He's super vaxxed. He's super boosted. He should be totally fine. You'd think that would take your fear away, but you know, when your medicine is symbolic, what are you going to do?
But honest to Christ, if you haven't died from that, if you get the COVID now, I'm sure you won't.
By the way,
You're
what kind of pussy hasn't had COVID yet?
I think pretty much everybody's been exposed to it.
He keeps saying, like, I've never had COVID. I've never had COVID. Like, what kind of a bitch do you have to be that you ain't cool unless you've had COVID?
I know people that have, like, had friends who had it, and they tried to get it from them just so they could get, like, the immunity and, like get over it.
Like chicken pox back in the day.
Yes. Yeah, having a chicken pox party.
Sad Boy says, ask Nick Ricada about Locals. Check out his. He leaves his chat up for 24 hours. That's what I want to do. I want to do the 24-hour chat thing. I want everyone to go in there and be able to fuck around. And then I want to post some like exclusive pictures, not of my butthole. Pictures, videos, clips from the show, stuff like that we don't put on YouTube or Rumble. So the Locals thing, I want to honestly probably launch it on Monday. I'll take the weekend to figure out what the hell it is.
That's kind of nice.
But our community has been confirmed, so it does exist. Guys, I mean, if you join, whatever. But like I said, I can't promise anything until Monday. But I will say this. Please wait to sign up for Locals because there is a promo code. Mm-hmm. I want everybody to have a free first month, you know, like a drug dealer. You know who else would be a pro at helping you set it up correctly for what we need is Siraj. He's the one who suggested it to us and offered his help if we need it. Talk to Siraj. Yeah. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Locals is like Discord. Sounds like it. Maybe, but I mean, it supports the show, so that's a little different.
It's been portrayed to me as a lot more classy than Discord.
Yeah. Well, people have to pay to get into it. Which,
yeah.
You know. Mr. Tony Soprano gifting a membership to Warden Gordon. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony Soprano. Great to have you, buddy. I love that guy. Daniel becoming a member for his 14th month simply says, good morning, everyone. There you go. Derek says clips of the show you play on YouTube is not going to cut it on locals. Right. That's why I said clips that we don't put up on YouTube and whatnot. Trust me, I've thought this thing through just a little bit.
Have you, though?
Just a little bit. Hobo Chili with $2 says, don't forget, Imus also called people thieving Jews. I think that he had that summer camp for kids just so he could call little Negro children the N-word. And for that, I salute you, sir. Rest in peace. You're supposed to say king, but that's all right. Thank you, Hobo, for the $2. As I said before, 305 away from today's goal, almost under 300 by the top of the hour. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, YouTube, Venmo. Throw it in. Let's get it under 300. That's a big benchmark for us on the show here. Knocking that goal down by $100 every hour means that we're done by, I think, 9 o'clock. So if you want to knock it out, help us out. We appreciate it. We got 2 wins in a row after our L we had to take on Tuesday night. So let's keep that good fortune going. And thank you guys. Plus, if you do knock out the Tuesday night goal, we will do that overtime that day. So somebody asked me about that yesterday. We would do an extra hour if we did end up taking that back. I'm a man of my word. So back to Howard Stern. Howard is he's upset and afraid about COVID again. I just imagine him talking about COVID on his show, and I can hear radios turning off.
Yes, it's a broken record. I feel like there is serious pushback against lockdowns now. The news, even Fox this morning said, some schools are trying to enact this mask mandate again, and they're getting pushback. Kids don't want to do it. Parents don't want to do it. Well, good. Nobody needs that anymore. I don't think it was proven to work the first time.
Yeah, I just, hopefully people fight back this time. Hopefully if they decide to do that, people will fight and they'll rescind the mandates and everything as these mandates pop up. I just know that after all the COVID stuff, I don't really have a lot of faith in the majority of people to resist. I have a lot of faith in people to comply and bitch.
Sure. Bitch about it, but they still go along.
I think a lot of people, I heard from a lot of people during masks and lockdowns and everything that, I'm not doing it. That's fucking bullshit. I'm not going to. And then they'd walk into the store, and if they said, sir, you have to put a mask on, they'd put the mask on, and then they'd bitch about it all the way through and bitch about it all the way back to their car. But bitching about it while you comply is still the same as compliance.
Yes.
So I don't know about you guys. I don't know if I trust people to fight back on this kind of thing. I hope so.
I do not. That's why every time this is where I might be called a pessimist by somebody like you or something, but I always just assume nobody's going to do the right thing. And then I like to be surprised when they do it.
Yeah, that would be better.
Yeah.
Hey, Derek Fitzpatrick, I know you're trying to help, buddy, but you're saying the same thing over and over. We're going to put exclusive content on the locals. Here's something that drives me nuts and makes me not want to do chats and stuff, is that I address something, I say something, and someone tells me the same thing over and over, and I'm trying to move on to the next thing. That's why, unfortunately, now I have to click off the chat and stop interacting because I got a show I need to do, and the chat is now becoming, counterintuitive to the show. I'm telling you, exclusive content on the locals thing. Another thing internet people need to learn, stop bitching about stuff before it even does anything. All right? That's like video games, everything else. People are like, I better not be this. It's like, well, why would you get yourself worked up and angry over something that hasn't happened yet? Mm-hmm. It's insanity. So thank you, Derek. I appreciate it. Unwad your panties. It's going to be fine. I said I'm going to launch it on Monday after I take a look at it and I do some investigating, and then we're going to launch the fucking thing. Woof, it's like having extra children. So a caller asked Howard Stern if he planned to return to his studio after spending the last 3 years at his home to evade COVID. Remember, it was October. It's less than a year ago that Howard went out to a restaurant and he said, this is the first time I've been out since the pandemic.
But why even chance it, Howard? That one time is the one time you're going to get sick. And you know why? It's because you've locked yourself in your house. You have no immune system now because you haven't been exposed to anything.
That's what we should do with Howard Stern is we should just encourage him to stay home because we'll just convince him COVID's super, super dangerous. and that it's not worth risking your life.
But every disease is going to be more dangerous to somebody who is locked in their home at all times. I don't want to get the flu. I don't want colds and shit like that. But the thing is that if you go out and you expose yourself to some things, like little by little, you're getting that immunity. Hey, you might catch a little cold now and then, but you'll get over it.
Well, Stern said no. In fact, he's more worried now than he's ever been. Ugh. He says the threat of a new COVID wave has him in a state of paranoia. And, you know, the unfortunate thing about people like Howard who are in that state of paranoia is once they get there, they can't hear reason. Like, yes. You can't reason with them. You can't go, Howard, look. You can't, like, lay it out on the table for him and go, Howard, the first strain of COVID was the most deadly and the most dangerous.
It was.
Every strain of COVID after that gets weaker and more catchy. It gets more viral, but it dilutes itself so that it can live and it doesn't kill the host and it can survive and keep going.
Like a cold virus.
Right. So, Howard, COVID, yes, is, you know, every variant becomes more catchy because we haven't been exposed to it. Our bodies haven't learned to fight it off. However, the severity of the disease continues to weaken as the disease evolves. You cannot tell him that. You can't forget it. Once he goes into, oh my God, I'm more scared now than I've ever been. Oh my God, I don't know what to do. It's not like you can then sit Howard down and explain shit to him. He'll yell at you. He'll tell you you're wrong. He'll tell you he's right. He'll tell you it's, it's scary and terrifying and evil and you're just downplaying it and you're dangerous and we ought to put you in a camp somewhere.
You know what else is interesting though is that he's locked himself in his house for 3 years now, afraid of this shit.
Yeah.
At what point, and he still hasn't got it. So when can you stop being scared of this thing that still isn't happening to you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if I sat around and was terrified that I'd be eaten by a shark for my entire life. But you know what still hasn't happened? I still haven't been eaten by a shark. So when do I get to stop being scared of it?
Well, Howard's shark is all around him.
Sure.
He's surrounded by it. In his mind, to us, it makes sense that he's insane. To him, it makes sense what he's saying because in his mind, COVID is a shark that's been swimming around him for 3 years and he can see it. It's in the air. It's all around him.
By his logic, anything that gets delivered to his home could have COVID on it. His wife, if she goes out and wants to live a life, God bless her, she's got COVID sitting on her somewhere. Are you just going to disassociate from everything?
I guarantee that Howard probably sprays down his packages.
Does he spray his wife down too? Does he make her go shower and wash her clothes?
He addresses that here in a second. Howard said, I don't have the audio of this, unfortunately. I just have the quotes. But Howard said, I'm going crazy with this. My wife yelled at me last night. We got into a fight. You know why? Because your wife is tired of trying to talk sense into a crazy person. You're becoming more Howard Hughes than Howard Stern. I wouldn't be surprised if you're pissing in jars, growing out your hair and fingernails at this point.
Well, he's got 2 of those covered, I think.
My wife yelled at me. We got into a fight. Could you imagine in 2023 getting into a fight over COVID?
Right. Well, think about how angry you'd be with me. We've done how many fun things this year and every year. I
caught COVID pretty much every year.
And we did. Yeah. Yes, we absolutely caught it, but for good reasons. I wouldn't trade the events we were at ever. But can you imagine if instead of going to these fun things together, I stayed home and I said, I'm not going out to get sick?
Right.
How mad would you be? Skipping all those things.
Well, I'll tell you what, it would be infuriating if I were his wife because I'd have to start yelling. I'd have to start screaming because I'd try to reason. I'd try to point out why he's being ridiculous. And he'd still just go, no, oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. There's nothing worse than an irrational, stressed out person who cannot fucking hear logic. It's terrible. Now I'm starting to sound like It's like being in a constant state of panic. We've all had a panic attack from time to time, but it's hard to reason with somebody when they're doing that. No. They can hardly squeak a word out. Howard said, you know how paranoid I am about getting COVID. I haven't gotten it, and I'm pretty safe, and I really don't want to get it. Howard, you'll be fine. All right? And again, this is where people have been broken by this disease. Vaccinated, boosted out the ass, or in the ass. Either one. I don't know where you get your booster.
The second one's more fun.
But vaccinated, boosted again. We'll probably get the next booster. The whole point, Howard should just not get the vaccine and not get boosted because if you're going to be terrified of it anyway, then fuck the protection part.
Well, what I'm sitting here thinking isn't growth something that happens when you do face things like facing your fears and getting out of your comfort zone? Somebody should just sit him down in a little padded room somewhere and be like, this is a vial of the thing you're afraid of. Here it is. Here it is, bud. Just give yourself just a little taste. You're going to get over this. About 5 days later, you're going to feel great.
But if you're vaccinated and you're boosted, this drives me nuts. The fear should be gone. You're vaccinated, you're boosted, and then you go, well, I know I'm vaccinated and boosted, but I can still get COVID. Then that's not vaccinated.
Right. That is supposed to be your armor. Right?
I don't go out and run around and go, boy, I hope I don't get polio today. I hope I don't get diphtheria. I hope I don't end up with measles, mumps, and or rubella, because that would be terrible. No, I go, no, I'm vaccinated against those things. I'm not going to get them.
Mostly I'm afraid of mumps there. Let's just keep mumps away.
Mumps are a scary one.
Have you seen pictures?
It just looks, yeah, you're just all elephant manny. It's awful. Thank you to Matt Melt for $4.99. Says it's like being scared of a picture of a shark. That's you.
Okay,
you're
but
scared
I don't
of a picture of a shark.
It's not the same though, because I don't stay home like afraid that I'm going to see a picture of a shark somewhere. I will still go to a movie theater once a year, and goddamn, they might have a big poster of the Meg or something. You know, Jesus Christ.
From Family Guy. Why would that scare you? Oh, different Meg. Like a Meg Ryan movie? I don't understand why that would.
The Meg?
Yeah, you got to get a hold of yourself.
You're a terrible person.
Thank you, Matt Melt. Also, that puts us at $300 for today's goal with just a minute before 7 o'clock. So everybody go in, throw in a couple of bucks on Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. We'll knock out that 300. Let's keep rallying, guys. Appreciate it. So Howard continues to fight with his wife over COVID. He says, everyone goes, don't worry. It's just a cold for me. It'll probably be way worse, he says. Again, this is a man having a nervous breakdown on the radio and nobody can talk sense into him.
No, I kind of want to start yes-anding him. Like, yes, Howard, it is going to be way worse for you because you stay in your house.
Well, that's what they all do. They all just nod and agree with him anyway, because you only have to work 3 days a week and the pay is awesome. So why not just nod? I mean, I think Fred and Robin and Baba Booey, I think all these guys kind of know it's been over.
Well, what about his family? You know, what about his family members that I hope sit and think he's insane? Don't they ever want to tell him, like, yeah, dude, you're going to screw yourself over by behaving this way?
Well, isn't that kind of the worst part? Because now maybe he has to realize, oh, his family just treats him like a doddering old man because he's behaving like a doddering old man.
Yes. Even just that negative mindset. Like, if people do
it'd be exhausting to be around.
It's not only is it exhausting, but it wears you down physically if you're the one with that mindset all the time.
He says, I mean, I'm the lucky one who will completely fall apart. My wife's considerably younger than me, as you might have heard. She's not as concerned about getting COVID as I am because, you know, I'm an older dude. Howard, I mean this with all due respect as a guy who's been a fan of yours for a long time. Tone down the Jewiness a little bit. Tone down the constant pessimism and the whining and the kvetching and the complaining and everything else. And you don't have... Think about Howard. The tragedy of Howard Stern is this. You don't have much life left in the grand scheme of things.
No, we should enjoy it.
Go live it. Mm-hmm. Go do your thing. You're friends with Jennifer Aniston and Robert Downey Jr. Go have dinner with Robert Downey Jr. And if you get sick and you know how many of us would definitely take COVID if it meant dinner with Robert Downey Jr.?
100%. Or Jennifer Aniston.
Go get COVID.
At all 3 times you and I have had COVID, I would do that event over again. Because it was so much fun.
So just go out and do the things, Howard. Imagine Howard goes out, he gets COVID, he survived. Like there's no bad news if Howard goes out and gets COVID. Either he gets COVID, it's nothing, and then he turns around and goes, oh, I've been overreacting all this time. It turns out it was fine. Or number 2, he dies, and we don't have to hear this shit anymore.
Agreed.
There you go. So Howard, either you get COVID, you realize it's not that big a deal, and you've been worried over nothing, or... you go out and you get COVID and you die and you don't have to live in this wretched COVID world anymore.
Can you imagine if he does finally just, go out all the time and he gets sick and it is nothing? Can you imagine how gross you would have to feel with yourself that you locked yourself away for so many years?
Right. Like, let's say Howard gets like the most mild cases.
Right.
Like Howard
way
gets
lighter than what we had.
Yeah. Howard gets mild sinus congestion and a cough.
A little tickle.
Yeah. But other than that, he's fine. Stern says his wife plans to travel, but he might stay home and lock himself down.
Good for his wife. it was last year or the year before that, he used to get angry with his wife for going out to see her friends once a week. Robin would sit there and whine. Yeah. Ooh, why is she doing that? That seems kind of selfish.
Still is getting mad at her, apparently. They're still having fights over COVID. Imagine in 2023 having fights with each other over COVID.
No offense, that's kind of just over then.
He says Beth has a bunch of plans. She has like a wedding shower to go to and lunch to go to with a friend and a dinner and a blah, 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 blah. So, we're really making an effort. We go out to restaurants. We went to the Ed Sheeran concert.
You're going to concerts, but wait. Isn't that where you go to get sick?
Kind of burying the lead on that one.
Right.
Howard Stern and his 50-year-old wife go to Ed Sheeran concerts.
Kind of gay, right?
It's all the way gay. It's wrestling otaku's dick in my butt gay. That's how gay that is. Oh, what happened to this guy? Doesn't it make you feel gross for idolizing him? Doesn't it make you feel gross for going, this guy's my fucking hero. This guy's awesome. Howard Stern rules. Baba booey, baba booey, baba booey. I mean, it's embarrassing.
This guy sits at home with his cats. That's what he does.
He literally sits at home with his cats because he's terrified he's going to get the sniffles.
While his wife goes and lives a life probably wishing he was next to her.
We've really been out there. I haven't gotten COVID. And I'm like, you know what? If I get it, I get it, Stern said.
Well, then stop whining. That's the correct mentality, isn't it?
Then all of a sudden they announced there's so he's not even on the new strain yet. He's just talking about the way he feels about COVID yesterday.
God.
Now you got new strains out there. And by the way, whoever thought Howard Stern would be the guy to bite on the media fear-mongering? Again, go back 25 years and tell me that, 1998 Howard Stern would be like, oh, the media is definitely not lying about this. They're definitely telling the whole truth, and I am terrified.
So dumb.
The same media that said that he was the Antichrist and he was a villain for years and years, and he's this big, terrible guy who's going to ruin your kid's childhood.
Well, now maybe he is.
Well, and now he sucks their dick and everything they say is gospel. Oh, boy. Then all of a sudden they announced there's a new strain of COVID, Howard said, and it's on the rise. And, people are being hospitalized. See, first of all, I'm not hearing that. No. Everything I've heard about these new strains is mild symptoms.
Even the one they threw on the news to try to scare us with the hospitalization.
The Detroit one, yeah.
Mild symptoms.
Mild symptoms.
Probably had him in the hospital as a precaution because he was old.
It's time to go back in. Okay. He says, people are being hospitalized. This is a Howard quote. It's time to go back into lockdown. And I'm like, you mean I'm just emerging now and I'm going back into lockdown?
No, live that life of yours.
Howard, you don't have to. You don't have to go back into lockdown. You can just not do that. You can go out and do things. I've never seen a guy publicly stopping himself from doing shit and then complaining that he's not doing shit. Nobody's making you sit at home. In fact, all of us are encouraging you to stop sitting at home. This is what happens when people get not narcolepsy. They get the thing
hypochondria.
Hypochondria, and you're a germaphobe and all this. It's like talking to a drug addict or an alcoholic when they're using. You can't get through to them because they've got reality the way they want it to be, and even if it makes them miserable, at least they're in control of it. So if you shake Howard by his old, frail shoulders and go, you're going to be fine, you stupid fuck.
Yeah. You would think that he has children, right? Several?
3 girls, I think.
You would think that having kids back in the day would have cured him of hypochondria, because for me, I've never been okay with people puking or being sick and all that. I'm like, ugh, stay away from me. And then I have kids. I had an instant family almost 4 years ago now. And those kids, they get sick. They puke. And you learn to clean it up, and you learn for it to not bother you anymore.
So then you remember, how scared he was of COVID, that he was demanding that people be banned from shit because of COVID. Remember, he demanded that the NFL throw Aaron Rodgers out of the league for not being vaccinated. He complained about Oprah hosting a dinner party without masks. He blamed Kirstie Alley's colon cancer on her anti-science approach to the pandemic, which, apparently you get butthole cancer because you think that COVID is bullshit. I didn't know that was the case.
Pretty odd, right?
The man is still lost his mind. And he's still in the process of it.
And part of the shame is too, this man's rich beyond belief. Yeah. This guy has famous friends and all the money in the world, and he's just sitting at home because he's scared.
He's got it all.
Spend that better.
Yeah, the man's got it all.
I don't understand.
To watch Howard do this, it's like, you just look and it's like a game of career limbo and you go, how much lower can this guy get? I'm interested to see. It used to be, I can't wait to turn on Howard to see the crazy shit he says about some celebrity or politician. Now you're going, I can't wait to turn on Howard to see how he's going to debase himself today.
He's wasting it all. My opinion.
He's getting paid a shitload of money to waste it all.
To
So at least
sit
there's
at
that.
home and sit on it. Like a golden egg. Just sitting at home on all his money, not doing anything with it.
And again, James Worley says, I wonder what Howard Stern would say about Elisa Jordana now. He wouldn't have time to talk about her. He couldn't see it. He couldn't be able to, analyze someone because he's so busy being terrified that he might get the fucking sniffles. And I want somebody, this is the biggest crime. I want somebody to go on Stern's show, or I want somebody who's in his cast to go into that studio, because he's not Howard Stern anymore. So you don't have to be afraid of him or worried about him. He's, he's Hampton's Howie now. He's Celebrity Howie.
Yeah.
He's doing late night podcasts with Robert Downey Jr. You don't have to be afraid of him. I want somebody to go into that studio of his and say, you're being ridiculous. COVID is not that big of a deal. Everyone's fine. Go live your life. Life is back to normal. Everyone's good. Stop it. I want somebody to go in there and just shout at him for two reasons. One, because he'll hear it, or at least it'll be said in front of him. And then
he might hear it.
Right. And then number two, to see how he tries to poo-poo that one away so he can stay in his misery bunker. Oh, is he the worst?
Better yet, have like an asymptomatic, positive tested person go in there and be like, dude, I've got it right now.
Right. And I'm fine.
Do you see me right now?
Watch him lose his shit. Sprays him down with a fire extinguisher.
Dude, he might light himself on fire just to burn the COVID off.
Oh, it's like Walking Dead. He like feels a coof splatter on his hand, and he just takes out a hatchet and he just starts hacking his hand off live on the air. I'm not gonna get COVID, I swear to God. Fucking guy. I mean, I
can't believe it.
He's been disappointing. Now, first of all, he's been disappointing before COVID. Really, since kind of he left Artie and he put the redhead lady in charge. But the COVID thing has definitely pushed him over the edge.
And somebody was telling me, a couple people said in the chat, like, oh, he didn't touch his kids. Like, he had maids do that. Never took care of his kids.
I think Howard took care of his kids. I do. I think he and his wife did raise their kids. Yeah, I think he did. It's just, as he got older, just the worst parts of him got worse. Stephen Weisfeld says, Howard goes to therapy 2 times a week. What's it doing? Right? Does his doctor tell him, like, Howard, you're fine. Relax. Go to your shit. Go to your events. Like, what are you doing? You're in your 70s. You're going to die.
Don't tell him that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, he probably already thinks it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeti Flyer says, remember the health department calling? They called me when I had it during my FedEx days, and I told them I was around thousands of people during my COVID period, and I don't wear masks. They freaked out. Yeah, I had to basically plead the fifth. Like, I got tested for COVID and it was positive, and then they just find your number and the health department calls you. And then they started asking me where did you contract it? What places have you been? And I said, I'm sorry, I'm not answering that. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I don't want to hurt anybody's livelihood. I don't want to hurt any local businesses. So I'm respectfully not going to share that with you.
Yeah, they asked me the same questions as I got it with you. And I'm like, you know what? My workplace already knows about it and everything. They've taken proper steps. I'm at home. We're good.
It's just a really, really
just
shitty Orwellian time. Yeah, for sure. Stephen Weisfeld says, what happens now that Aaron Rodgers is in New York? I hope, please God, let Aaron Rodgers give Howard Stern COVID. That would be so perfect.
Just accidentally sneezes in his general direction.
Just please let Aaron Rodgers be asymptomatic and sneeze on Howard Stern. That would be so wonderful. That just the ultimate irony of that. The ultimate domination of Howard Stern by Aaron Rodgers.
Of his immune system, really.
And that too. Guys, we are $300 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to the program, please do. Nothing on PayPal, Venmo, or Streamlabs yet. Let's get that cooking. That's the one that knocks off stuff the most. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, also Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble Rants. That goal is how we keep the show on the air. Without the goal, there is no show. So let's knock that out, and then we don't have to tell you about it too much today, and we can continue bouncing back from our loss on Tuesday night. So if you have a couple of bucks to throw at Steel Toe, please do. Don't wait for someone else to do it. We're 300 away. That's a lofty number. We got to get that under 200 by the end of the hour. So please, if you would, contribute to the program if you can. Oh, guys, this is going to surprise the shit out of you. I don't know how Axios.com can write this headline. Certainly, we know that the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates.
Yes.
Because that's definitely how markets should work. As a private bank should just get to arbitrarily set interest rates instead of, different banks, just setting their own and seeing what they can do business with and everything else. Just have a central bank set the whole thing and then set it and forget it. That seems to be working out really well for us. Well, they've been raising interest rates, and that also means that when the United States of America borrows money from the Federal Reserve, that they have to pay that interest rate on it.
It's more expensive.
And if it becomes more expensive to borrow, that means your deficit is going to go up. So everybody kind of saw that coming. You have a president that's been spending shitloads of money on all kinds of things. You also have, the tax pot probably shrinking because people aren't making as much, and some people are losing their jobs and things of that nature. This article apparently shocked the shit out of Axios. Federal deficit unexpectedly set to double this year.
Unexpectedly?
Unexpectedly. I mean, who could have saw it coming?
What kind of delirium are we all in?
With the raising of interest rates and the more spending, and this is really remarkable to me. Federal deficit unexpectedly set to double this year. Unexpectedly. So we're taking in the same amount of money? Yes. We're spending a shitload more? Yes. Well, how the hell did this deficit double? I don't understand it. Is it? Oh, no. Let's go back to square one here.
Start over.
You know how
show your work.
The money coming in has stayed the same.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. And the money we were spending last year gave us like a billion or $1 trillion deficit. Right.
Uh-huh.
Well, we spent $1 trillion more. Well, yeah, right. So how did the deficit double? It's like, and that's the moment you look at these people and you go, oh my God, nobody should have ever given you power ever in a million years.
We've lost you.
Except Ukraine. They think it's great. The federal deficit is expected to nearly double this year from about $1 trillion last year to $2 trillion for the fiscal year ending September 30th. Now, if you come up $2 trillion short, what do you have to do?
Raise interest rates, right?
No.
Oh, no.
If let's say you got $2 trillion, if I've got $1 trillion and I've spent $3 trillion, what am I going to have to do to get that other $2 trillion? April, I have to borrow it.
Yeah, you have to borrow it.
I have to borrow that money. So if I have a $2 trillion deficit, I now have to borrow $2 trillion extra dollars and tack on $2 extra trillion of debt. This is bad. At some point, we've got to cut this shit off, although I don't see it happening for at least a year. And by the way, the longer we wait, the more it's going to hurt. I mean, we will have to do something about this at some point. And either it will mean crazy high taxes, or it will mean we're going to have to chop off shitloads of spending that we can't afford anymore. And a lot of that stuff's going to be necessary things that people really like because we've let it get too bad.
Well, they won't cut off the spending to Ukraine. There's no way.
And honestly, the amount of money we've spent on Ukraine in the last year, yeah, it's something. It's probably low hundreds of billions of dollars. But unfortunately, the way we spend money, it's a drop in the bucket.
It's still kind of a big deal, and it's not even in-house.
Not really. I mean, if you look at the amount of money we've spent on Ukraine and the amount... Ukraine could not exist. We could stop Ukraine tomorrow, still have a huge debt and deficit problem. It wouldn't fix a goddamn thing. You'd honestly probably go from $2 trillion in deficits to 1.9. Yay.
Well, then I don't have an answer.
I'll tell you what the answer is. You have to get rid of Social Security. You have to get rid of Medicare. You have to get rid of Medicaid. You have to get rid of the taxes that fund it. You have to allow people to put that money in their pocket. Your economy will grow. You won't be spending. Right now, we have $1 trillion a year deficit on those programs. So you'll cut out $1 trillion. And the other $1 trillion will be taken care of by all of the extra tax revenue you're going to collect by those people spending money and jumpstarting the economy. It's not that difficult, but you have a bunch of fucking boomers who don't want to get rid of Social Security. You got a bunch of old people who are scared shitless that they're going to lose their Medicare and Medicaid. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. Everybody's worried about their own shit. And they might pay lip service to the fact that the United States is burning down, but ultimately when it comes down to doing shit, they're not going to sacrifice.
And the boomers certainly don't care what this is doing to their grandchildren.
No.
That they claim to love so much.
I mean, the military, the military needs to take a hit. We're spending way too much on that.
I think military's out of control. I just saw, what did Geese say? Shut down NASA.
Shut down NASA?
I mean,
yeah, stop exploring space for a while.
I don't care about space. I don't know about anybody else. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I think all the fucking space shit can stop. The climate change bullshit can stop now.
But the fact that this article says federal deficit unexpectedly set to double this year. What's unexpected? If it's really unexpected to you, then that means you're doing a shitty job of watching the money, which is one of your jobs. I don't know how people can support this still.
I don't think the unexpectedly word usage is like honest. I think they throw that in there.
Why it matters. There's no precedent for deficits this large as a share of the economy outside war, deep recession, or pandemic. The Washington Post's Jeff Stein reported Sunday on the stunning projected figure from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. That's a great program. Between the lines, such huge spending imbalances contribute to high interest rates for consumers, including mortgages, in the short run. In the long run, it means interest costs will likely squeeze all other federal priorities. Right, because the more you have to borrow, the higher that interest payment gets every year. And that interest payment is already, get this, about as high as our military budget.
Right.
We spend as much on just servicing the current debt we have than we do as we do on military. And that money strangles an economy because now that's money you either have to borrow or get from the taxpayers, and that hurts the economy. So, I mean...
And I feel like it's so big at this point, nobody knows how to attack that shit anymore. Like the answers to curing the things we have going on right now are so drastic, nobody wants to do it.
Bigger interest payments plus lower tax receipts despite strong economic growth. Fuck you and your economic growth. It's all being swallowed up by inflation. There is no economic growth. You people are looking at numbers on a computer screen and you're not talking to people. This Stein guy says a strong economy usually reduces the deficit. Not this time. Well, then that might give you an idea that it's not really a strong economy.
I want to know where these people learn such skilled mental gymnastics.
I don't know.
I don't understand where this comes from.
The annual deficit was even higher, $2.8 trillion in 2021 amid record COVID spending. Right, we had to send out checks. Well, we didn't have to, but we sent out a fuckload of checks to everybody and we had to pay for that. So when you write $1.8 trillion in stimulus checks, yeah, you're going to add $1.8 trillion to that deficit. So yeah, the fact that they're playing surprised and the fact that they're...
What?
Yeah, they're going, oh, man, can you believe it? The deficit unexpectedly doubled over the period of the last year. Well, yeah, you guys... And by the way, they've lied themselves into believing it, that the economy's doing well.
That's what I don't get. The mental gymnastics of that. Like, nothing is going well right now. Nobody feels good about where we're at. Yeah. And if you do, you're lying to yourself.
They now believe it. They've lied so much about it that they believe it. Guy Sartell says, just tax weed, man.
Yeah,
that's not funny. I've actually heard people say that. People have such a terrible grasp of how much money things bring in.
Yeah, that's not going to solve your problems.
I've heard people go, gee, if you tax weed, we could pay down the deficit. Let me tell you something. If you legalize weed and put a federal tax on it, you'll maybe generate $1 billion or $2. We're talking about a deficit of $2 trillion. $2 trillion. Derek Fitzpatrick says we could get rid of, about 80% of military spending. I mean, yeah, you gotta shut down that empire. You got to bring that empire home. You got to get rid of Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. You got to get rid of a lot of these war on poverty things, a lot of these welfare programs that we have. That's what you're going to have to do.
But if we cut military spending, how will we be able to be ready for World War III?
I mean, yeah, there's that. You could stop trying to start it.
You know we don't want to stop.
You know what? Derek Fitzpatrick raised a great point in the chat, and a couple of other people did as well. This Stein guy, he sits there and he goes, well, I just don't understand it. I mean, the only time we ever have giant deficits like this are when we're at war or we have recessions.
Oh.
Right.
No,
so
not connecting dots.
Do you think that maybe we might be in a recession? No. All the papers they gave me on the economy, on paper, everything looks good. And the only thing is when things look good, the tax receipts are higher and the deficit's lower. Right. Would you like to amend your statement then, perhaps? Nope. No, I just think it's something wonky with the air or something like that. You know what? It's probably climate change.
I do wish we would stop giving like all other countries money. I do wish we'd stop doing that.
Yeah, Schnoop says we're in a war and we have a recession. Yeah, we got both going on.
We're really double-dicked here.
Guy Sartell says the government then creates a weed department that costs $10 billion a year to run it. Ain't that the truth?
Right. They love a good new department that'll cost much money.
Hey, we're legalizing weed and we're taxing it. Oh, that's great. How much are we going to get in weed revenue? Oh, about $2 billion. We also opened a new $10 billion department of weed. Well, the math doesn't really check out on that one. Huh?
Didn't we watch, like Colorado, I believe, was the first state to legalize weed back in the day, whenever that was.
One of, if not the first.
They taxed the shit out of that too and like claimed, oh, it's going to be so good for the roads and all that stuff. And didn't that not pan out? I'm pretty sure that never panned out.
I don't know how it worked out for Colorado. I think theirs went to schools. I think their weed money went to schools. Thank you very much to Yeti Flyer or King Kong Dong. He says bi-weekly dues, and I'm Yeti Flyer or King Kong Dong. Yeah, I always confuse those two and Mr. Approachable. Thank you for the $20, buddy. Appreciate that. That's huge today. As we're off the schneid, so to speak. We had a little bit of a cold snap there. Now 280 away from today's goal. Guys, if you could in the next half hour, please get that number down to 200. I would be really, really happy about that. It really helps the program for you guys to contribute to the show. It's that money that keeps this show on the air, and that's not an exaggeration. Derek Fitzpatrick says Cali generated over $1 billion in weed tax revenue just last year.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so then the whole United States would generate maybe $6 billion.
Okay, but look at all the money that they generated. How are they doing?
Yeah, well,
California's not doing very well.
California's got a shitload of problems.
They could be cleaning up a lot of stuff with that money.
Rex Will says, I paid into Social Security all my life. Now I get Social Security. I have to pay taxes on it. Isn't it really just the hustle of a lifetime? But people, you talk about getting rid of it, and people lose their mind.
Yeah.
They lose their mind. Susie says, I wish I knew where April gets her cool tops. They're always so cute.
Oh, I actually get mine at a secondhand store. Yeah. It's not very sexy.
She goes secondhand shopping.
I do. It's cheaper.
Hey, MSO, you get the fuck out of here. It's way too early to be declaring that we're not going to hit the goal today or anything like that. Way too early, you son of a bitch. Don't you? No. With his zipped lips and him playing it coy. Get out of here with that shit. Now, you know what? Now everybody throw in and knock out that goal just to spite MSO. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. All three of the links are right there in the chat. Go ahead and chip in. That's an arrogant move right there by our buddy MSO.
You didn't like it?
He's taunting me at this point. Now, Phage Live saying we are not hitting the goal. We have to hit the goal, guys. We can't lose twice in a week. That will fuck our shit up big time.
I actually believe that tomorrow on Rumble Friday with you and Johnny, you'll make up what you missed.
Hopefully.
Because they want that extra hour.
Real Stevie Lou says revenue in the marijuana tax cash fund is required to be used for healthcare, health education, substance abuse prevention, and treatment programs and law enforcement for Colorado. Well, there you go. So I don't know. Oh, no, you know what? I think ours is education. I think in Minnesota, the marijuana revenue, now that it's legal, is going towards education. I might have screwed that up. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, I think the only reason Minnesota legalizing weed was payback for reservations following COVID-19 policy and lockdowns. I don't know. They've been trying to legalize it here for quite some time.
But even though, like, they legalized it and you still cannot buy it in most places. Like, you've got to travel way up to bumfuck nowhere up north to buy it. So they legalized it, but not really. You can't really find it.
Well, and in time you will be able to, but also a lot of cities are changing their laws where they're like, no, we're still. So it's legal in Minnesota, but the legislation left it up to the cities,
sure,
to make their determinations. So basically, what it was they said, well, weed is legal in Minnesota, but the municipalities get to choose their enforcement, and basically, a lot of these cities are now going, oh, no, if you smoke it in public, we're going to arrest you.
And I do know some people who are waiting to open their stores, and there's so much legal hoops and shit to go through just to even open a store. So they legalize this shit to make the stores have a harder time to open too. None of it makes any sense.
$1.99 for Matt Melt. He says, yay, more money for stupid, pissy teachers. Yeah, I mean, Minnesota probably spends more on education than most states in the country, and yet, they always need more for some reason. Just can't seem to handle it.
They're unhappy.
Oh, no, there's Trucker 18-Wheeler on Rumble also saying no goal. Don't say that, guys. You don't want us to have no goal. If you have no goal, then no show. Phage Lives with $9.99 says, Aaron, do you know any good coffee site with a good dark roast? Do I ever?
I'm drinking it.
How about crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com and go get your steel toe coffee. That's Crescent. I'm going to put it in the chat even.
Holy cow.
crescentmountcoffee.myshopify. Oops, shit. No, that's not part of the address. crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. There you go. There's the link in the chat. That's where you can not only get your steel toe coffee, but also you can get April's Magic Bean coffee at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Follow that link and go check it out. You can get your whole bean or ground coffee from them. $4.99 from Red Fox Mad says Red Lake Weed Store sales. That's hard to say. Try it. Go ahead.
Red Lake Weed Store sales.
Well, fuck you then. I'm a piece of shit. And I don't know how to speak properly, despite years of broadcasting.
One more time.
That's now, hey, nice rally, guys. Thank you very much. Now we are 260 away from today's goal. So about halfway to getting under 200 by the end of the hour. Thanks, guys. Could be a good one. Thank you, MSO and Trucker 18-Wheeler, for what you kind of did there. All right, here we go. This is a news story on marijuana sales on the reservation, because the reservation got to have weed sales first. Mm-hmm. And then the rest of the state will get weed sales in a week or two here, I guess. I don't know how it works.
Business is booming as Minnesota's first recreational cannabis dispensary in Red Lake. The Native Care Dispensary was the first cannabis business to open following the state's legalization of recreational marijuana this year, serving over 300 customers on the first day of business alone.
Wow.
The trend has continued.
You know what I just want to point out? It's totally not addictive. I just love when
what you got out of that?
I just love when potheads say that. They're like, oh, it's not habit forming at all. Horse shit. You fucking people, day one, lined up, oh, God, I can't wait to get my legal weed. Oh.
What if some of those people show up just because they've never bought it before?
Oh, God, I can't wait to get my legal weed. I'm fucking itching over here. You know what the best part about it is, guys? You know what the best part about lining up outside a door with 300 people to get this weed is? It's totally not habit forming. Even though I wake up and smoke weed immediately when I get up in the morning, it doesn't form a habit whatsoever.
You look like a crazy person.
That would be that's how weed people sound to me when they go, it's not habit forming. You're a liar. You're in denial. Stop it. Well, I can quit whenever I want. You know who else says that? People like me who have a Diet Mountain Dew every day. People who drink coffee every day. Every day. And, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, caffeine's not habit forming. The fuck it isn't. It's highly addictive. It feels great.
I think there are two types of weed smokers, and some of them do have to do it every day, and some of them just like it every now and then.
Then it's habit forming.
So is your Diet Mountain Dew.
But I don't but my point is,
you're just a little more crazy, I think.
I don't say that it doesn't.
I'm not even a weed guy, and I still understand.
But you do feel the need to defend the weird people, or the weed people, the weird.
No, I
don't.
I don't defend you.
Well, then you can't admit. You can't. You have to admit it's habit forming.
You know way better about me and my opinions on weed and people who need it every day. I actually find that relatively insulting.
Well, then you agree with me then.
I'm not as crazy as you are. That's insane.
I'm making fun of the weed people. I don't know why people get really sensitive when I make fun of the weed people too. That's a weird thing. It's like, come on, they're goofy, they're silly, it's fine. Everyone relax.
But you look like a meth addict.
Because I'm doing a fucking comedy radio show over here. So you go a little over the top. But I do find it funny. I think it's a funny thing about, the marijuana culture that they're like, oh, it's so, like, they almost act like it's righteous. They're like, oh, it's so much better for you than booze. It's not. Oh, it's totally not habit forming. It is. Just be a piece of shit like everybody else. Like, you're not noble. You're not better. You have a drug like everybody else has a drug. Your drug is very addictive. You can't live without your drug, just like the rest of the world. This idea that, oh, marijuana is just a magical plant and it's no more than any other plant is, oh, it's not habit forming in the least. Okay, you tell yourself that. You guys want to wake and bake? Yeah, it doesn't sound habit forming at all to me. So you guys are doing great over there. I just want people to live an honest life. That's all I want. And when people lie, it's very funny to me. When people lie to themselves, it's very funny to me. When they go, oh, not habit forming at all. Oh, what'd you do today? Well, I woke up, I smoked some weed. It's like, yeah, it's habit forming. Sorry.
But that's not everybody.
That's not everybody who drinks either.
Right.
But there's definitely a difference in how it's perceived by the people who do it. People who drink booze go, oh yeah, some people get fucking hooked on this shit. It can be really dangerous. You never hear anyone who smokes weed able to admit that. And it might be, they might just be a victim. That could be the case because it was illegal for so long. And, you could be thrown in jail for possessing it. So maybe they got defensive. That could be it. I mean, maybe they just got really defensive about it. The shitbird says e-begging is habit forming. You ain't fucking kidding. I'm addicted to e-begging. I literally have to do it for my life's blood. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I can quit whenever I want to. I can't quit whenever I want to. 260 away from today's goal. There you go. I have to e-beg, much like a lot of people have to smoke weed. And it's okay.
I think anybody who has to do anything has a problem.
Right. And then that substance is thus habit forming. I think a lot of weed people told themselves that lie and then told us that lie because it was kind of one of those, what do you call it? Means to an end. They were trying to get it legal. And you notice that people who were big on marijuana could never take a backward step because then the anti-weed people would beat the shit out of them over that one. Like if you come out and you say, well, yeah, it's totally habit forming. Then the anti-weed people could go, well, see, we don't want to legalize another addictive substance, so absolutely not. I hope, and I can't remember who had this stand-up joke. It was great. They said, I'm pro-legalization of marijuana, so potheads will shut the fuck up. And I've always kind of agreed with that sentiment. I think weed people had to be really overbearing and obnoxious and kind of lie about their product a little bit because people were trying to throw them in jail for it. So they're like, hey, look, self-preservation. I really want to be able to smoke weed without getting hassled. Let's just, and anytime someone criticizes the product, just go, nuh-uh. So we can get this thing done. Now that it's legal, I hope marijuana people can, look themselves in the mirror and go, yeah, this can definitely get away from me and become a problem. Scarface with $5 says because it's still illegal on the federal level, legal weed is still a 100% cash business, making it easier to fudge the numbers on taxes and deal in the black market. That's definitely something I like about marijuana being legal, is that it's illegal at the federal level, so these people can kind of cheat the tax man.
Okay.
That part I like. I like it when people cheat the tax man. That's something I enjoy. Neat VT with $1.99 says definitely habit forming, but easy to quit. Well, it's fine, but again, habit forming nonetheless. 255 away from today's goal. We can do this, you guys. You're starting to get there.
Yeah, it looks good.
Starting to get there. 255 away. Like I said, in the next 25 minutes here, everybody throw in, get it under 200, and then I think we're on a great pace for today. So Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the best ways to do it. Then, of course, Rumble and YouTube after that, whichever works for you. Thank you for your support of our program. Tanner says you lump the non-productive ones with the productive ones. Not at all. Not at all. Again, that's that defensiveness. All my position is that it's habit forming.
I guess sometimes when you seem to get so like defensive of your stance, I think it's easy for people to see that or think that you are doing that.
Sometimes when you're dealing with the obnoxious, the only strategy is to be more obnoxious.
But they're not all that way. So when you kind of put it out there that you think they all are that way,
if you're
I can understand why people think you're a bit crazy.
If you're lining up around the corner on day one, I got news for you. You're a little addicted. You're a little addicted.
No offense. Like, if they're an addicted person already, they've got somewhere where they can buy it. They don't need to line up at a store. I would actually wager that most of those people have probably never bought weed before.
I would 1,000% disagree with that and feel very comfortable if we went and took a poll.
I don't know, man.
In that line.
Most people that are addicted have already got somewhere to go.
Thank you very much to Matthew C. with $5, Susie with 10, and Matthew with another 5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much for that, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate that. And that's going to drop us another 20. And all of a sudden, guys, 235 away. Very cool. Thank you so much. Today's shaping up to maybe be one where we do knock it out. So thank you. Keep the winning streak alive.
Looks good.
Yule Gibbons says people lined up on day one for fucking Chick-fil-A. You don't think that people in this country are addicted to fast food?
The fast food's terrible for you, but it is addicting. People, like, we just had a Dunkin' Donuts.
Or donuts.
That thing has been, like, wrapped around the parking lot type of line for a week now.
And would you say most of those people were people who have never had Dunkin' Donuts before, or were those people who were like, yeah, we got a fucking Dunkin' Donuts?
That's the only reason I'd go, because I am already addicted to coffee, and I have my certain coffees I prefer. I actually haven't been there yet, but the only reason I would go is because I haven't had it, and I want to try it.
Pool Scam Sam says April is right and Aaron is still chubby. Well, I don't need it to be 2 strikes against me. That's not nice.
That's just mean.
By the way, the weed joke I was talking about, apparently Daniel Tosh. I remember that now.
Okay.
It was a Daniel Tosh joke. He said, I'm pro the legalization of marijuana just so potheads will shut the fuck up. And it's true. I mean,
for me, like, I've maybe smoked, and I think you too, maybe once in like the last 2 years. And like, so for me, like, it's not that type of thing, but like, I can understand like going, like, if there's one in town here, oh wow, I could go try this actually. Like, it is a novelty, and I do think people go to a novelty thing.
Thank you to 50 and the 320 says missed August and covering September, but I bet the goal fails. New boot goofing. $40 from 50 and the 320. Uh-oh, guys.
Thank you.
Might as well just keep the rally going and knock the rest of the fucking thing out at this point. You're under 200 by 8 o'clock. It's a great day today.
That feels good.
195 away from today's goal. Ro Jogan says this show is not addicting. Yeah, you can quit whenever you want, right? Exactly.
So you should be pro-addicting things, or addictive things.
I'm not against them. I'm just pro-honesty. I'm pro-telling the truth about things. Shitbird says weed is gay, smoke fentanyl. The man has a point.
No, he doesn't.
Weed is pretty gay. I mean, it's not cool like cigarettes, you know?
Oh, you think cigarettes are cool now?
Yeah, in a leather jacket, you know, on the back of a motorcycle. Just
it does look pretty cool.
Smoking on some cigarettes. I think cigars look cooler than cigarettes, but I'm biased, I will admit.
You just like making that motion with your mouth.
Yeah, I love just putting brown sticks in my mouth and sucking on them. And you know that...
you suck too hard on cigars. It's weird.
I lip them too hard, too. It happens. Yeah. But you know... did you know women fuck up their faces from smoking? Not just like the nicotine and stuff.
Yeah.
Just sucking in the cheeks.
Yeah, babe. That's what all those lines around your lips are from.
Yeah, you turn into a fucking gremlin smoking
Men
cigarettes.
do that too.
Yeah, but men are allowed... Look, men are allowed to...
No, it's still a certain look.
Men are allowed to look that way because our shit is in our personality. You know? How many...
and all of your personalities are so stunning.
You're wonderful, right?
Yours included.
Really are amazing creatures. But women need to be pretty. If women aren't pretty, they're pretty much useless.
I do enjoy smoking something when I'm drinking usually, but yes, I mean, I can't imagine puffing on a cigarette 24/7.
You ever see a woman who's not pretty and it just makes you feel bad because you realize they're pretty much shit?
Because I figure whatever they've done, they've enjoyed. And that is their life now.
Every time I see an unfortunate looking child, I go, oh, they'll never know what it means to grow up happy because they'll be ugly. That's not good.
I was an ugly kid once.
Were you really?
I don't think I was very attractive between probably middle school and like all the way up to sophomore year.
Would you say you've been a happier person as an attractive woman or an ugly woman?
I think you're mostly unhappy in middle school anyways.
Don't divert the question. Here's something about you. Whenever I'm feeling proud of myself that I've walked into a situation where I can make a point, and then you go, you know what? No, I'm fucking lawyering him on this one. I'm fucking SVU. I'm spinning him. And I'm like, I get this look in my face where I'm so happy, and I go, and were you happier as an ugly child or a pretty child? And you go, no, I'm not giving him what he wants this time. No, you know what? Everybody was unhappy in middle school. Oh, it's like
my argument was
it's like I tied you to the train tracks and Rocky and Bullwinkle or Dudley Do-Right came by and saved you, and I went, damn you, Dudley Do-Right.
My argument was more so you can be an ugly kid and still turn out okay. I'm sure you weren't the cutest kid in the world.
See, I wouldn't know anything about that because I've always been adorable.
I'm just saying, I've had my ugly days.
Guys don't have to be good looking. It's really nice.
It does help.
It's one of our biggest perks.
It helps big time.
Sometimes it doesn't help, actually, because sometimes we're so good looking, we grow retarded because we don't have to develop a personality.
Oh, and then you're addicted to weed, man.
And then you get addicted to weeds. And you smoke the weeds all the time, and you never get out of it. Hulkamasha Baby says, just like they said, weed's not a gateway drug because someone that's never been high just starts doing heroin or meth. Yeah, that's the other bullshit thing that weed people used to say to get it legalized. They'd be like, oh, it's not a gateway drug. I'm like, yeah, someone just picks up a meth or a heroin needle one day after never. That's like saying beer's not a gateway booze. Like, bullshit. Hey, this beer's really good. Oh, you want to try whiskey? Why the fuck not? In for a penny, in for a pound. And then, you like this weed? Hey, you want to jump right to heroin? It's like, I've never tried any drug in my life. Heroin's a good one to start on.
Okay, but I will say this much. I have smoked weed before. I would never do a hard drug because I'm afraid of them. And I don't like feeling high, and I don't like feeling too drunk either.
Well, I
like being in control of my faculties.
Most people who smoke weed aren't going to smoke heroin. Most people who smoke weed aren't going to do heroin, but
that's those people's argument then.
But there's a difference between most people who smoke weed. It's kind of like the argument of not every Muslim is a terror. Back in the day we used to say not every Muslim is a terrorist, but every terrorist happens to be a Muslim. That doesn't mean that, Islam is terroristic. It just means that, if you smoke weed, who has a higher percentage chance of trying heroin? Someone who smokes weed or someone who abstains from drugs? Probably
obviously the first one. That seems almost too easy and retarded.
Yeah, so like everything's kind of a gateway to something else in that regard.
Yeah. You try your first McDouble at McDonald's and pretty soon you're eating at McDonald's every single day. And then it's Burger King and then it's Arby's. And
you know
Wendy's.
What? Fuck you, that was supposed to stay between the two. Oh, you know what? God damn it. Now you've gone too far.
And sometimes you go to China Star.
I haven't done that for a long time. I gotta see 218 on a scale before I'll go back to China Star.
I was down to 121.2 today.
Like a Holocaust victim. Neat Veet with $4.99 says, pothead here. People that smoked before legalization definitely aren't going to Red Lake. Shit's mad overpriced, and we already got hookups.
I 100% agree with that take.
Well, shit. You know
They're
what,
not
guys?
driving miles and miles to go to that place either.
We might have to consider the fact that maybe I'm wrong on this one. Not the gateway thing. I agree with Hulkamash on that one. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, I took the day off to be first in line for White Castle. Now it's a bank.
I miss White Castle sometimes.
Don't you just feel cheated on that whole deal? You showed your allegiance and they butt fucked you.
I like their little minced
onions.
Their little minced onions.
And little onions. You like Stone Cold E.T.? Just going in line to the White Castle?
I do not like E.T., so therefore I don't like Stone Cold E.T.
What'd you say, E.T.? What? What'd you say, E.T.? What? I said Stone Cold E.T. I love that he keeps calling himself Stone Cold E.T. But like a little onion. Oh, yeah.
No.
You got to watch Stone Cold E.T. if you reference Stone Cold E.T. Just not the whole thing.
This is Stone Cold E.T. and I just want to order a couple White Castles to go.
So sorry, can you repeat that again?
I said Stone Cold E.T. would like a couple cheeseburgers and maybe a drink, and I would like to get out here as soon as possible, and that's the bottom line.
Okay, do you want to slow down? Because I can't understand anything you're saying.
Fucking E.T.
Okay, you want Stone Cold E.T. to pull up what's that?
Just pull up to the first window.
I want to hear him order his...
Like the Texas rattlesnake.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah! I whooped some ass. Because you know, Stone...
I want to hear him order his... here we go.
This is Stone Cold E.T., and I want to order a couple cheeseburgers, and that's the bottom line. Because you know, Stone Cold E.T. like to come to White Castle, order a couple cheeseburgers to fill me up before I whoop some ass. Give me a hell yeah if you're down with Stone Cold E.T. Oh, hell yeah!
I would be so mad at this guy if I'm behind him.
Well,
honestly, he's obnoxious.
In fairness, it's a White Castle, so there's probably nobody behind him.
I disagree with you.
That's the nice part about that. Riding Dirty Llama says, I have crystals around me and way too much bread. White Castle, way better. Oh, see, there you go.
I don't even know what a crystals is.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, is this the same guy that does Sling Blade at fast food restaurants? No, different guy.
Sam Skeezy says this is dumb.
Well, then some people think it's dumb. You know what?
You get angry when somebody has too big of an order in front of you.
Some people thought that Thomas Jefferson was dumb. And he wrote the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, yeah.
Some people thought that Thomas Edison was dumb. And now we're all bathed in light. Thank you very much.
And we're addicted to it, too.
Doorman says it may work better if you call it tee-ups rather than goal. New Boot Goof, and have a great day. Thank you. $40.
Thank you.
From Doorman. Look at that, boys and girls. All of a sudden, this is becoming a goal-oriented day. You guys know you're only 145 away from overtime already? And I don't think, we're not even halfway through today's show.
Oh, we're close, though.
Hot shit, cooler than a pilot in a cockpit. Tell her come gobble on this PK cock bitch. Here we go. 145 away from this morning's goal. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very much for all of the lovely support. Wow, pushing 800 people between Rumble and YouTube this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting all of those great buttons that keep us in the algorithm and keep people finding our show. We really do appreciate it. Trump and Biden shown in a statistical tie for the 2024 race in new polling. I'll say this. I just... How is Joe Biden not losing every poll he's in? I mean, this country is so polarized and this country is so team red and so team blue that, I mean, honestly, they would rather watch the guy they like be in office and suck ass than pick someone they don't like and things might get better. It's incredible to me.
Do we forget to check in with our own lives and see how things are going? And, versus
right.
Looking at our mascot.
We literally look at the color of our shirt, and then we look at our bank account. We go, you know what? I got to vote for my shirt color here. I can't. So again, it's kind of what I always talk about, and I upset people with this sometimes, but I believe it. And that is that I don't blame politicians anymore. I don't blame corporations anymore. I 100% blame the people.
It is the people's fault. We do have a choice.
That
is if our votes count.
Yeah, that's a good point too. But it's
I don't know. I do vote just in case it
counts. Make it such a wide lead that they can't cheat their way out of it. I mean, the fact that people look at that jersey and then they look at their bank account and they vote the jersey rather than the bank account. I mean, you can't tell me if you're a regular person that life is easier for you than it was 4 years ago.
No. And that jersey color that you're wearing won't save you or your bank account or your family.
Oh, right. They'll throw you in the same camp, by the way, when things get bad.
Precisely.
They'll put us in there with each other and we'll fight. So Biden is currently 0.7% ahead in polling. That is a statistical tie. Now, the thing about Trump is you got to beat him by 3 or 4 points in the popular vote in order to win, because remember, you've got the Electoral College. And Trump wins by such a wide margin in these smaller states that he lost by 1 or 2% to Hillary Clinton in the popular vote.
Yeah.
And he kicked the shit out of her in the Electoral College because, he'll win, Wisconsin by 0.8%, but then he'll lose California by 30 points.
Yep.
And that'll be a way bigger popular vote difference, but good for him in the Electoral College. So all the states that he wins, he'll win by like 1 or 2%. and all the Democratic states where the populations are, he'll lose by 30 or 40%. So he could get 300 electoral votes, but he'll end up with, losing the popular vote by 2%. So I think if you're going to run against Trump, I think you've got to be leading in that popular vote by at least 2 points to feel like you have a shot at winning.
I just truly am. I'm a bit shocked, I guess, at how delusional people are. And like, I can't, any polls that come out like this, new Biden's ahead. I don't know how you're a Democrat and you feel good about what's going on right now. It's exhausting.
In fairness, I don't think they feel good about what's going on now. I think they're mortified. It's, you know what it is? It's Howard Stern and COVID. That's how they view Trump. They could never go back to it. Even if he only got the sniffles and it was all fine, and he ended up, getting a little immunity to COVID, and that was a positive thing. He's too afraid to even try.
What if there was like a signed document that promised this shit would turn around? Would you still vote Biden?
They would say it was written by Trump. So I think a lot of these people, they look at, how bad things are now, and they go, yeah, but it'll get way worse with Trump, and he's so scary. And they probably even convince themselves that a lot of the things that are going wrong now are Trump's mess that Biden's still working on cleaning up.
Well, and you see, this is why I hate people. I don't like people as a whole. I don't like them.
They got to vote that shirt color before they vote their own self-interest.
This show has felt it. All sorts of small, family-owned businesses feel it. I mean, everyone's bank accounts fucking struggle now. You're always crossing your fingers, you make as much as you need every week so you can take care of your family and stuff. It's not the same as it was a couple of years ago. It's just not.
I saw a recent poll, 60% of Americans are now paycheck to paycheck. 60%.
Isn't that scary?
Yeah, the 2/3 of the country almost.
And I remember what that was like. And it's not fun, you guys. I did paycheck to paycheck for many years after I left Litchfield.
Every Friday, it's just sweating bullets, hoping you don't get a notification that your account went negative.
Fuck, yeah. Shit, is my rent paid for? Do I have groceries? Do I have any car problems? Do I have medical bills?
Yeah, credit card debt. I guess the average credit card debt now is like $7,600 or something like that for the average American. It's fucking insane.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, people worry about things they've never worried about before.
But don't worry, the polls are just tied right now. The good news about that is, unless they throw Trump in jail, which they may try to do, I think if they can't throw him in jail and they can't get a COVID lockdown started again, that question that Tucker asked Trump about what they might try to do to him next, I'm worried they might do that part. Because they seem bound and determined to never let him get near the White House again.
And that to me is just disgusting. It makes me really disappointed in my country.
And honestly, if they went that route, with Trump because they couldn't get him in jail and they wanted to do literally anything to keep him from being president, and they actually went and did that, that's Civil War 2.0.
I thought about it.
It's over at that point. You're not going to keep this country together if they perceive that you executed a political rival.
Like how far does the usual, the average American citizen here have to be pushed, I guess, until something like that happens?
It's scary.
A death of a potential person who could turn this shit around.
It's a scary concept. Yeah.
It's not far off though.
Skeezy throws us a link and says, this guy nails our current situation. All right. Oh boy.
Because democracy basically means...
All right, I just want to say before this guy gets going, I love him. He just looks like a guy that I love. I like this guy. I see wisdom in his eyes.
And beard.
Whatever he's about to say makes perfect sense to me. Is he alive?
Government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
Okay, that was worth the wait. That guy's fantastic. Victor, you know what to do with that. Please clip that. I need to hear that again.
For the people. But the people are retarded.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
I would never sit here and pretend to be the smartest person in this room. I just wouldn't. But I do know what a bank account looks like. I do know what like bills look like, and I know that things are stressful.
I can't remember who said it, but they said if you're going to have a democracy, you have to have an educated public. And I think that guy pretty much hit the nail on the head. We have a retarded public, so you can't have a good democracy.
Oh, look at some of the arguments that we have and on a daily basis in some cities now. We're more concerned about like pushing transgender shit on kids and all that than fixing our economy.
Or or pronouns in video games, god damn you. We're gonna nip that one in the bud, and then everything's gonna be fixed. I don't want to do that again. I don't want to get into that. I don't want that smoke again. God damn it, you people. Some of you gamer people, just fucking it's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, apparently there aren't enough trans rights for children out there, but the economy's fine.
Look, we can fight
psychos.
We can fight over trans kids once everybody has retirement, paychecks, pensions, all that. We can fight about trans stuff after that.
No, I don't even want to do it then. We've had it figured out for like the longest time. You can be a fucking trans person and decide to do that someday. Leave it alone. It's fine.
Do you ever sit back some days in the last year or two and just wonder, China, what the fuck are you waiting for? Like, what are you waiting for us to get even weaker than this? I mean, this is pretty bad.
They're measured. They know what they're doing.
I'm pretty sure our Navy ships are about to start flying rainbow flags pretty soon. So, I mean, you can pretty much get after it anytime. Fauci's Pangolin with $5 says, I smell a rally. Well, I love rallies.
Thank you.
I love them. Oh, yeah.
All kinds?
All kinds of them, no matter where they take place.
Mostly trans.
Name a few towns, name a few cities that a rally could happen in. I probably love them. 140 away from today's goal. Guys, thank you for the incredible rallies you've had today. We have a very low goal at the moment.
Thank you.
We're a little less than halfway through today's show, and you guys are only 140 away from knocking it out today. So yeah, rally as the Aristococks say, rise. Speaking of video games, I am gonna
Careful.
I'm gonna delve into it. I'm gonna be very sensitive here because I know that the video game crowd, you can rile them up. They get riled pretty easily over their video games,
especially like coming from like a non-gamer. They don't like those opinions.
Yeah, and I'm not considered a gamer. I say usually around September, October, I buy Madden.
Did you see that the new UFC game cover was released?
I did. Who's on it?
I think, fuck.
I've never heard of him. Is he any good? That sounds Brazilian.
He is Brazilian.
Is he a Brazilian guy? Shit fuck. It's time!
I forgot.
In the red corner, here's the reigning, defending, welterweight champion of the world from Brazil. Shit fuck. So it wasn't shit fuck?
It wasn't shit
You're looking it up. April's looking it up. So,
UFC 5 cover athletes.
Brendan Schaub.
It's a joke, apparently.
Brendan Schaub.
Can you just tell me who it is?
UFC 5 cover.
Valentina and Volkanovski.
Okay, that's good.
Why is that a joke? People are apparently outraged.
Volkanovski's awesome and Shevchenko's really good.
Yeah, but people are outraged, Aaron.
They probably wanted Nunez on there maybe.
Yeah, but why? We all know who that is.
They probably wanted marketability. You know who I think will be on there next year if they don't lose and they don't get completely flattened? You know who I think is going to be a big marketable star for them?
Sean O'Malley.
Sean O'Malley. Yeah, and look, I'm not saying that, I know people are going to shit on me for that. They're going to go, he's not the best. I'm not saying the best.
No, but he's a character, too.
Right.
He's a person.
I'm not saying the best. I'm saying that he's going to be the most marketable guy. I think people will really, really kind of gravitate towards
Sugar
him.
Sean O'Malley is a pretty cool marketable name.
Yeah, I think O'Malley will probably be on the cover of the next one. People are saying, Volkanovski lost to, who did he lose to? Islam? Did he try to move up and fight Islam?
In fairness, we've all lost Islam.
So is Western civilization. So, it happens. But yeah, you get Volkanovski tried to move up and take a second title, and he failed. But then he won. He won his last fight. And I guess Shevchenko just lost also. So they're mad about that. But they picked that cover before she lost.
Okay, but also you could pick anybody on there, and I'm sure they've lost a time or two. Like, what are you going to do? You pick red or black, it's going to be the opposite someday.
UFC 4, they put Adesanya and fucking, what's his name? And Street Jesus, Jorge Masvidal. They put Masvidal on the cover of the last one. Who loses more than Masvidal?
The American people.
Right, the American people. You got to go to the American people before you can find somebody who loses more than Jorge Masvidal.
That Vietnam War recipient, by the way, that fucking Joe fucking Biden walked out on.
Yeah.
Poor little 81-year-old
Tell me
man.
he didn't die.
I don't know. I heard about him on the news today, though. They were talking about how fucking... I don't even like calling him president. I don't. He's disgusting. Biden walked out on him, and it's just this poor little 81-year-old man getting this really epic thing, and he's sitting up there crying, and there's supposed to be a president standing next to him with that backdrop. He stood off to the side so he could be included, and he just wasn't there for him.
Just fucking off, yeah.
So I saw it again this morning, and I felt so bad.
Yeah, it's, the Biden leaving that guy in the lurch thing is just, what was shocking to me about that is that the Vietnam vets are now 81 years old.
It's bad for morale, too. It really is. That type of thing.
Somebody said earlier in the chat, they go, Aaron, you got to pop that zit, bro. I tried yesterday. I mangled the fuck out of this thing on my forehead here. I mangled the piss out. I was trying to. It was so like it was full and it was it was tender to the touch, and I'm like, that thing's ready to go. And I'm just squeezing the fuck out of it, and I think I fucked it up.
Sexy talk in the morning.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, guys. This pus-filled thing on my head just doesn't seem to want to pop.
We can remedy that today.
Should we poke it?
We could
lance that motherfucker.
it, and I can put a mighty patch on it for you.
What do you guys think? Should I lance the bulbous bump on my head?
Because I'm looking at it right now, and I want to update you on the color. So it's red, so it looks very infected, by the way.
Which is nice.
Which is probably not good for your headgear.
Probably shouldn't wear headgear tonight with an infected head wound.
No, you know what we can do? We can either put a mighty patch on it before you put your headgear on, or put like a tiny round Band-Aid on it, but that thing looks pussy underneath, like it needs to be
relieved.
Drained.
There you go. Guys, I got to show you something. Before we talk about this video game story, and I have a really shitty take that you guys are going to hate, I got to show you. I want to see if I can find my new headgear. I found my new headgear.
Did you order
yesterday.
some?
No, but I'm really excited about it.
Did you tell the kids here what I did yesterday with you?
April got in the ring, and she sparred with me yesterday.
Tiny bit.
I didn't punch the shit out of her.
No, but you did give me some little kisses to the face and stuff. And I'm like, this is fun. I got one good right hand on his face. It felt good. One though.
Where is my God? There it is. That's my new headgear I want. I like that one. The ultralight headgear.
The color's cool.
That looks fun and comfy.
What's the back of that thing look like?
My asshole. Just looks all blown out and weird. Yeah. It's $85 headgear, so it's not the cheapest headgear in the world.
No, you find deals on it.
But it's not the most expensive headgear in the world either. That shit can get expensive.
Well, you saw it on like Amazon. You can get it for like $10 less than that.
I like that one. That's the one I want, is the ultralight.
I'll save your pennies.
Yeah. Yeti Flyer says, Aaron's getting the shit kicked out of by April now makes sense.
I got one good hit on.
P. Fletch says, Aaron, practicing for the annual Policeman's Domestic Violence Championship. Well, I was trying to get her to jab to the body because she kept trying to jab my head. And
it's hard. It's upwards.
And she wasn't punching through my guard. She was just kind of meeting my gloves, and I was just kind of knocking them down. So I said, all right, try going to the body. And then so she jabs to the body, and I kind of open up my elbows a little bit. She hits me there. I go, okay, now watch. And then she keeps jabbing to the body. I go, watch what my hands do. Watch what people's hands do when you jab to the body. I went like that. I went like that. That over and over, and I go, then what do you do? And she goes, oh, a right hand. So I go, all right, jab to the body, boom, and right hand, and boom, I took one to the head. So,
it did feel good.
It was very nice. So she likes she likes punching me in the head.
I've actually never sparred before. I've only done mitts, I think, and maybe glove to glove with you.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun. I'd do it again.
Sean says, I grew out of zits like 30 years ago. I still get them.
That's the worst I've seen on you, though, in a long time, except for the chest ulcer you had the other day.
I'll be very honest with you. I like getting them. They're fun to play with. They're fun to pop. I'm a disgusting piece of shit. And I comp to that.
You kind of like getting scraped up too, because you like a good scab to pick.
I like a good. Oh God, I'm all dinged up from the wedding, and now I got big old things to pick at.
They
and
could
everything.
be healed by now, son.
Maybe, but what?
You're gonna get MRSA in the gym because you keep picking your stabs.
Well, then I'll ask God for His mercy when I get MRSA.
Yeah, after you spent your whole life saying I don't believe in God.
The only thing shittier than that joke is apparently my take on video games. So I think we should talk about video games. People seem to really like my take on video games. Oh, also, thank you to all the people on Rumble following the show. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Everybody hit like if you're on YouTube or Rumble. Share the program. Keep those numbers going upward. We appreciate that. Activision will be using a new AI to monitor and punish hate speech on games like Call of Duty. Guys, I actually like this. I think this is good. I know. I'm ready for the gamers to yell at me because they don't like censorship in their video games. But I think this AI mod is going to be a good thing. And them punishing hate speech on these video games or attempting to moderate hate speech out of video games, I think is a good look. I think it's a good thing. I'm glad Activision is doing this. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
If we're ever going to break AI and get it to, spin around and the whole system to collapse, it's by them trying to moderate out hate speech words in gaming. I mean, you talk about a futile effort. You think the cops in the inner city have an impossible job of trying to get crime down to zero? Try to get hate speech out of video games.
That's kind of the annoying part, though. Why even try? Like, why do you have to insert this? Like, Activision, like, this... It's just, like...
I have a theory. I have a theory as to why they're doing this. Think YouTube.
Social pressure?
No, think YouTube. I think these internet gaming... I think Activision... I think they're going to find a way to put ads into the gaming experience.
Well, then there's...
And in order to get advertisers, you can't have little kids on there yelling the N-word at people. And so I think they're going to try and sneak advertising into these games somehow because the advertisers are going to see it as such a profitable thing to get advertisements into these virtual worlds. But they're not going to want to go in there if the N-word is being thrown out there and there's anti-gay stuff and anti-black and anti-this and anti-that. So I think they're actually gearing up for some kind of ad-friendly thing.
Okay, but... Like over time, games have sold themselves. Like, people are not going to be happy if there's now advertisements and shit in it. And advertising in games and stuff used to be like product placement or,
sure,
when it opens up and, Activision or esports or whatever and all that stuff. Like, you flips through a few different things real quickly and then you're done. And now it's time to immerse yourself in this game that you wanted to escape to.
Skeezy says, no more 8-year-olds saying the N-word, then what's the point of online gaming?
Right.
Victor says, bro, the only reason for Call of Duty existing these days is the fire as fuck voice chat. See? I mean, if you try to delete all of the hate speech on video games, you're going to have to just delete the video game. You're just going to have to get rid of the whole thing and scrap it.
It does seem like a shot in the foot if you're the video game.
You know what you do? This is the adult thing to do.
Yell the N-word. That's what I like to do as soon as these cameras are off.
The adult thing, if you're Activision, is to turn and look the other way while everyone yells the N-word at each other. That's all you got to do.
Why can't we be allowed in adult space to be fucking adults anymore and say whatever the fuck we want without censorship or like being babysat by fucking Activision?
Right.
I don't like that.
And besides, even if you get rid of the N-word, it's still going to be guys blowing each other's heads off with high-powered rifles through a scope.
And there'll still be 13-year-olds saying, I'm going to go fuck your mom tonight.
Right. Is that going to be hate speech? They're trying to fuck my mom.
Yeah, it's essay against mothers now.
Yeah. Are you going to try and get that out of there? Trash talking is as old as video games themselves. People have been slamming each other in video game competitions all the time. Especially when it comes to network-linked games. It's just part of the package. So, of course, a woke gaming company wants to put a stop to it. Gaming giant Activision last week began listening in to gamer chatter during using an AI program which scans conversations for toxicity.
Of our city.
Now, first of all, the toxicity thing. It always seems to lean towards one political bend over another. Like, you never see an AI program look for toxicity in a chat and see like people hating Christians and go, well, that's toxic. That's very offensive to a lot of people. We better clear that out of there. Mm-hmm. If you go, hey, you have a dick, you're a dude. You have a vagina, you're a woman. Like, oh, wow, whoa, what's with all the toxicity in this chat room here?
And they always align that with Republicans too. Republicans are racist and nasty.
You know, they'll never go like, oh, whoa, what do you got? Your invisible friend up in the sky? It's like, wow, that's really trashing the beliefs of billions of people on this earth. That's pretty fucking toxic, I would say. Better get that out of there. Nope, they won't do that. But if you go, if you're playing a video game and you have Kindergarten Cop on in the background and the little chubby kid goes, boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. Come on, we can't be toxic.
That's hurtful.
During these video games.
Offensive.
It hurts a lot of people. I mean, you could argue that those people mentally have already been hurt, but it doesn't matter.
Somebody's going to off themselves for hearing that. Well, then I'd say that person wasn't cut out for things.
Yes. Then what are you doing in an Activision game? The gaming giant has partnered with tech firm Modulate to develop ToxMod, a program which searches both in-game text and voice chats for hate speech, discriminatory language, sexism, harassment, and more. You know, that's nice. We're just getting ourselves one step closer to basically having headsets that have built-in remote-activated, electric shock in them.
Yeah, it's going to be like a bark collar for dogs, but like, racial slurs. Zzz.
Yeah, you can't.
Sexist.
I bet you can't shock me, you stupid. Bzzz. Oh, my God, I'm being shocked.
Now you got little kids pissing their pants.
Yeah, now little kids just pissing themselves playing video games. And like, the parents find out they were saying the N-word, and that's hey, why are you coming out of your game all twitchy? Were you saying the N-word again? God damn it.
Eventually leads to brain damage because people get zapped so many times.
Call of Duty's new voice chat moderation system utilizes ToxMod, the AI-powered voice chat moderation technology from Modulate, to identify in real time and enforce against toxic speech, including hate speech, discriminatory language, harassment, and more.
So really no fucking your mother comments.
No, I don't think you can fuck anyone's mom anymore.
Well, then I don't want to play.
Yeah, how are you even going to have a game? You basically have to turn off voice chat at this point. Right?
That's it. If you want to play online with anyone, part of the fun is shit talking each other.
Yeah, like if you can't fuck a guy's mom in a video game, then you don't have a video game. I'm sorry. If you can't tell a guy you're going to, butt fuck his corpse after you kill him in the game, do you really even have a video game at that point?
I don't think so.
That's more than half of it for a lot of people. They won't even go online and play. They'll just play the story mode or whatever if they can't go on and talk shit to people.
Right. Like, I mean, it could sound retarded as all hell, but video games are 100% just an escape for people. I've heard it time and time again, and part of that is just getting a little like rage happy, and you get to say whatever you want. And as soon as you start taking that away from especially shooter games like that, it's over.
State of Decline says the AI is going to kill itself after one day, right? It's just going to, like the old-timey movies with robots where their head starts spinning around and just explodes.
Like fembots.
Yeah, actually. Like fembots. Gordy says, everyone wants to F my mommy.
Well, that's what they say in the gaming world,
I gotta fight them off. That's why I spar so much, is I gotta be able to fight off all the people who want to fuck Gordy's mom. No one even wants to pay for live when you can't even say fuck your mom, says somebody.
Right, you'll just skip that part.
Wouldn't that be great if Activision had to come out and like clarify because people got so pissed that they're going to start moderating the chat? And like Activision came out and go, whoa, no, wait, guys, wait, hold on. We want to make one thing clear. You will still be allowed to threaten to fuck your opponent's mother or father. We don't want to engage in any kind of hatred.
No one says that.
Towards any group. You can fuck all the parents you want in the chat. We're just banning certain words.
How about gam?
Look, for my personal taste, that's too far. But I'm a free speech guy. Call me granddad because I fucked your nan. Veldrain says online toxicity will be the end of World of Warcraft as we know it, and not poor sales. Yeti Flyer with $2 says, will they catch me when I shout in German?
No.
I don't know. That AI is pretty sharp. I'm not sure.
I'm so annoyed. Like, even on my phone yesterday, I'm trying to look up this place that I got to go to Saturday. And it starts, my phone updated, and now it's asking me if I'd like to enable this AI to help me search online. And I'm like, no. I have searched for almost 30 years by myself. I don't need your help. Why is this happening?
You gotta utilize that AI, man.
Ooh, do you want to do this? I hate Snapchat right now too because there's a my AI on there, and I'm like, I don't want my AI involved. Can I just send pictures of food and kids and dogs?
Like life really
without you?
Life really is one of those tech movies like iRobot or something like that, where it's like, we know the answer. We know this new thing we're introducing is bad and it's going to be too far and it's going to be terrible. And we fucking sprint for it.
And do you know like what the worst part is? Like, let's take my AI on Snapchat. There's not even a way to disable it, like to get rid of it. It's just there now.
Yeah. So you can't like take it down.
No, it's just there.
I don't know. I'm not a Snapchat guy, so I don't know. I go to you for these kind of things. Bigot on Socialist Media says, one of the newest games I've been playing lately is Age of Empires 2. Oh, the best Age of Empires. Absolutely. Yes. You guys should see the games I play when I play. I had to recently go dig out my dusty old laptop because I wanted to play a game that was on there.
Guys, buckle up. This is gay.
There's a game I can't play on this nice computer that we have here because it's too old. It's not compatible. It won't fit.
Too old.
It won't work. It's a game from 2005. It's called Imperial Glory. And I think at one point, April looked at my computer when she heard the music and she goes, why does every game you play have the gayest fucking music possible? Because there's like the tingly dingly doos on Total...
Like flute music.
On Medieval 2 Total War.
Piccolos.
And then there's the really aggressive toodly doos on Bannerlord. And then I think the Napoleonic era game I'm playing, Imperial Glory, has doodly doos.
And you know what? He lays in bed for, hours on it if he has time. And I'll ask him sometimes, I'm like, so what are you doing? Like, what is it? And you're making trades.
I'm trading. I'm
trading.
I have like a large food stocks, but I don't have a lot of money. So I'm engaging in diplomacy.
I want you to sit in that for a minute.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing.
I'm an intelligent man who engages in diplomacy to better my relations with smaller states so they'll become client states of my empire.
Are there ever wars?
Yeah, oh yeah, there's wars.
See, I would start with that. So it sounds less gay.
But see, I simulate the battles. I don't actually do them myself.
I would sit and say, like, I have to engage in diplomacy so that the wars go better for me. I would sit and say, I'm just
you engage in the diplomacy so you can avoid the wars. Because you don't want to use up your troops. And if you go to war, you want to attack someone where you can take a territory that they didn't have any troops on, so it doesn't cost your troops, and then you ask them for peace so you can annex that territory. And then include it in, you're trying to avoid death.
Look at me.
Yeah. I'm soaking wet, right?
I'm so soaked for you right now.
Yeah, I get it. I hear you. Would it help you to know that I took the Prussian Empire, which is like the weakest one in the game, and I'm currently the largest empire? That's pretty crazy, right?
I have to pee.
No, that's just you squirting.
I'm going to go pee quick.
From all this. All right. Yeah, no, Imperial Glory is a really good game. You guys should absolutely check it out. It's very, very good. Have you played Empire Total War? I have not. I tried to play Rome Total War. I didn't like it. It seemed too complicated for me. Look, man, I'm very simple with my gaming. Gordy says, I just soaked Daddy's pillow. Oh, there's dog cum all over my pillow now because I got him all excited about Imperial Glory. Son of a bitch. I got to remember to stop doing that. Jesus. Aaron 100 RS says Aaron 100% is a civilization revolution guy. I don't know what that is. So I'm sorry to let you down. I don't know what that one is. I did try to play those Sid Meier's civilization games. Too gay for me. I like that one guy mentioned Age of Empires 2. Great. Awesome game. Mountain Blade Bannerlord. Killer. Imperial Glory. Great. Rise of Nations Extended Edition. Awesome. All of those games. Very good. Freedom's Lunch says, I play Rome Total War 2 in God mode. Again, don't know what that is. And I think I did get Rome 2 Total War. All right, now that all the pussies are wet, I like to do that. I like to get everybody really horny, and then I like to move on in the show. All right. So anyway, this AI thing with Activision, all seriousness, it's a terrible fucking idea. Of course it is. And all these companies, it's interesting because we're kind of at a tipping point with all the social credit score, diversity and inclusion shit, where there's still companies out there that are trying to score their points. But then there's the bigger ones who I think they kind of started it and then they got everybody doing it. And now they're getting rid of it. They're getting rid of the ESG shit and all that. Like BlackRock and the really big hedge funds and shit. All their companies now are going away from ESG and social credit scores. And it's kind of a dirty trick they played because they started it. And then, of course, in the corporate world, everybody just kind of copies what somebody else just did, what the big guys do. So they went ahead and started it. And then all these other companies did this social credit score shit, which most of their customers find repulsive. And then BlackRock just went, all right, see you later. We're out of here. We're not doing this shit anymore. It's kind of brilliant when you think about it. Get all your competitors and everyone else doing the same thing that sucks. And just fuck off and stop doing it after they all start. I like that. It's dirty. It's disgusting. It's corporate America. Matt Melt with $1.99 says, on Steam, get Command & Conquer Remastered. Oh, shit. Command & Conquer is on Steam? Well, then I think I know what I'm doing this weekend when the kids are playing with their friends. Let's move on. I can't wait to get to this Tucker Carlson thing a little bit later. Oh, and we have the Logan Paul's girlfriend suing Dylan Danis thing. Got a lot of fun stuff for today's show. So be sure to hit like, be sure to hit subscribe. I got a fun game to play here. We're only 140 away from today's goal, and we've still got like an hour and a half left in the show, unless we, hit the goal and do overtime. You guys want to get that under 100 by the top of the hour? I'm not complaining. Don't bring that shit in front of me. Put that evil over there. I'm not eating any of that shit. I already feel like garbage. How dare you bring that in front of my face? By the way, I think I've only had 2 of those.
I want you all to see that this is how I'm responded to with nice things I bring.
I'm a fat fuck, and I've got to go spar today, and I know I'm probably going to sneak out and grab a soda at some point, so I got to,
How about you stop having sodas?
I probably should.
I almost have no sodas per week now.
Well, you're a much better person than
No,
I am.
I'm just saying I had to work at that because I was a total Coke addict. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola.
No, how do you say it?
No.
How do you say it?
You know what? I already had to change my jeans once because I was so soaked from that sexy conversation. We're not saying this.
How do you say it?
Nope.
Coca-Cola. Mad Men reference. Mr. Approachable says, I'm telling you, Aaron, you're going to hit 232 again. I'm not. I woke up at 226 this morning, and that was very harrowing for me. But don't worry. 226. I'm usually between 220 and 225. That's not good. So, but good news, sparring day, I usually lose at least 2 pounds morning to morning.
Do you know what your problem is, though? Is you lean on that one day a week and just be like, oh, Thursday will clean it up for me.
No, the goal is to knock down a pound every day and then 2 pounds on sparring day when I, have a bad weekend. But
look, I think it's great that you do have that one kind of day, but you got to start trying to manage somehow the other days.
Need Trump says this pop is very bad for you, and it's hard to quit drinking it when your alternative is just water. I know a guy that quit drinking pop, and he lost 60 pounds.
Yes.
Yeah, the soda thing will fuck you up. That's for sure. Even the diet stuff.
Yes, because you know what? Whatever carbonated beverages, they bloat you too.
Yeah.
And you are really like a fiend for them. I think they're delicious, but at some point I stopped drinking it enough that it seemed too sugary to me now when I do drink it. And a nice ice cold water is actually refreshing compared to that.
I drank a buttload of water yesterday.
You have to start telling yourself how much you like things like water. And
I know. I always want little flavors in my waters because I
squeeze a lemon in it.
I want some flavors. I want some fruity flavors in my water.
God, you're so gay.
As you sit there, you have eaten that entire tray of donuts.
Okay, guys, this is great. It's almost hunting season, and these are back. These are apple spice donut holes, and they are moist, and they are delicious, and my favorite. And they're here, and I'm going to eat them.
I have had 2 of those in the last 24 hours.
That's not true.
I have had 2 in the last 24 hours.
What are you doing, shaming me?
You have cashed that whole thing. No, I'm just letting you know that I'm just trying to make you human with the rest of us. All right, let's go to this next story, which I do believe could kick off an episode of Law & Order SVU. Let's go ahead and check out what this woman is up to. This totally seems like a sane thing to do, and it's totally not going to backfire on her at all, and she's not too trusting.
A woman named Monique Jeremiah earns nearly 1,000 Australian dollars per month through a unique job she calls hot bedding.
Do you know what hot bedding is?
When you pee the bed?
Check it and see. Hot bedding.
Hot bedding. Apparently, hot bedding involves renting out the unused side of your bed to those in need.
All I can think of when I think of this stupid fucking idea is chong chong. I just think of a Law and Order grand jury convening right after this.
Because if somebody's in need, that means they're homeless and therefore probably unstable as well.
Right.
And now you're just inviting that into your bed.
What I think of is I think of like a lawyer in SVU questioning this woman on the stand. And, you know, her going like, you invited him into your bed, didn't you? You took his money to be in your bed. Doesn't that insinuate that you wanted to have sex with him? And blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but back in the interrogation room, fucking Benson will be in there and be like, oh, it's okay. It's not your fault. You just thought you were doing the right thing.
Right. This sounds like...
She's gone soft, by the way.
Benson?
Yeah.
She's in charge now. She better not.
Bitch.
While some people might be horrified at the concept of being in bed next to a stranger,
some whores fucking love it.
What is this video?
It's just a news video. But she rents out the cold side of her bed to a stranger for like $100 a night. And she sleeps next to a different person.
$100 a night?
But think about this. You're not going to get a high quality of person who's willing to do this. You're going to get mostly creeps.
Not only that, but if they have $100 to spend per night to sleep in your bed, I got news for you. They're not in need. They can afford it.
A 6-year-old from Australia says it's actually fine when you don't think about it too much.
Right, when you don't think about your potential safety hazards and you don't think about becoming a victim or anything else, it's actually a really great idea if you just kind of stop thinking.
Actually, like Uncle Bad Touch abusing you as a child isn't so bad if you don't think about it too much.
And, you know, she's not an unattractive chick. So that's another strike against her.
4,000 pounds of makeup on her face, though.
Well, yeah, and those eyelashes got to go. And the eyebrows are awful. But I mean,
keep looking.
If you strip it down, she doesn't look too bad, and she's got some titties. So, but that's worse. Like if Lizzo rented out the other side of her bed, first of all, you'd be sleeping in an aquarium. But second of all, okay, yeah, you're not going to be tempted to, you know, throw flour at her and fuck the wet spot. You know, a girl like this, you might look over and you'd be like, you think she wants to cuddle a little bit? Or is this purely a business transaction? One wrong grab of her ass later, and now you're being reported after, you know. This just seems like it's rife with abuse. It seems it's ripe for misunderstanding, and it's ripe for naughty touches.
Cuddles cost extra.
Oh, that's a smart business move. Mm-hmm. Not if you're big and strong enough. Cuddle if you want to.
Behind me is the queen size bed, which you can rent half with me and enjoy my company in my house. This particular bed is very comfortable. It's good for companionship, hot bedding. It's very social because I'm a social person.
So
if you want to be social, go to a fucking bar.
Not only
Join
that,
a sport.
I think I see again, you make this video and you have people do your hot bedding thing. This video kind of gives off the vibe of I'm down to fuck.
Really?
Right. I mean, I'm social. It's great hot bedding. It's a queen bed. You can sleep on the other side, and I'm very social. And this is look.
Okay, are your genitals social too?
It's kind of implied. What I'm saying is, I can see how someone would take this the wrong way, and this could end up in a courtroom. Like I just.
And it will, though.
When these things happen and you can see the bad thing coming from a mile away and the other person who's doing it is insisting that that's not going to happen, you're just like, have you met people?
This is just about as retarded as saying, oh, I'm going to only dabble in meth. I'm going to smoke meth probably once a week, and I won't become addicted to it.
Then you'll end up fucking the meth in your hotbed.
She's comfortable not only with the idea of sharing her room with a stranger, but also with sharing her bed. Monique explains that she can detach emotionally from the situation, and there are no emotional commitments involved.
Well, that's really healthy. Here's what I can do. I can turn off all my emotions and become an automaton of a person while I'm literally lying next to someone in my sleepwear. Okay, good. That doesn't scream any kind of issues that you might have.
Okay, I sleep naked. What if somebody who also sleeps naked goes and rents the other side of her bed? Now there's a dick or a puss out next to you. Is that just cool too?
She can detach.
What if these people don't shower? What if they stink? Like, now you're fighting.
Congratulations.
I don't get it.
And they said in the story, she's only making $1,000 extra a month doing this.
What if they're bedwetting?
Oh, then that should be some kind of penalty fine for that.
She identifies as sapiosexual, meaning she...
Oh, fuck you.
Why are you doing this to us?
Now
Aaron?
I'm about to go on an as rant at this point. Sapiosexual, quit current-yearing me!
Does that mean that you find sap sexual?
You just hump trees all the time.
God, that feels so good.
You fuck leaking trees. Oh, that's a sapiosexual.
Built-in lube.
Actually, I believe it's sapiosexual. You're into Savio Vega from the mid-90s.
Or
WWE.
salvo pancakes.
Yeah, or salvo pancakes.
Sapiosexual, meaning she values intellectual companionship more than physical intimacy.
No, you're not. You're just a damaged bitch trying to sound interesting to people. Stop it, you hippie.
And your bedroom partner doesn't care.
Right.
They don't care what kind of sexual you are.
And the guy who just paid $100 to rent out half of a woman's bed certainly doesn't give a shit either.
Mm-mm.
Interestingly, her first guest during the lockdown was her ex-boyfriend. She probably figured if she can't travel the world, at least she can let the world come to her. One sleepy stranger at a time.
I hate her.
This is the dumbest fucking thing.
That was a fake video, right?
No, that's real. That woman rents out half of her bed to strangers, and it's all going to work out great.
Do you know what I wouldn't do?
What's that?
On occasion, we have beds in this house that don't get slept in certain nights of the week. I think for those certain nights, we should, rent those out to people in need. We won't even sleep in them. Do you know how well that would go?
Yeah, no.
And you're not even sleeping in that bed. This is going to go badly.
It's also going to go badly, and when it goes badly, the news is going to go, oh, we feel bad for her. Oh, this is terrible, this and that. It's like, don't make me pretend to feel bad when I told you this was going to happen. And this is one of those people where you warn them, and then they insult you by going like, oh, I guess you just don't have faith in your fellow man, and I feel bad for you that you're so jaded. And then she gets butt dinged one night by one of her hot betters. And she goes, don't you feel bad for me? And I'm like, no, you fucking insulted me. You shit on me. And all I was trying to do was help you. So.
Yeah, but then somebody's going to be like, oh, that sounds like the what were you wearing? Like I was asking for it.
No, it's different because I told you, like, don't do this. There's going to be a creep and he's going to try to finger your butthole at the very least. And then she goes, oh my God, I've been butthole fingered. And you're like, yeah, I know. I said that was going to happen because you're renting your bed out to creeps. Sorry.
It's even worse. It's a fucking queen-size bed. Look, we have a king-size bed, and the two of us still
with the bragging. And the two of us still what? What do we do?
We take up space. Can you imagine sharing a queen-size bed with a stranger? So you're on top of each other? I'm okay sharing a queen-size bed with somebody that I'm either fucking or in love with or something. In general.
Fucking or in love
with.
If
this is both.
Sure.
Lucky for me.
Sometimes you're in love with someone, but you're not fucking them.
Sometimes I just fuck you and I don't love you that day.
You're fucking them and you don't love them. Yeah, right. Of course, I see.
So queen size bed though, being close proximity to each other that is fine. But can you imagine doing it with a stranger?
I mean, it's wild,
that's too close for me.
And again, it's one of those things where oh, those of you criticizing me don't understand and you don't trust people. Yeah, not to this level. You're damn right. Also, people are saying that April loves moist holes.
Oh, God.
With the apple spice donut holes she's eating. April is a moist hole fan. Real quick, Richard Kristofsky with a $100 super chat. He says, for your garbage video game takes. Thank you, buddy.
Wow.
I'll take it for my garbage video game takes. You guys have got us down to $70. I said under 100 by 9 o'clock, and look at you guys, as Chad Zumach would say, you're doing it.
That's insane, guys.
So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
That cut our goal in half. $70 away. I think we're one more small rally away.
Now, do we have to thank you for your bad takes?
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome for my dog shit video game takes. But if you guys would like to contribute, I appreciate it. $70 away. Stories with Joe 13 says, jaded, jealous fools. It's all fun and games until she gets R'd. She probably doesn't care.
Oh, but that's the truth, though, and it's going to happen.
Midland Armory says, check out some of the Airbnb horror stories. This sounds like it would be an excellent idea. All right.
I don't like how that video started out by saying, oh, she rents out half of her bed to people in need.
Yeah.
But somehow the people in need have $100 to spend per night on a bed.
If you're going to rent your bed out to anybody, not someone in need.
No, make it
someone without needs.
Somebody without needs. They're rich, maybe they're attractive.
How about a eunuch?
Eunuch?
Rent your room out to someone with no dick.
Do those exist?
Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's people
for
who
real?
have accidents. Yeah, fuck yeah. Familiar Human says she's like that lady. Oh, yeah, I remember this lady who hitchhiked. She wanted to hitchhike from like Turkey to Jerusalem or something to prove that Muslims weren't dangerous. She got R-worded and killed and left in a ditch. So that went...
now, is it insensitive of me to assume that you kind of asked for that treatment?
Oh, see, now you're suspended.
I think what happened to her is terrible, but you kind of put yourself in that world.
Lab Glass over on Rumble says, yeah, I get why you need a king-size bed. Look at how much room Aaron takes up on the video screen.
Buddy.
It's remarkably hurtful. I don't know how you guys can say that and feel like you're not engaging in bullying, for goodness sake.
Are you going to make it through?
Jeezy's Tall says, dog shit video game takes. People would have a field day with me playing with Doomsday DOS mods. I don't even know what that means, you fucking dork. She didn't, SH says, didn't ask for it, but should have expected it.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a big difference between, like, no, she doesn't deserve, nobody deserves to have anything like that happen to them, but, like, there are ways you can keep yourself out of those situations.
And one of those ways is not renting half your bed to a stranger.
Right. Guys, we are $70 away from today's goal. Let's get really greedy and see if we can knock the whole thing out by 9 o'clock. I got no problem. You can't get it if you don't ask. Am I right? Rational Redhead says, April, eunuchs exist, but we call them trans nowadays.
Yeah, how did I miss that?
Yeah. Lots of eunuch.
That's precise.
If anything, eunuch is making a comeback these days.
God bless, you know.
I'm very happy about this next story. I'm actually thrilled to report this. I think it's funny. I think it's good. Nina Agdal is now suing Dillion Danis.
Good.
Over the Logan Paul fight trolling.
Right.
And she has filed for a restraining order against him. I'll be honest. I think that I know a lot of people have been saying in our chat that they think it's funny and all that other stuff. I think the thing Dillion Danis is doing is shitty because it involves someone who's not involved with the fight.
Yep. She didn't ask for it.
You know, you're a big bad fighter and you're going to attack a woman. That's kind of a shitty deal. And like the stuff he's putting up there is like guys she's fucked before and her with little videos of her going, oh, I need dick so bad right now.
You know, as if
I don't know. If I'm Logan Paul and I see a video of my chick from back in the day going, I need dick so bad right now, and I'm currently that dick.
Right.
That's not the own that Dillion Danis thinks it is.
I'd agree. And as if like all of us don't have a past.
Right.
We've all done things.
You get to fuck other people before you fucked somebody else. So I think with this Nina Agdal thing, Dillion Danis is really flirting with defamation of character.
He is.
I mean, and not only that, now you're going to get killed by Logan Paul. Like, he's going to fuck you up.
He just seems retarded.
Dylan Danis can't box. Logan Paul, like, look, maybe a celebrity and you know, he's a pro wrestler, podcaster, whatever. But I've watched him box KSI. I've watched him box Floyd Mayweather. He can box. He's not great at it by any means, but he's definitely good enough at boxing to beat some Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy who historically they are fucking garbage at boxing. And let me say, Brazilian jiu-jitsu guys are as bad at boxing as a boxing guy, would be at Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Like, I would be awful at it. I'd get choked out in a second. But you're going to go in there with a guy who has boxing experience while you have none, and your idea is to troll not him, because you're not trolling Logan Paul. Like, if she cheated on Logan Paul and there were videos of that and he started putting those out there, that would kind of be trolling Logan Paul. You're putting up stuff of Nina Agdal before Logan Paul was ever in the picture, and you're using it to humiliate her. This has nothing to do with Logan.
Right, this isn't topical at all.
Yeah. Agdal beelined it to court Wednesday to file documents, claiming Danis has posted despicable things about her more than 250 times since his fight with Paul was announced earlier this summer. In her suit, she says she's suffered humiliation, emotional distress, and reputational harm, alleging that one post Danis made on August 11th in particular violated federal and state law. Well, yeah, I mean, he kind of just looks like a goofy-ass scumbag. And I know that hat, he's mocking Logan. Mm-hmm. But still, I mean, he just looks like a douchebag.
Yeah.
First of all, look at that sleeve. What a douche. That's a douche's sleeve right there.
It doesn't even look real. What is this wrist cut off action?
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
like
it
him.
all looks retarded.
I really hope Logan knocks him the fuck out. She says as part of the post, Danis threw up a sexually explicit image of her that was taken from a romantic encounter she had with a person more than 10 years ago. Again, that's where it's not trolling Logan Paul anymore.
No, this sounds like he's putting up like a nude of her or something.
Yeah. From a long time ago.
Yeah.
Danis posted the photograph entirely uncensored from his Twitter account without plaintiff's consent, Agdal wrote in the suit. Later that day, Danis reposted the explicit photograph in order to maximize the number of views it would receive. Ugh. The 31-year-old model claims Danis only agreed to delete it after Misfits Boxing, the organization behind the event, threatened to cancel the fight unless he took it down.
Well, yeah, look, he's going to hurt himself with like fight chances too.
Yeah. Agdal added in the suit that many of Danis's other posts have upset her, including a tweet he made on August 28th that she says showed a video of her from more than 6 years ago where she talked about her desire for intimacy during a period of celibacy. Okay, so she wasn't fucking at the time.
So that video where she came out and said, I just need dick right now or something like that was probably when she was being celibate and she was talking about how she feels.
Right. She wasn't.
What an asshole.
Yeah, guys, he's a complete douche.
See, this just shows like everything on the internet can 100% be taken out of context and used like to defame people and stuff like that.
Yeah, and if you do this and it's your strategy to get Logan Paul to be upset and enraged and fight recklessly, that's okay. That's an interesting strategy if you can box. This guy can't box. And you're going to go in there and make this guy mad and have him fight you angry? You're going to get killed, you fucking... He is a dumb guy. This Dylan Danis is really stupid.
I really don't know what the angle would be. Like, oh, I'm going to make Logan Paul so mad, I'm going to make him act a fool.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm going to make him beat my face into a pulp. You know what? If I'm Logan Paul, I pull a reverse Mayweather. Remember when Mayweather hit him with that left hook in their exhibition and then held him up? And he was like, oh, we're not going down. We got to give these people a show. It's an exhibition. Don't fucking drop on me now. And then he kind of really didn't hit him very hard after that. Logan Paul's going to end up doing that just so he can drag out the beating for Dylan Danis. He's going to hit him with a big right hand. He's going to, nope, you ain't going down, son. Nope, back up. You got more of a beating to go here. Dylan Danis is an idiot, but also posted a video saying how she will fuck anyone without an STD. So she's an idiot too. I mean, the girl apparently is an attractive woman who really likes dick.
Yeah, no offense, whatever. Women like dick. It is what it is. I don't see how that's like the own you think it is, but keep your eye on the prize here. It's not about her. It's about Logan.
Nebo says, I have a secret book. It's called Fist to His Face. The book boxers don't want you to read. I don't know what that means. Yeah, that dude fucked up. He's going to be broke, says 01. Well, here's the problem. Like, were those pictures that he posted and those videos he posted on public platforms, and are they true? Did he edit them in any way, shape, or form? Because if he's just putting shit up there that's true, I don't really know if you can get defamation out of that.
Okay, unless he got it from an ex or something, which has like stressed me out previously too. Like, you hear fucking freaks on the internet saying, oh, I'll pay anyone $500 for a picture of April naked from one of her exes or something.
Wasn't that
it's
Brian
like,
Johnson?
It's fucking Brian Johnson.
He's
I don't even know
weirdo.
who that is. But I'm like, you know that's not right.
He's the best teat sucker in the business. He sucked Kevin Smith dry to get a career. Good for him. But yeah, he's a weird guy. That guy's got some... Look, like, a lot of people who have problems with steel toe end up having a lot of psychosomatic issues. So that guy's definitely one of them. But there's definitely that jealousy thing of Aaron's with April. So I hate Aaron and I have to attack April. That's kind of a mentally diseased thing. But I mean, look, I hope the guy gets better. He's got a family.
It's not just him.
But if you got a family like that, you got to take care of your family. You can't do that if you're that mentally ill.
And which one
I
is
hope
it?
I hope he figures it out.
Guys, pick one. Either I'm really, really ugly and you think everything about me is disgusting, or you want my nudes. Pick one.
Really ugly. Oh, sorry. I wasn't supposed to.
What are you going to do? Get my nudes and not jack off to them? You're going to talk about how ugly it is?
Hank Danger says if he's just reposting things, it's not illegal. It's just creepy. I mean, you could maybe have an argument for harassment.
I'd say harassment, yeah.
I think he did harass the shit out of her.
Well, because what if those pictures had been posted in certain areas or certain platforms for reasons like OnlyFans or something, and now you're just reposting them on your Twitter? Not okay.
Captain Caution with $3. Thank you very much, Captain Caution. I appreciate that. SH says, is Brian Johnson still back with the girlfriend he first met when he was like 10 or 12? I have no fucking clue. I don't know anything about Brian other than Kevin Smith kind of graciously gave him a pity gig.
That's do not know what that is.
He is a weird, broken dude, though. And again, if he's got a family, he's got to get his shit back together. You can't be... do you know how like a normal woman would be fucking furious if they loved their boyfriend or their husband and then he was on the internet going, I'll pay you money for nudes of this girl? That's a fucked up thing. Somebody says there is so much more shit Danis could get on Logan that has nothing to do with his woman.
Precisely. That's kind of the point here. It's like, keep your eye on the prize here. It's Logan.
I definitely think it was a backfire on Dylan Danis's point. I think it was stupid. I think you've got Logan Paul all riled up now. Now you've got yourself a lawsuit. Now watch, even if he doesn't win the lawsuit, what if now whatever money he made from this Logan Paul fight's going to go towards legal bills, and he ends up getting nothing out of all this?
And the thing is like Logan, who is now engaged to this Nina Agdal person, probably knows all this stuff already.
Sure.
He
definitely knows she needs dick.
Yeah. I mean, he's willing to serve.
Well aware of that. And it's also overshadowing the main event of that fight, which is KSI's fighting Tommy Fury. And if you're KSI, this is your chance to kind of move up to number one in the influencer boxing rankings. Because if you can beat the guy that Jake Paul couldn't beat, now all of a sudden,
That's true.
You're the dude. But I think Tommy will beat him.
I do too.
Pretty easily.
Tommy's a big dude too.
And he's not the greatest boxer in the world, but he is a professional who comes from a professional boxing family. I mean, if Jake wouldn't have caught him off balance with that jab and wouldn't have gotten those 2 extra points, that would have been a runaway, damn near shutout.
A near perfect fight. Yeah.
For Tommy Fury. She's asking for unspecified damages in the suit, but wants no less than $150K per violation of the federal law prohibiting the sharing of intimate images. Oh shit, she's really going for it.
Because isn't that almost like what is blackmail like porn called? Revenge porn, yeah.
Yeah. As for her TRO, she's asking a judge to bar Danis from posting sexually explicit images of her going forward in the wake of Danis's repeated threats to release further images that could be damaging to Agdal's reputation. Yeah, I wonder if legally, and this is where lawyers will take care of it, but I wonder if legally, you're posting pictures that exist online, but if you're posting them with the intent to hurt her future earnings, if that can't then be actionable.
Well, read this little aside title here too. Dylan Danis trolls Logan Paul with fake Nina Agdal nude pics. So he's now like creating things too.
Yeah, I think Logan's seen her naked before, Dylan. Yeah, this Dylan kind of just seems like a stupid asshole, kind of a half retarded guy.
He seems like all these usual internet trolls that we've all seen.
Yeah, he seems like kind of a dumb Habsburg-y type. Honestly, he's a little Brian Johnson, but also there's a little Melton in there. Like, he's not very smart, and he does like weird retarded shit that you just go, oh yeah, what do you think of that? And you're like, I think you're sad, but other than that, I mean, I'm cool. I'm doing my thing.
Or like the Hacky Zumach shit. I will fuck you in 2023.
Which, by the way,
time's running out, man.
September 7th. It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Ready and waiting, right?
Wait, what?
Kidding.
Hold on a second.
Over my dead body.
Hold up. Well, hey. Don't give him challenges he might accept.
That's disgusting.
Calm down a little bit over there.
I actually feel like I'm vomiting now.
Tanner Johnson says McGregor and Danis are friends. He's trying to build up the fight. Yeah. I mean, I get it. Look, I mean, you want to build up a fight, you want to make people watch it and shit like that. But the whole point is you build up the fight without catching a fucking lawsuit that could end up taking all your money from the fight. So this guy, beyond idiotic, Dillion Danis. And he's going to, and not only that, he's going to get his ass kicked for it.
In the courtroom.
In the courtroom and in the ring. Logan Paul's going to take his head off.
Kind of makes a man look like a bitch, too, when you're going after another man's woman instead of them.
Right. That's the other thing. You kind of look like a coward. Like you go after the girl and not the guy. It kind of intimates that you're kind of afraid of the dude, which, again, I'm very familiar with. Nebo says, let's knock out that sub goal. Only 3 months left before January 1st. What sub goal do we have a sub goal?
Do you have a new sub goal?
I don't. No.
What is your next sub goal?
I don't know. I guess 11,000. I mean, I don't really know where to go after that. I mean, we're at 10-1.
Okay.
11, 12. How about 100,000? There.
Just going
100,000.
Right. Okay.
Will be the new goal by the end of the year.
I would have made a 25,000 goal.
Yeah. Let's go to 100,000 by the end of the year. That's a good one. Just ask. I'll just ask kindly. Please 100,000 by the end of the year. I do know that monetarily we're only $70 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Let's push it the rest of the way there. MSO was, I told him early on, he's starting to say, oh, it's going to be a win today. It's going to be a win today. And then all of a sudden we went on like a 1 hour rally and we're down to $70. Make MSO a loser again today. He's a good sport about it.
Yeah, he is.
So it's okay.
Respectful.
Over 700 of you checking out the show at the moment. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. We appreciate you being here. Keep that algorithm all juiced up, as I just made up. Okay, so we have the Tucker Carlson thing. I've been very excited to get to this. Tucker Carlson had Larry Sinclair on his program.
Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair.
And he did a 45-minute show with him. Larry Sinclair, if you don't know, is the guy who claims that before Obama was president, he and Obama did cocaine and crack and fucked each other in the ass.
Did some more crack.
Yeah. They penetrated each other's cracks and smoked other cracks. They also did cocaine. And also, Larry Sinclair says that Obama behaved that night like this wasn't the first time he had ever done this. So that Obama maybe liked pounding buttholes, which, by the way, I would not have a problem believing.
Nor would you have a problem with it.
No,
right?
Nor would I have a problem with it. Absolutely not. I honestly, I think a lot of powerful men fuck buttholes and pussies. I think there's a lot of powerful people who the sex isn't about being attracted to women. The sex isn't about being attracted to men. The sex is about power.
I don't disagree with that.
And I think Obama's, obviously he wanted to be, president of the United States. So he's obviously got a bit of an ego and a power trip thing in him. So I could see him fucking a dude, especially if he's smoking some crack. Now a bunch of liberals, I guess, are writing in. They're commenting on the Tucker interview, which now has 10.3 million views.
Nice.
On Twitter. Brian Krasenstein, who's pretty insufferable, says this story was litigated in the court of public opinion in 2008. Oh, well, if it was litigated in the court of public opinion, well, that's like a real courtroom.
Totally.
Yeah, so, I mean,
it's over.
Might as well not even talk about this anymore. I mean, the court of public opinion, I mean, that's about as legit as it gets. I mean, you can't have media stories that skew things. You can't have, people's biases. I mean, the court of public opinion, that's even, I would say even way better than an actual court where there's rules and standards and ethics. He says Larry Sinclair failed to pass a polygraph test. He proved that he was dishonest and a fraud over a 27-year span where he was convicted of multiple felonies involving his lack of honesty. Well, now, wait a minute. Here's why I don't like people bringing up the polygraph thing. If Joe Biden failed a polygraph test on, like, Burisma and stuff like this Brian Krasenstein would be the first guy to be standing there going, oh, no, you can't trust polygraph tests. They're not dependable. It's another thing you do when you play the jersey game and you look at the color of the jersey before you look at common sense. You make yourself stupid. You contradict yourself. You trip all over yourself. And that's one of the things that really makes me disgusted by politics is watching a guy who said something a month ago say the exact opposite when it's another guy doing the same thing that's on his side?
It's when it's convenient.
Right. I hate that shit. Well, let's watch Tucker Carlson with Larry Sinclair, who, remember,
Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair.
Pastor Manning has the voice of an angel. Let's watch a little bit of this, and we'll jump around because we're not going to watch a whole 41-minute interview. But this is Larry Sinclair and Tucker Carlson.
Pretty amazing that Barack Obama got as far as he did. In 2004, the summer of 2004, Barack Obama gave the keynote address at the Democratic Convention in Boston. And when he walked to the podium, probably only a small percentage of people in the room knew how to pronounce his name. He was totally unheard of. No one knew Barack Obama. At the time, he was a state senator in Illinois.
All right, let's go ahead and skip to the Larry Sinclair part now that we've got that all handled. So this guy, I would believe that he smoked some crack in his day.
What do you think that wrist brace is from?
Just jacking dicks off all the time.
A little bit jacking.
Just jacking them off one after the other. He's got carpal tunnel from it, the poor guy. He really gives it all. But, I would believe, especially when you start looking at this guy's teeth, you definitely believe maybe a little crack. Mm-hmm. Maybe a little butt fucking, yeah.
There was no doubt what I was looking for.
Okay.
And he picked me up at my hotel in Gurney and drove into Chicago, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this guy that's introduced to me as Barack Obama. It was literally that casual.
Had you ever heard of him?
No.
Did the driver know him?
Yep. The driver definitely knew him because the driver said that he was a friend.
Interesting. How would the driver...
So wait, this driver just brings white buttholes for Barack Obama to fuck?
That's kind of fun, actually.
That's kind of a weird...
What? No, not weird at all.
I'm not trying to say that this toothless crackhead is lying. I'm not here to besmirch the reputation of a toothless gay crackhead.
I understand.
That's not my gimmick. But I will say, sir, that your story seems to lack certain details. Like, how did you two, does Barack Obama just have his driver pick up white booty hole to pound? Or, was there some kind of, did you win a sweepstakes? How?
The booty stakes.
Let me tell you something right now. I would love nothing more than to believe a story that was credible that involved Obama butt fucking a dude. It's funny to me and I'd like to believe it, but I also have to maintain my skepticism.
Or be friends with Barack Obama?
I only found out later, dealing with a reporter from Bloomberg News, that apparently the limousine company had been doing business with Tony Resco.
Oh.
That at the time was somehow affiliated.
Oh my God, he's been jacking off dicks 2 at a time.
Right, he's got both.
He's got 2 wrist braces on there. This guy's just been whacking off like crazy.
Must be some heavy ones too.
Oh my God, they're definitely black.
In Obama's orbit.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Interesting. So he knew Barack Obama, and in his view, Barack Obama liked the same kind of partying you were looking for.
Yep.
Cracking buttholes. Am I right, Tucker? I love how Tucker's like, Tucker can't bring himself to say, so he liked cracking butt sex too. He's like,
he likes cracking buttholes.
Yes. He liked the same kind of partying you did. Yes.
Okay. So sex and drugs, in other words.
Well, the sex part I wasn't so sure about until, of course, you make your move, but it became obvious very quick. The coke part I thought was interesting because of the way that I had brought it up.
So I'm stepping on your story. So
I sprinkled a little on my genitals and I said, would you like a snoot? And he went down there and my goodness, he was like a little elephant just down there, just scooping up, just hoovering up the schneef right from my little cockhole.
Have you done this before?
So you pull up, and I apologize.
A lot of movies.
Oh, okay.
A lot of movies.
So you pull up to this bar. The driver is basically scouting some dude for you to hang out with.
Correct.
There's this guy, Barack Obama. Have you ever heard of Barack Obama?
Never. Okay. Never. We're having drinks. I mentioned the fact that I could use something to wake up. I was extremely exhausted.
So you went into the bar?
Yes, sir.
Boy, I tell you what, I could just use some cocaine and a nice hard dick.
That would wake you up.
I didn't know you could just walk into a bar and say shit like that. All right, everybody, attention. I need some white powder and some cum on my butt cheeks.
You're going to the wrong bars, Aaron.
I guess so.
What kind of bar was it?
I'm trying to remember. I've been trying to remember that.
I think it was an Applebee's. I just walked into the Applebee's and asked for some cocaine and cock.
Name. I know that the glasses had 3 X's on them. Because
Sir, that sounds like a gay bar. It's where they don't really hide the fact that it's all about finding a butthole to fuck.
It was actually the gay 90s in the cities here.
I remember taking one home for a friend of mine.
He stole.
But I mean, generally characterize it. Was it working class bar, gay bar, strip bar?
It was upscale, quiet. Wasn't really that
gay.
That really didn't have a lot of energy to it. It was more relaxed, more like a lounge as opposed to.
It was relaxed, a lot like your butthole after a few poppers. You know, anal nitrates will just loosen up in there. Better to take the old stovepipe in, am I right?
Is that just how those work? You just take them in and
I've never taken anal nitrates before.
Okay.
Somewhere where people would go and get loud and crazy.
Yeah.
Which made it easier to talk. But like I said, when I brought up the fact that I could use something to wake up, he immediately knew what I was referring to, had made it clear that I was looking for coke, and I really was.
Oh, it's nothing more I love more than Tucker. I want you to, if you take nothing else from this conversation, I love cocaine.
I do like how serious Tucker always looks through these things.
I know Tucker always looks like he's discussing Mideast peace, no matter what it's about. Like, this is a guy talking about his story about how he cornholed Barack Obama, and Tucker's looking at him like, all right, but then after the Watergate hotel break-in, there were money drops done at phone booths.
Right.
What do you know about that?
Where we could get it, and we left to go get it.
Interesting. Did he say what he did for a living?
Nope. I had no idea that he was a representative in the Illinois House. I had no idea he was in politics. I just knew that he was supposedly married and at the time was going through some issues with the marriage.
He said that?
That was made.
Well, apparently he reached down under his wife's dress one night and he found a dick, and he was just really upset, and he just wanted to know if he could handle it. So he wanted,
Yeah, he's conflicted.
Claire. Yeah.
Huh.
All right, fine. Give me one of these
did he say what
goddamn
kind of
things.
issues?
No.
Do you remember? No. So you said, I'm looking for someone to wake up. He knows you're referring to cocaine. I know where to get it. What happens next?
We get back in the limo. The driver takes us wherever it is that Barack had instructed him to take us. I had given Barack $250 to pay for coke.
Jeez.
He gets out, comes back. I start putting a line on a CD tray to snort.
Oh, by the way, guys, before we get into this part, prepare your boners.
CD tray is also code word for butt cheek.
Yes.
And you're in the limo.
Yep.
Driving or parked?
No, the driver's driving.
Yep.
I start to put.
He meant was the limo driving, or was the limo parked? He wasn't asking if the two of you were driving the limo while you were putting cocaine on a CD tray, Larry. Jesus Christ. Like, no, the driver was driving. It's like, I love that Tucker's such a pro that he lets it go. He's like, all right, yeah, we get it. All right.
Line on a CD tray.
I want to play that line again in case people missed it.
Immediately knew what I was referring. He was supposedly married and at the time was going through some issues with the marriage.
He said that?
That was made clear. Yeah.
Huh. Did he say what kind of issues?
No.
Do you remember? No. So you said, I'm looking for someone to wake up. He knows you're referring to cocaine. I know where to get it. What happens next?
We get back in the limo. The driver takes us wherever it is that Barack had instructed him to take us. I had given Barack $250 to pay for coke. He gets out, comes back. I start putting a line on a CD tray to snort.
And you're in the limo.
Yep.
Driving or parked?
No, the driver's driving.
Yes, Larry, we're aware. We know.
Yep.
I start to put a line on a CD tray, and I just happen to notice that he pulls something else out of his pocket.
Uh-oh.
And next thing I know, he's got a little pipe and he's smoking. So I don't have an issue with it. I mean, some people smoke, some people snort.
Look, I'm a degenerate sodomite. I don't care if somebody smokes a little crack in front of me. It's totally fine. In fact, it makes the sex more vigorous.
Smoking the cocaine.
Yes. So as I'm doing a line, I just start, this is the part where you kind of make your move to see where things are going.
Oh.
So I just started rubbing my hand along his thigh to see where it was going, and it went the direction I had intended it to go.
I'm horny now.
And that's how I got these wrist braces. I was just whacking off big old rhino cocks, just one after the other, like milking a cow.
Nobody clipped that.
So the night became somewhat active sexually and drug-wise in the limo.
Gay guys who did a bunch of coke and butt fucked each other. Hacks! Hacks!
I have a hard time like picturing how gay sexual things start and get going.
Usually with parents ignoring their children.
Okay.
And then shaming, and then heavy religious teaching to try to shame them out of the shame. And then, eventually just rampant butt sex and sometimes diseases.
Just kind of looking for the logistics of
Oh, I thought you meant how you...
Not esoterically.
I thought you meant the broken road.
So you hit on him. Did he seem shocked by that?
Not at all.
Yeah.
A big drink.
If you're smoking crack with a stranger in the back of a limo, like, you got to imagine things might go crazy places.
I think that's what you can,
I love hetero Tucker. He's like, look, if you're smoking crack in the back of a limo, I bet you the guy's down to fuck. It's like, hey, attaboy, Tuck. Attaboy.
Well, that is what that sounds like, right? You're with a stranger doing drugs in a limo.
Two gay guys could have just met each other 2 seconds ago like these two did. If a couple of gay guys start doing coke in the back of a limo, they're gonna fuck.
Well, not only imagine it, I look at it this way. I've done a lot of crazy things in my lifetime.
Lots of dicks, Tucker. I'm like a goddamn windsock down there.
Look at that face.
You wouldn't believe it. But after I did those bitter beer face commercials for Keystone, oh my God, it was amazing. I was fighting off the buttholes with a stick.
Pretty good judge of character, and I pretty much know whether or not I can move in a certain direction with an individual.
Mostly in and out.
Yeah, really, buddy, I don't know. I can just go by what I've heard and the stereotypes, but from what I've heard, gay sex is not that difficult to get. I mean, it usually just involves being gay, a little bit of drugs, and why not? Might as well.
Wow. So every man out there is just a little bit of drugs and an why not moment away from gay sex.
Well, no, they got to be gay. That part.
No, you've told me that a lot of powerful men.
But because that's not gay, that's just a power deal.
That I was going in the wrong direction. I just wasn't so sure how much I could trust the individual at first. And that was probably one of my bigger concerns. But the fact that I was already becoming somewhat buzzed,
after all your
throw caution
coke
to the wind.
Yeah. So he's basically saying,
buzzed.
He's like, I was kind of careful at first, but then I got a little coke in my system, and I was like, fuck it, let's ride some pole.
I like that he just says he was somewhat buzzed, but he's probably high as a kite.
I was fucked up on coke.
Come on.
Just rubbing cocks.
Ew.
You weren't sure you could trust the individual. What does that mean?
When you meet someone out of the blue and you go to a level that you're doing drugs with, or you're giving money to purchase drugs, or even for sexual activity, you have to be sure that you can trust them. And when I say trust, I mean that you're not going to end up being robbed, or that you're not going to end up having...
Oh, so because he's a black guy, he's going to rob you. You know what? That's an extra dick sucking, Larry, just for that racism. How dare you? Let's jump around a little bit. I can't believe that this goes on for another half hour.
I can't believe you're keeping me from the juice this way.
I mean, we're getting...
I feel like we're onto something here.
Well, I don't want to play 41 minutes of a fucking interview.
Something. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you talk to him again?
I did not. In fact,
And did you have any idea, even though you had sex with him twice... You did cocaine with him, watched him smoke crack twice. You had no idea who he was.
I had no idea who he was until I'm sitting in my house in Tequila, Nayarit, Mexico in 2004. And
I'm sure that's a fucking story. This guy's got no teeth. He's got wrist braces on both hands. He was living in Mexico. He's smoking crack in a limo, doing coke, fucking the future president of the United States.
Seems like he's had a fun one.
This man's lived a life, this Larry Sinclair. He's definitely, he's been around the block.
Oh, wait, but I would have loved to know who's on bottom, and I feel like we missed that
He's on
part.
bottom. Obama's at top.
Fine.
Walked on that stage
in Boston,
in the DNC convention, and I literally hit the floor. I just hit the floor and was...
Wait, so you're watching?
I was just whacking off and just pounding my pud. Fucking
watching the Democratic convention from Mexico.
I was laughing.
And the guy that smoked crack in your Comfort Inn with you.
I was laughing so hard.
And you were sure it was him?
I was absolutely positive.
How?
I don't forget people I've met. I don't forget people I have spent time with.
I don't forget people who have had their fingers and penis so far inside my asshole that they could use me as a marionette puppet. I don't forget people like that.
Probably a big dick too. You don't forget those.
You have no idea.
I just don't.
And just to restate, because I think you affirmed this, but he used his real name when you asked him. Did he call himself Barack or Barry?
Barack.
Barack.
And so did the driver.
Hello there, Larry Sinclair. I am Barack the Cock, and I'm going to squire you about town tonight and hopefully make your anal orifice wider than it's ever been.
What if this stirs up some feelings in Mr. Obama and he hits up little Larry Sinclair again?
Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair.
And that's why at first when everybody was referring to him as Barry, I just didn't understand or catch on. Because
the only time I ever called him Barry was then when I said, bury that big anaconda in my backyard, big fella.
Nobody clipped that.
Larry Sinclair, by the way.
No, I'm
like
sure
I said, I didn't know that much about him other than the fact that, hey, you know, you hook up, you know, today it's Grindr. Back then it was, you know.
The limo driver.
Yeah.
Today it's Grindr. Back in the day, it was just, hey, you got any coke? Oh, cool. Looks like I'm going to score some butt tonight.
Back in the day, the limo driver had gaydar and could find like partners for Barack.
Could find you cocaine and a nice dick to suck.
Oh.
A limo driver or a bartender, you know? You ask and somebody knows somebody or somebody doesn't.
Amazing. Amazing. So,
I love Tucker. Tucker's cute.
I love that Tucker is using, what do we call it? He's exploring the space of his new Twitter show, you know?
The dark spaces.
Yeah, dark spaces. Like, you know, he's doing, I like it when people get new gigs on like uncensored platforms and they use it the way they're supposed to. Like, he's not doing shows he would have done on Fox News. He's taking this opportunity to do shit that Fox would have never allowed him to do. Fox would have never been okay with Tucker Carlson interviewing Larry Sinclair about how he sucked Obama's dick.
Not for a second. This is way more exciting than like a 60 Minutes or something like that.
Right. Fox News would have never allowed Tucker Carlson to ask Donald Trump if he thinks they're going to assassinate him.
No.
They would have never allowed him to do that.
Tisk.
But now that he's on Twitter, he can be like, our guest this week is Larry Sinclair. Hey, Larry, you fuck Barack Obama, bro?
When you go out on like a gay dinner date with somebody,
as you do,
is the move you make like, do you ask them if they enjoy salads?
Like, and then you offer to toss theirs?
I keep saying. Like, what do you do? What is that move you make?
you're
I'm a big salad fan of the tossed variety.
How do I say this? Gays are known to be perhaps stereotypically more promiscuous than heterosexual people. And I think it's just kind of implied that, you know, you'll have some casual sex. So
just for going to dinner.
It's not difficult. Look, you don't start two plagues in 30 or 40 years by not fucking. You know, you don't spread AIDS and monkeypox.
Oh, was monkeypox a plague?
Well, you know what I mean. But you don't create fuck diseases 2 and 40 years by not fucking a lot.
How many diseases did hetero people create, though?
Fuck diseases?
Yeah, gonorrhea, syphilis.
Thousands of years ago, though.
Chlamydia.
When's the last time straight people started a new fuck disease?
I don't know.
What's the newest fuck disease?
Probably COVID.
Not a fuck disease. So,
I don't know.
Like, now you have pox. And straight people, what? Maybe crabs?
Ew.
Were our last thing? Crabs?
When did crabs come around?
A little itchy. You gotta scratch your pubes.
Why did you have to show me
shave
what
them
that
up? That's how you scratch your balls when you have. I've never had crabs, but I
hope not.
imagine you would be itching like a devil dog.
I can't be with a diseased man.
I've never had crabs. I've never had gonorrhea. I've never had syphilis. I've never had AIDS. I've never had anything.
I haven't
Nothing.
either.
Nada.
Nope.
But I know how they work, and you have to know the enemy.
But how do you know how they work?
You got to research.
You have to be able to spot it.
Because if you find
gotta
out-
spot a crotch itcher.
If you find out a girl you're dating has chlamydia, you got to look it up, and you got to go, is this worth it? Because I totally would.
Is it chlamydia or gonorrhea that you can like have but like not have a symptom of for a long time? Isn't that kind of scary?
I think it's both, actually. Yeah. Thank you to Cheetos for becoming a member for his 4th month. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you so much. We are $70 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping into the show, there's the links in the chat. We are very close to knocking out the whole thing today. Thank you very much for getting us into the double digits so early. We do appreciate it. Everybody throw in just a little bit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, or Rumble Rants and Super Chats and memberships and subscriptions. We thank you very much. 70 away. Let's knock the rest of this thing out. Ski. Over 700 of you watching at the moment. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. Let's keep the algorithm gods happy. Yes, April?
I've got it.
Okay.
HPV or hepatitis?
Well, as a guy, don't I want HPV?
No. You asked me what's like the last thing that hetero people started.
Okay. Well, let's see. Maybe hepatitis. When did hepatitis
Is it
start?
C?
17th and 18th centuries was hepatitis. All right. So what was the other one?
HPV.
When did HPV start? 1970s and 80s. There you go. Isolated HPV strains in cervical cancer tumors, and later the theory that HPV is a causal agent of cervical cancer was confirmed. So
I've been vaccinated against that, which means I shouldn't get it, right?
Wait a minute. Recent study shows for the first time that the evolution of the HPV-16 likely included a viral sexual transmission from Neanderthals to modern humans. We didn't create that one.
Thanks for laughing at me.
That was not recent.
Syphilis.
When did AIDS start? June 1981.
I like how they have it right down to the month.
When did monkeypox start? 1958.
Whoa.
All right, so that's 2. What was the other one you wanted me to look up?
Syphilis? I don't know.
Dude, Napoleon had syphilis, for God's sake. 3000 BC.
Gonorrhea, chlamydia.
Syphilis is old school. I think gonorrhea is pretty old school. The exact time when gonorrhea started cannot be ascertained. Earliest records of the disease are found from 1161.
Jesus Christ.
Right? Like I said, straight fuck diseases have been around forever.
Yeah, somebody touched someone once and it just kind of hopped over.
Exactly.
What the hell?
Sid Saraf becoming a member for his 6th month. Thank you very much. And thank you to Los Federales with $2. Says nothing beats Craigslist sex when times are rough.
Wow.
And that's the other thing about our diseases is like they're not creating new ones for straight people. They're just getting super gonorrhea and super this and super that.
Friendo was saying that Texas has super gonorrhea right now.
Yeah.
Like Houston or something. What is that?
That's okay. So
is that when you're extra drippy?
Well, you have regular gonorrhea, right?
I have no idea. I don't even know the symptoms.
So there's normal gonorrhea. Super gonorrhea is a gonorrhea that has hit its head on a wooden block and a mushroom came out of it. And then it grew into super gonorrhea after it consumed the mushroom. So, and I believe when it happens, you go, dun 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 dun.
Yeah. I think actually, can't we blame koala bears for chlamydia?
No, they just have a lot of it. They didn't. There's no evidence that they ever started it. And let's please. I'm not trying to get sued by koalas.
And armadillos are to blame for leprosy.
I'm not trying to blame any species or anything for anything else.
Pangolins clearly started COVID.
Mo Green says, "Are straight white people even fucking anymore?" Right? I mean, does it really even count as fucking if you're not creating new diseases?
Wow.
Right?
So I think the only kind of sex there is now is gay sex.
Gay sex might be the only one.
Gay sex is great sex, right?
Not going to get me to say
Better wear latex.
You're not going to get me to say that shit. All right, before we go into our 7 o'clock hour stories, let's knock out today's goal. About a half hour until we rattle the offering plate and try to knock out that pesky last $70. Thank you guys very much. Throw a couple of bucks in there on Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Before we do anything else, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Our buddy Cheetos and his crew at Stoney's. Hey, it's Thursday, and that means bike night at Stoney's.
Be there.
Yes, absolutely. Bring the motorcycle. Come on out. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack.
Or sack.
Or the Sandwich Sack. It's also going to be a great night for the patio and Stoney's Garage, the great outdoor bar. They've got every weekend, they've got bands live on the Fireball stage. Great live music to party with. And, of course, on Sunday for the Vikings game, how about those great world-class Bloody Marys and some football? At Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit them today. Stoney's Bar, bike night tonight, Vikings game on Sunday, maybe some Gophers on Saturday. You'll have a great time at Stoney's. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, if your vehicle won't go, nobody better to pick you up than All Care Towing. They have the trucks and wreckers for any size motorcycle all the way up to heavy-duty equipment. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 or allcaretowing.com. Then Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Call Derek or Tracy today and get your questions answered about your next firearm, whether it's handguns, rifles, or shotguns, or even suppressors, parts and gear, knives, optics, and so much more. Nobody helps you better than Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory. Couple of choices. If you're in central Minnesota, you can just go there. Go to the store in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or go to midlandarmory.com, and this is easy. You can check out their contact information if you have any questions and get a hold of them. You can order online and have it sent to an FFL dealer or right to your door. Use the promo code SteelToe to get a great discount on your next order from Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's Midland Armory. Check them out today. And finally, CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Guys, if one of the mods wants to put the link in the chat, I would appreciate that. Get your Steel Toe coffee today. At CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Whether it's ground coffee, whole bean, Steel Toe morning show, medium and dark roast, or April's Magic Bean. Those are the bags. That's what they'll look like. That's what they'll come in. They're very, very nice.
Look at how cute I am.
Yeah, get yours today at CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com for your Steel Toe coffee. That's CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Go pick it up, and if somebody wants to throw the link in there, again, please do. That's CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. There you are. Go get yours for yourself. Bill Gates. I guess a bunch of people were giving Bill Gates the stink eye on the internet recently because they found out that Bill Gates bought up $95 million worth of Anheuser-Busch stock during the height of the Dylan Mulvaney controversy.
Oh, why not?
I don't really see this. Like, people are shitting on Bill Gates for this one. This is a really smart investment move.
It is. You buy when the shit's low, right? Yeah. So when it rebounds, now you're rich.
I mean, is Bill Gates a piece of shit and he's totally suspect? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's not the reason to give him the stink eye.
Yeah, the reason
There's
to give him
plenty of reasons.
Yeah, the reason to hate Bill Gates is not because he's really rich and smart at, deciding when to invest in companies, because the Bud Light thing is going to bottom out and it's going to, the controversy is going to cause the stock to crater. And then eventually Anheuser-Busch will recover from it and it'll level off and they'll start going up again because, when Bud Light stopped becoming the most popular beer in America after the Mulvaney thing, Modelo took over. And in a lot of places, Anheuser-Busch is Modelo. So therefore, it really it helped them.
Let's just be honest, though. Modelo's a superior beer. It's delicious.
Look, man, buy low, sell high. Isn't that the name of the game when it comes to stocks? So look, hate Bill Gates for a lot of shit.
But not that.
But don't hate him for being... Look, he's a big, dorky, smart guy.
And
he did a big, dorky, smart guy thing.
Yeah, what did he have to do? Ask your permission
to
do this? I don't know.
Bill Gates appears to believe the owner of Bud Light is poised for a comeback, recently paying $95 million to buy up 1.7 million shares of Anheuser-Busch. The 67-year-old billionaire bought up the shares via his Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Trust during the second quarter of this year.
That didn't age well.
Wait, isn't the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation like a charity?
A trust is typically a charity, isn't it? No, it's not. No, it's not.
But I thought that was their charitable foundation. Can a charitable foundation own stocks? I mean, I didn't know that. Maybe they can, but I had no idea.
If you're rich, anything's possible.
I'm just amazed that a guy who's as wealthy as he is still motivated to make a couple $1 million on a stock trade. You know, like that couple extra $1 million, what's it going to do? You're worth billions and billions and billions. I think hundreds of billions.
Well, you just know that you're never running out and your family will have money long after you're gone.
And I guess your attitude is, well, look, I'm not going to say no to 3 million more.
Well, how much money is enough money?
The Seattle-based charitable foundation reportedly holds assets valued to the tune of $69 billion. Fuck my dick.
Bro.
Wow. Okay. Well, I guess he's just trying to expand the portfolio. You can either, dig wells for poor African kids so they can have water and not die of dysentery, or you can buy a bunch of beer shares. And his foundation has decided that the best use of that money would be to buy beer shares.
Well, which one gets, done faster?
I guess. I suppose.
And if you do become rich off these shares, now you can really dig some wells for the African kids.
Yes. Jericho says charitable organizations are all just money laundering schemes for rich people anyways. They don't need to hide anything anymore. Obama is gay. It kind of seemed like you tacked that last one on at the end, like kind of a cheap shot. But
a little zinger.
I understand. It's Larry Sinclair Day today, I suppose. $5 from Hobo Chili Recipe says, listen, I know Gino's cum is like real Mediterranean dark olive oil, but can you wipe it off the side of your huge forehead? Have some decorum, you sexual scoundrel, says Hobo Chili Recipe over on Rumble.
Is it the olive oil clogging your pores?
No, that's not what it is. I picked away at a zit thinking it was ready to pop, and now I'm stuck with this guy.
You made it really angry and infected,
I know. I really pissed him off.
It's like upset.
Have you ever popped a zit that you kind of tried to squeeze out a little bit and you couldn't get it, and then the next day it's a little red?
I did that in middle school, yeah.
But you still get the zit pus the next day when you pop it? So like the zit pus comes out of the red blackness of the picked over thing. Have you ever had that?
Like I said, maybe in middle school, yeah.
That's always...
Like a good nose one or a chin.
I've always enjoyed that juxtaposition of the pus coming out from the black and red color.
What do you mean from the black and red?
Because it goes through the black and red of the picked over area. I don't know.
Wow.
It's just a weird thing.
Very strange.
I have to admit something to everyone right now. What are we at, 9:30?
You can't wait to squeeze it.
I'm sleepy.
I am too.
I'm a sleepy boy today.
I think you two will have a lot of fun on Rumble tomorrow, though.
Yes, Rumble Friday tomorrow, so let's knock out today's goal. That means after we knock out today, that ultimately we will be one day away from another successful day. And also, speaking of a successful week, we missed by 100 on Tuesday. If we make that up today or tomorrow, we will honor that with an extra half hour of overtime. So 1 hour of overtime either today or tomorrow if we go over by $100. So we're 65 away from today's goal. If we knock that out and do 165, we'll do an extra hour this morning. Or you can save it for Rumble Friday tomorrow. So $65 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. If you want to jump in and just finish that off for us, what a cool treat that would be. Captain Caution, says Steel Toe will be closed in November for hockey tryout season. I don't think that would be necessary. Hobo Chili Recipe says your medical breakdown is god-awful.
I read that too. It's very funny. You do have bad medical breakdown.
SH says it wasn't ready, Aaron. You needed to put a warm compress on it to bring it to a head.
Okay.
I was today years old when I found out about that.
Oh, that's a real thing. Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Heat it up with some moisture, comes to the surface quicker.
I had no idea.
That, and I do you know what a Mighty Patch is yet?
No.
So it's this little sheet of these tiny little round skin pigmented clear things that you put on a zit and you leave it there for a while, and somehow this magic mighty patch like sucks the goo like out of it and absorbs it into itself. And I kind of want you to try it on that thing because that is epic.
All right. Sounds like a fucking nightmare, but okay. Hey, thank you, Rumble. Nice Rumble crowd today. And nice YouTube crowd as well. Over 700, almost 800 of you checking out the show at a time today. We appreciate that. Remember to hit thumbs up and subscribe while you're here. It looks like the plea deal with Hunter Biden has completely fallen apart, and they're now going to file new gun charges against him.
I like how that's the only charge, though. Gun charges.
I know. That really is the insulting our intelligence portion of the
That's
whole Hunter Biden thing. Like all the things that were on the laptop, all the things we now know about, I almost said Moderna. What was it? Burisma. All the things we know about the Biden family corruption and all that, and they're going to do gun charges and some tax evasion shit.
And isn't the gun charge like the least of our worries?
Yeah, I don't give a shit about the gun charge.
Like
I don't
at
care.
all.
If you if you want to dismiss the gun charge so you can charge him with some of the more corrupt shit that's on that laptop, feel free, go for it. But they're going to have to refile these gun charges because they tried to give him a sweetheart plea deal, and a judge was like, this is insulting to everyone's intelligence. Like, if you're going to be corrupt and dirty and gross and all that shit, at least put in some effort.
Right. Try
to make it look like you're tricking us into thinking that this is legit. Don't just come in here with this rancid ass, dirty, corrupt plea deal and then say, oh no, we're absolutely serving justice in this instance. So they've rejected the plea deal. Hunter Biden is now going to face a new federal grand jury indictment relating to his gun charges by the end of the month, according to the Justice Department. The Speedy Trial Act requires that the government obtain the return of an indictment by a grand jury by Friday. The government intends to seek the return of an indictment in this case before that date. The filing was in response to an August 31st oral order by Larry Sinclair by the court for the Justice Department and Biden's lawyers to provide it with a status on the case, including any steps that they believe the Delaware court needs to take. So I think this means that the plea deal has completely washed up.
It kind of sounds that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Under the diversion agreement, Biden would have to remain sober, submit to drug testing, avoid committing other crimes for 2 years, and agree to not own a firearm again. The first son was set to receive sweeping immunity protection under a plea agreement he reached with federal prosecutors in June that would have enabled him to avoid prosecution on a felony charge of possessing a firearm while addicted to crack cocaine. But the deal fell apart in a Delaware courtroom in July. Biden would have served 2 years probation for 2 tax misdemeanors and entered a diversion program for the gun charge under the terms of the ill-fated deal.
These pictures are gross.
Weiss deviated from the plan during a turbulent 3-hour-long hearing in a federal courtroom in Wilmington, Delaware, where the U.S. District Judge Mary Ellen Norica was expected to certify the agreement, telling the judge that the unprecedented agreement did not preclude prosecutors from the ongoing investigations into Biden's alleged crimes, such as alleged violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. So they can still get him on that.
Okay.
But who actually believes that they will? Like, this is totally a deal that was supposed to put the entire laptop to rest, be done with it, and we're moving on.
Right, there's going to be some loophole where they can't ever bring up another topic that was on that laptop.
Right, you can't, nothing else from the laptop, we're done now. So.
But why isn't President Biden being looked into for anything either?
Because he's the president of the United States, obviously.
But you do have to admit that if somebody else were in that seat right now, he'd be looked into. It's very hypocritical.
if it were Trump, but
yes.
I mean, I guess even Clinton got looked into for the Whitewater shit and his blowjob. It was just, it was a
Nixon?
But it was a different time back then. The country wasn't so divided back then. They weren't so split. I mean, they could remember they had some shit in common. Now it's just my team versus your team, and I'm not going to let you touch my guy.
Yeah, it's red shirts and blue shirts now.
Yeah, exactly. 15 minutes away from rattling the offering plate and only $65 away from today's goal. Thank you guys for knocking it down so quick today and, gave us about an hour and a half break from the old e-begging. We got to cover a lot of stuff on today's show. I appreciate that. Now let's go ahead and rally together and knock out the rest of it and guarantee our half hour of a family who has a bunch of kids and, I guess, use them to try and get a big YouTube channel.
I believe. Did you mention her recently?
Yeah, she's had her YouTube channel banned.
Okay.
Following her arrest for child abuse. Mm-hmm. Apparently, she'd been starving these kids. These kids have been malnourished. They, obviously, she was using them as cast members on a YouTube channel so she could make a shitload of money. I mean, if this isn't narcissism and egotism, I don't know what is.
Dude, we don't even post pictures of our children.
No,
for the most part.
I mean, the fact that you would not only forsake your children's wishes, because they're not old enough to consent to be on a YouTube channel. The fact that you'd use them for that reason is gross enough. But then the fact that you'd mistreat them on top of that.
Right, not feeding them.
Yeah, you truly are just someone who can't possibly, medically, psychologically, cannot give a shit about anyone but you. You're incapable.
That is evil.
Yeah. Court documents obtained by Page 6 Wednesday show the state of Utah formally filed the additional charges following 8 passengers host's arrest on August 30th. They've now added 4 additional counts of aggravated child abuse. And I wonder if they don't keep investigating this and looking into stuff and the kids start opening up a little more, if we don't find out even more.
The hard part of that is that this probably started when those kids were so little that, there's a chance that they don't even know that it was wrong yet.
They're saying each defendant is accused of causing or permitting serious physical injury to the victims in 3 different ways. 1, a combination of multiple physical injuries or torture. 2, starvation or malnutrition that jeopardizes life. And 3, causing severe emotional harm. This is kind of what we found out about with the Daddy 05 YouTube channel, that they were abusive towards their kids psychologically and mentally and basically treating them like circus performers, you're going on and we're making a video. Could you imagine being more childish than your own children? That you go, hey, get over here. We have to make a video for the internet.
Right. Kids are supposed to yell that at you.
And then the parents act like they're the stars of the show. The parents are like, oh, we've put this thing together.
Well, they're so full of themselves. I created these things. I am the important one.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it's just really.
I'm in charge.
It's that whole family YouTube thing is so remarkably fucked up. I mean, we should stop being surprised when these people get picked up and charged and accused with these crimes, because if you're willing to do that with your children and you're willing to start a family YouTube page, in my opinion, you definitely have the ego in you to be abusive and terrible and a dictator towards your family. Hobo chili recipe with $2 says it looks like an aerial photo of where the Negro community is on your giant cranium. Talk about 15-minute cities. Hobo chili is saying the massive zit on the side of my head is a 15-minute city.
Of Negro children. Oh, you poor thing. We're going to get rid of that for you today.
Oh, boy. Yeah, we're going
to help you.
When you see me tomorrow,
new man,
this thing will be all gonzo.
He would have rousted the small Negro village.
This is a small homeless village on my head, and I'm going to get rid of it.
It just looks pussy under that red. Ugh.
All right, guys, we got a couple of stories left until we rattle the offering plate, rather. We got about 10, 15 minutes until we rattle the offering plate and try to knock out the last $65 worth of gold. It is a very small amount left to go. Everybody throw in. Maybe we can even skip the music today. Who knows?
That'd be cool.
Brittany Adams yelling, quit touching it.
You are making it worse.
Devil Pup says, I don't want to see that thing back here tomorrow. Geese Artel says, pop the big one on your neck, too. I don't have a big one on my neck.
I want to see.
Nope, I don't. I'm not going to touch my neck because that's what he wants me to do. I don't have a big zit on my neck.
I don't see one.
That's because my neck is clean. Guy wants me to touch my neck, and I refuse. Captain Caution says Terminator and T2 are based on true events, and we are in an alternate reality. Oh, shit.
You missed the gentrify Aaron's forehead, though.
Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, wants me to gentrify my forehead. Yeah, we got to get rid of the color, I guess.
Stop it.
It's so fun to touch.
No.
It's a little bump. It's a little bumpity bump.
Oh, I'm waiting for it to squirt at me, though.
Well, and it's like, it's sore. It's tender to the touch.
Yesterday, Aaron squeezed it before we went to the gym. And like this whole surrounding area looked like he'd been stung by a bee. Like it was just huge.
Stories with Joe says, I thought it was a birthmark. Yeah, I grew a birthmark overnight.
He was only birthed 36 years ago.
Yeah, I grew a giant birthmark.
It could be a mole.
On the side of my head.
You infected a mole.
Oh, no. Well, then let's just chop it off with a scissors.
Probably cancer, actually.
Oh, no. I hope I don't have cancer.
You're going the way of Jimmy Buffett.
Well, let's look at Jimmy Buffett's head, shall we? Somebody found this in a Goodwill donation box. Like somebody sent in their donations. They cleaned out the garbage in their house. They wanted to get rid of some things, and they just popped it in the box and shipped it off to, drove it up to Goodwill, and they took it from there. The most troubling thing about this skull that they found in this Goodwill box is, A, somebody clearly put a fake eyeball in there, and I don't know why.
That's just a good sense of humor.
It's a little strange, but okay. And number two, with this skull, the hardest part about finding this thing is figuring out how the hell to price it. Because
what do you sell it for?
Yeah, there's no price guidelines on human remains at Goodwill. But
do we have to trace its lineage and decide if they were royalty or if they were homeless or,
I think it would be great if the Goodwill called the people who donated it and told them, oh, yeah, by the way, we found the skull with the one fake eye in it. God damn it, I knew I put it in the donation box. I've been looking all over for that thing. Sir, why are you looking all over for a skull? Well, I don't really see how that's any of your business. But I would appreciate it if you gave me back my property.
It's Uncle Eddie.
Let's check it out and find out the story behind this very creepy-looking Goodwill donation. This proves that a lot of people just grab up armfuls of shit and just throw it in the box.
It's that, and you know what else is disturbing is like teeth. Teeth are so off-putting when there's no gum tissue or like you yank a tooth. Like your teeth when they were pulled from your head this year.
Disgusting.
Oh my God.
Teeth are gross.
They're terrifying. They have
those big long roots. Yeah. It's disgusting.
I had to freeze Aaron's one rotten tooth because you can't leave it out. It stinks.
I mean, you could have just thrown it out.
No,
but,
it needs to be studied. And you know why I kept it? I kept it to show the kids every time they feel like not brushing their teeth. I'm like, do you want this?
This is what happened to your dad's wisdom tooth.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's go ahead and check this one out. This is out of Phoenix.
One of the most bizarre donations this Goodwill store in...
You don't need to carry a fucking box. We know what a Goodwill is.
Unless there's a skull in it.
I hate that. I hate when they have to pantomime everything on the news. Like they have to have props and shit. Like here's when you do a story outside of Taco Bell, do you take a diarrhea shit while you're on the news and be like, no, it's a Taco Bell. Get it?
Oh, that would be funny.
That would be Delta Airlines.
The one that stuck with me for some reason, they were talking about some woman found something in her coffee once. They went to B-roll footage of somebody pouring coffee into a cup.
I know how coffee works. That's fine.
Right, thank you.
Just tell me the story.
Goodyear has ever received a box of stuff with a human skull inside.
Wait a minute. Did you say Goodyear?
Can you please talk like
Goodyear
him?
has ever received.
Yeah, that guy just called Goodwill Goodyear.
One of the most bizarre donations this Goodwill store in Goodyear has ever received.
Oh, a Goodwill store in Goodyear.
Yell at me further.
Okay.
A box of stuff with a human skull inside. Donations come in every day, but what someone dropped off at this West Valley Goodwill store was downright disturbing.
You know what? Here's how I would fuck with them going forward. Every week I bring in Goodwill donations, and I get to know them. I know their names, everything else. But once every month in my weekly basket drop, I have like a human remain of some sort. So like I find a really convincing tibia, and I leave that in there. I drill some holes in it, and I wear it, and I sand it down maybe a little. And then every week they just get another, like there's some fingers in one of them. Like you've just got bony fingers. And they're just like, what the fuck? Like, should we report this person? Should we have them searched? Like, this just seems really, like, there was a skull last month. This month there's a leg bone.
Did it have to be people remains?
Yeah.
Can't you just have humans? No. I've got a cow shoulder in the garage.
No. It makes it funnier if it's human remains because then it freaks everybody out.
A polar bear femur.
Maybe once in a while, like a frog skeleton. Just to show them you mean business.
I've never heard of anything donated like this, especially here. Like, I come to this Goodwill all the time, and I've never heard of anything that crazy being donated.
In fairness, if I go to a Goodwill and I see a skull on the shelves, I'm much more likely to come back to that Goodwill to see what else they got in the future.
You know what's sick about me is like...
You're a woman?
If I ran across this skull, I feel like I kind of have to buy it now because I'll never see it again.
Right. And how do you price a skull?
I do tend to buy bones.
$3.99.
$3.99?
$3.99 for a skull.
$12.99.
Whoa, that's a heavy price for a skull. I mean, it looks like his lower jaw isn't even there.
Does it have any gold teeth in it? That raises the price.
No.
Take a look at this. This is a picture of the human skull that someone brought to the Goodwill Donation Center off Yuma Road and Saraville Avenue in Goodyear a few days ago.
No offense, sir. You look like shit.
But I would buy that just because it's interesting, right?
Make a great Halloween decoration.
Oh, the best. It's legit.
An employee was concerned the skull may have been someone who'd been missing or was part of a crime scene, so they immediately called police who rushed over to investigate.
I mean, whatever it is, it's not good. They're certainly not with us anymore.
It doesn't have to be nefarious.
Yeah, it could just be someone who died.
This skull was found.
Today, Goodyear PD held a news conference to announce the skull was sent to the medical examiner's office, which determined it was in fact real, but not connected to any kind of crime.
See, somebody just passed away.
Somebody just kept a skull of a person who died.
That means you had to clean out that brain matter and stuff, too. Have you ever cleaned out a brain of like a deer skull or something?
So wait a minute. So we're just cool now? We're good? They scanned it, they looked through it, they looked for the DNA, and it wasn't connected to any crime. So we just, hey, people who were keeping a human skull of somebody in their home, hey, no hard feelings, just, you're good.
What if they were just trekking through the desert once and found it?
But they still have the skull of a person. Don't we want to find out who this is and find out if it, I don't know, the skull should even be there in the first place?
You shouldn't lose your head so much over something that doesn't really apply to you.
I think you're just trying to save face right now. That's all this is.
They did confirm that it is in fact a human skull, but at this point, this is preliminary, it appears to be historic, ancient, and it does not appear to have any forensic value at all.
Police tell us they've seen a lot of strange things over the years, but a human skull ending up in a donation bin is highly unusual.
Right. Usually you try to sell the skull to like a medical college or something like that. You don't just drop it off at the Goodwill.
Maybe like a museum or something.
Yeah, bad business, guys. Bad business.
They're just glad someone reached out to authorities to solve the mystery. It's possible the skull may have come from someone's collection, a classroom, even a medical school.
Well, that's great. So it just came from a collection of skulls. That's good. So you just got someone out there who has a shitload of real skulls.
Maybe they're just like a grave robber.
Take
people's heads.
Sounds like it's totally fine. I mean, you got somebody running around with human remains in their house. I mean, close this case. It's done.
Goodwill did do the right thing. Anything suspicious should always be reported, and certainly anything that appears to be human remains should be reported to police right away.
It's still unclear where the skull came from or who dropped it off.
I'd like to know.
As soon as we get any more details, we'll let you know. In the West Valley, Jason Berry for Air.
Thanks, Jerry. Jason Berry. I don't like where they left this story.
No, can't you check surveillance and see who did drop-offs that day and look into them?
Yeah, I love that somebody says in the chat, says, you think, lady? Yeah, the Goodwill lady going, well, if you find skulls, you should absolutely report it to authorities. Oh, yeah, every time I come across a skull, I just go ahead and I go, you know what? No, just another day. SH with a good point. Did the Goodwill get the skull back? They should be allowed to have it, right? It was donated to him.
Hobo with a better question. How many dimples are on the skull?
Well, you see, it was old Ben, and you see old Ben had 3 dimples right here, which are for conformity and obedience. It's just a little phrenology, if you will.
Phrenology is interesting, though.
Geez, he's tall says, they're journalists. They won't find out.
They don't really care. They just wanted to show, look at it.
Yeah.
They found a skull. Look at it.
I wanted to know whose skull it was. I wanted to know why the people had it. I wanted to know if Goodwill got it back. And I didn't get any of those things answered. Nobody is skeeved out, apparently, in Goodyear about a skull just floating around. Nobody cares. A head is bouncing around town. It's just going from this house over to here, over to the police station, back to the Goodwill, over to the people. And nobody seems to give a flying fuck that there's just some head bouncing around town. And they're like, well, it's not connected to any crime we can figure out. So
Aaron has lost his marbles at this point.
Here's your head back. There you go. Pool Scam Sam says the skull market has been affected by the current supply chain issues. Yeah, you got to get that damn skull in the market.
I really don't know what this says about me other than I'm intrigued by like forms, like bodies and stuff like that. But I would completely buy that as long as the price was reasonable. What would you do?
Sorry. Wrong one.
George Floyd?
Yeah, no, actually, after they found out the skull was not connected to any kind of crime, they actually gave the skull back, and the family said, thank you.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
Why do you look at me like that when you're proud?
White cake is delicious. I mean,
yeah, but
there's nothing nefarious.
Devil's food could be so much better.
There's nothing nefarious about that clip.
Oh, right. Are you picking white cake or chocolate?
Fair. Well,
yeah.
Now, is the white cake the one with the white frosting shit in the middle?
Yes, retard.
That stuff is delicious. I'm taking that all day. I love that
white
shit.
Cake has the appearance of white.
I love white cake.
I like a nice chocolatey one, especially dark.
Chocolate cake can suck my dick, and you can stop being that, and you can eat white cake like a good Northern European, for God's sake. Are you guys ready to knock out the rest of this goal today? We've only got $65 left. Fuck it, let's knock it out. Let's get this music out of the way. Let's get that goal down to 0, and then let's call it a success for today. Thank you guys very much for where you've gotten us so far.
Yeah.
Let's knock out the rest of it. Here we go. Fire it up. That's the wrong one, Aaron, you stupid asshole. Christ. I told you I'm sleepy today.
You turned that down, though? That hurt.
I'm a sleepy boy.
You just scared the shit out of everyone.
All right, off we go. Let's play the music. All right, April, here's your offering plate. $65 away. Shake that thing up. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks to your favorite program, your favorite e-beggar bonanza, your favorite listener-supported show. Become a member. Throw into that PayPal, the Streamlabs lobes.
Are you okay?
No, the Venmo, Rumble, YouTube, etc. Get in there. A couple of bucks here and there. We're going to knock this thing out, and then we'll do 30 minutes of overtime. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The revival is here. The Church of the Third Revelation. I see that cancer, and I will suck it out. Get out of here, ghost. Get out.
Are you talking to that thing on your face?
I've abandoned my boy. Yes, I need to do faith healing of my zit on the side of my head here.
We do need to pray for it.
So let's knock out that last $65 worth of goal. A measly pittance to this audience. We've got 5.5 minutes to do it. Let's fire it up. Who is going to start the rally tonight? And no, I'm not going to toss in a skull. We're not accepting skulls at the moment.
I have 2 in the garage
here at Steel Toe. We've got enough skulls. Thank you very much. But let's fire it up. Who's going to start the rally today? I don't like this. I don't like when we're at like 180, we rally and get to 0 right away. 65. Everybody jump in here, and let's end today on a high note. Captain Caution says best show ever. Went by like a wet dream. Ooh. Well, we've got another 30 minutes ready to go. If you can knock out this goal here. The Mark with $20 says amen. Amen indeed, amen. My brother. Cast out the ghosts of e-begging past and put us on a track to get right back into doing more show. And even $50 away. There's Need Trump with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. $40 away.
Nice.
From today's goal. Sarah Klein, Suave Banana, Pyramid 7, Dan Schrammel, all getting memberships. Praise the toe and pass that offering plate around. Fill it with singles. Fill it with 5s. Fill it with 10s. fill it with the life's blood of this program. Off we go. $40 away. A very small amount. There's Matt Fields with $15.
Shit, man. Thank you.
Over on PayPal. You know what that means. 25 away. Thank you to Taint Butter with $4.99. And Taint Butter, thank you, not just the screen name, but Taint Butter in general, for the humility that you bring to all of our lives. Who doesn't love Taint Butter? It reminds you that it's time to wash. RP says would love a free membership. You have one, RP.
That is hilarious.
You've already got yourself a membership, you big fan, you.
Thank you.
All right, $25 away from today's goal.
This is my last time you see me this week, so finish.
Oh, yeah, this is the end of April this week. And yes, Taint Butter is an awesome name.
It's great.
Okay, about 3 minutes left in this awful e-begging session and $25 of your money left to go until we've knocked it all out. This seems like it could be a team effort, and we could get this knocked out in no time. Friendo says, R.I.P. April. No, she's not dying.
No, you said it's the end of me.
She's just going away for the rest of the week.
I'm locked in a cellar.
Her weekend starts after this show is over. So here we go. 2.5 minutes left. Just a measly $25 left in that goal. Let's knock down the rest of it. It's a very small e-begging session today. A lot more smiles and waves and shit like that on this one. Optic Nerve says Taint Butter is the O-lineman for the Vikings. I can't confirm that.
Taint Butter is lube when you don't have any.
Oh my God.
Ask Larry Sinclair.
What do you do with Fremunda cheese? All right, boys and girls, $25 away. Don't be shy. Step right up. Throw that money into that offering plate and get this pesky goal out of here. Exercise it like a demon resting in the bowels of your soul, trying to take over what is good and light and cover it with darkness. You know what I should do? I should be preaching like Aben Cooper. I wanted the... Do I get the plate? All right. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
What are you doing, humping?
Fill up this here offering plate. I'm super thrusting the demons of no money out of this program and getting us down to zero. There's Shannon with $5. Says April's da best.
Thank you.
Da
I
best.
appreciate you.
There you go. And we are now down to 20 here on the final portion of today's show. There's 5 gifted memberships from Brian N. That puts us to 10. Texican Marine with $4.99 says prayers for April. That means we're $5 away.
Thank you.
That means we're just about there.
We're done.
$5 away from today's goal. We're just about done. Let's do it. Let's just make it official here at the end. I'm getting all kinds of notifications here, just making sure. I can only get the Venmo notifications via my phone for some reason. Aaron needs to dance like the Blues Brothers church scene. Well, let's see. 40 seconds left until the end of the timer and $5 left in today's goal. Here we go. 30 seconds away and just $5 short of knocking it out today. Never mind.
Whoa.
The Pork Chop Express with $20 over on Rumble. Thank you very much.
Woo.
MSO, we did it, buddy. We are $10 into tomorrow's goal. Now, remember, if you guys go 100 over today, we do an extra hour of overtime to make up for Tuesday night. So thank you guys very much for your generosity. It was a fun one today. We knew going into the offering plate segment that, we were probably going to hit today. So that was kind of a fun one. And yes, thank you, Shitbird. E-begging complete. You have no idea how quickly or how excited I am to get off the air and take care of this guy.
I've been wanting to poke it with something.
I hear you.
It looks like you could just look at it too hard and it's going to ooze. You know what I mean?
You could basically make the thing ooze.
With my mind.
With your mind. That's incredible. Yes. All right, so I've got it written down here. $10 into tomorrow morning's goal, or if that goes to $100 over, we will stay on until 11 today. So thank you very much for your generosity. Senator Rand Paul is raising serious concerns about Mitch McConnell's health and is accusing the Capitol physician of, quote, medical misinformation. So, in other words, Rand Paul is the only reasonable human being left alive in the government.
Tiny bit. And also, like, we should be. They've thrown medical misinformation at all of us so many times. I think it's about time we serve it up to them.
Just throw it back at them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but if you freeze up like a doddering old dipshit grandpa twice in a month, and you're supposed to be the Republican leader in the Senate, you have to go. And then on top of that, you're 81 years old. You've got to get out of here. You're done.
What?
Are you okay?
No.
What the fuck were you doing?
Mitch McConnelling.
Oh, I didn't.
God damn it, Aaron!
I thought you were honestly. You know what I thought you were doing? Farting.
Yeah, because I just do that all the time.
Like you were just kind of going like this.
No, my eyes were popped. My mouth was rigid.
I thought you were trying to cuddle out.
And then I say, "What?"
A nice gasser.
Like,
but no,
you ruin everything.
Rand Paul is that dude. Like, he's the only one who's like, look, you guys are full of shit. Because, like, they all sit around in a circle and they go, we're all going to agree on this lie, right? Like, he's totally fine. We're going to let him finish up his term and he's good to go. And then Rand Paul goes, excuse me. And they all just go, oh, fuck, what? Because they know when Rand Paul raises his hand, he's just going to be difficult. Yeah. He's just going to be like, excuse me. Isn't that a whole load of horseshit, though? Because, like, we literally watched him die twice.
He's that kid in, like, chemistry class in high school where all the other kids are just hoping the teacher just flies through the shit so they can fuck off for a minute.
Yeah.
And then this kid, like, asks 300 questions. Like, no, guys, we want to get out of here.
Yeah, it's summertime. You've got 3 days left of school.
God.
And then that guy's just going to ask you a whole shitload of questions and annoy the fuck out of everybody.
Piece of shit.
Yeah. Optic Nerve with a good question. What if Mitch was just farting?
But I wasn't. You've never heard me do that.
A lot of people think that maybe Mitch McConnell was taking a shit.
I think he might have been pooping.
Yeah.
That could be.
Maybe it was Mitch McConnell on that Delta flight. Just letting loose stool leak out all over the place.
Please stop. He's wearing Depends.
I tell you, man, Rand Paul is, he's the exposing the goddamn business guy. They go in there and they go, all right, guys, look, he's 81, but he's like one of the, made men here in the Senate, and he's the head of the Republican Party. So Democrats, you hate his fucking guts, so you want to keep him in there so you can run against him. Republicans, you want him in there because you don't want to pick a new leader because they might pick fucking Rand Paul. So why don't we all just agree that he's totally fine, and what people saw on television is just them being all retarded and shit, and there's nothing to see here, and Mitch McConnell's fine. Yes, Rand, what's your question? Aren't you guys being incredibly deceptive pieces of shit and lying your fucking balls off? And shouldn't this guy be in a home somewhere?
Aren't you just being a little disingenuous?
Aren't you just kind of lying a little bit? You think we're lying a little bit, Rand? No. I'm saying you're lying a lot of bit. I'm asking if you think you're lying just a little bit.
Lie to me harder, Daddy.
Yeah, I've already judged you people. Yeah. I think you're human garbage. I'm asking if you know if you're human garbage. And Rand Paul seems like the kind of guy who would go behind the scenes and be like, hey, do you guys, are you guys doing this to trick the American people? And you're actually big pieces of shit, but you won't admit it? Like, you can tell me. And they go, yeah, it's totally what you're doing. And then Rand goes, hey, American people, they just told me they're being complete pieces of shit and they know about it. And
he's tearing the wire off his chest.
Yeah. They're like, fuck, I told you guys, stop telling Rand shit. Rand they go into like the basement of the Capitol and have weird parties. And then Rand Paul always shows up and they go, who the fuck invited Rand? He's like, no, I just come down here sometimes to think about the Constitution. Here you guys are.
And our freedoms that are being taken
And our freedoms and all that. I come down here to mourn our freedoms. And you guys are always wearing eyes wide shut masks and shit. I don't get it.
That's just hot.
Senator McConnell, you got something here. I don't know what that is. And on your chin. And why is it on the chest of your... You know what? Never mind. $4.99 from Mark W. Thank you, Mark W. That's very kind of you. That's going to put us 15 ahead for tomorrow. We appreciate that. Very nice of you guys. Dr. Climate Abortion says Rand is the little brother who can't tell a lie. Yeah, Rand's like the snooping little brother of Washington who always catches you drinking and smoking when you're not supposed to.
And then tattles on you.
Yeah, and then rats you out big time. But that's good because in this case, we're mommy and daddy, and we're the ones he's ratting out.
That is probably a positive.
Yeah. So this is what Rand Paul, or this is what the doctor of Mitch McConnell said after several tests on McConnell after he froze up like a potted plant in the middle of 2 appearances. My examination of you following your August 30th brief episode included several medical evaluations, brain MRI imaging, EEG study, and consultations with several neurologists for a comprehensive neurology assessment. There is no evidence that you have a seizure disorder or that you have experienced a stroke, TIA, or movement disorder such as Parkinson's disease. Okay, look, cool. I'm glad that you could rule all of those things out. Now could you maybe just diagnose him with general old fuckery? That you're 81 and you can't run the Senate anymore?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a stroke to have to be like you're old and can't be in control of your faculties.
Yeah. If you're 81 and a Walmart greeter and 13 minutes out of the day you think you're Gozar the Gozerian, it's fine. I don't really give a shit. You just have to say hi to people. And if every 300th person you go, "Are you the keymaster?" and then you snap out of it, that's fine. It's a Walmart. Who gives a shit? I expect someone to say that to me when I go to Walmart. But if you're running the fucking Senate, you got to have a little bit of keeping shit together about you.
You know, an 81-year-old just won that medal from Korea last night.
And he looked like he had no idea where the fuck he was.
I humbly disagree. He was crying. He was happy, except for the president walking out.
Because he thought he was back in Da Nang.
That's not a happy moment.
He saw an Asian photographer and he yelled Charlie. It was fucked up. Just kidding to that gentleman. Cappy Barrett, 2 a.m. Capybara at 2 a.m. with $2. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I love capybaras.
Friendo says, April, quit laughing. You're only encouraging him. That's what I love in my co-hosts is when they tell me how funny I am.
That is. I don't know if you've noticed this, but anytime he has one that goes against the grain, he's not very happy.
Yeah, it's like we got a show we're doing here. Let's Martin and Lewis this thing. You know, Martin. You didn't see Lewis go to Dean Martin.
To do this though.
Yeah. You didn't see Dean Martin going to Jerry Lewis and going, no, you fucking homo. Shut up.
What are you, gay?
Would have ruined the whole show. He waited until after the show to do that. Ruthless says, sir, stop screaming, get some. Yeah, it's enough. Killer Beehive says, I don't have to worry about dealing with Gozer at Target. Exactly. They don't have anyone there to say hi to you.
I like that.
At Target.
I don't like... Is Walmart just doing shit wrong? Like, it is kind of weird to just walk into a department store and have somebody say, welcome to Costco, I love you. Like, I don't need that in my life.
You don't like because let's say you're in a bad mood going to Walmart, which a lot of people are.
Oh, the worst.
They're going to Walmart, they're in a pissy mood. And then you got someone going, hi, how are you? And you have to like lift your head and go,
He's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, what do you want? Fuck.
Yeah, I want to be able to walk into my store and not talk to anyone.
Dickhead may be saying McConnell was actually playing Robert De Niro in Awakenings. They're actually filming a remake of the movie. That would explain it.
Great.
I understand.
Does anybody have a true, diagnosis? Like, what did happen to him? If it's not any of those big things, why can't you just tell us what happened?
What their argument, what they're saying is that it's a post-concussion syndrome.
He didn't have a concussion.
He did have a concussion.
When?
3 or 4 months ago, he had a concussion.
Why? Because he's old and tripped?
Yeah, he probably just whacked his head on a banister going down the stairs. And then he got all fucky in the head. But that's okay, but that's fine. That's okay. That's okay if that was all caused by a concussion. But you're 81 and you had a concussion. You've got to retire. If you're 23 and in the prime of your life, and some guy blitzes you from the blind side and takes your head off, you've got to take 2 weeks off of work in professional football.
Actually, if somebody blitzes you from the blind side, Sandy Bullock saves you.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. And then the black kid sues her.
How fucked is that, by the way?
Well, now...
Don't you well me.
I'm not necessarily on Michael Oher's side unless there's more money than they're admitting to and he didn't get any.
He actually came out and retracted. He put out a statement saying people should leave Sandy Bullock alone.
Sandra Bullock, yeah, not the parents, though.
See, but that's still pretty gay.
You know that Sandra Bullock wasn't the actual parent,
Yes,
right?
Aaron, thank you.
Are you aware?
But she was also being harassed.
They just said, you should take away her Oscar for that.
Which is harassment.
Well, you know.
Did you just ask me that?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just making sure you know that Sandra Bullock is indeed an actress, and she did not, in fact, adopt Michael Oher.
I actually thought Tim McGraw was his father.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure you knew that wasn't the case either.
Wish Tim McGraw was my dad.
Those were actors. Red rag top would have taken on a whole new meaning. Am I right? So at any rate,
I'm sickened by you.
The blindside thing. If they made more money than they're saying, then yes, he should be entitled to more money. But there's no evidence that they did. And this is all just kind of coming up 10, 12 years later.
Or,
yeah,
I'll wager you this one. How about if those two hadn't adopted you and took you under their wing, you'd have had nothing.
Right.
Go fuck yourself.
Not only that, we've had a couple people who watched, somebody who watches our show said, I know their family. And the woman, the wife now, like, she's been a problem. Like, she's been someone who's like, yo, Michael, these people are taking advantage of you, and these fucking whiteys are, you know, taking all your money and shit like that. And, like, she's kind of stirring shit up. Kind of the same thing with Colin Kaepernick. Like, he was having a good career. He signed a big contract. Then he starts dating this total crazy black activist. And she convinces him that he's got to denounce his white side. And, you know, these white people just used him as a black puppet and this and that. And the whitey's got to stop and the whitey's got to go. And then they turn like militant Black Lives Matter because that's what the pussy tells them to do. Like, do you think Colin Kaepernick just one day all of a sudden woke up and thought, oh, shit's fucked up and not cool?
I kind of did. He seems retarded.
No, he had a chick there fucking poking and prodding him. And, you know, this is the worst thing about those activist type women is they're so passive aggressive and manipulative that they like play at your ego and your masculinity. Like, she probably did shit to him like, oh, so you're not going to denounce your white side. You know, they're hoping that you don't have enough courage to denounce the things that have been done to you and to embrace your blackness and be a proud black man. So you're ashamed of being a proud black man. Is that what it is? And then that guilts them. That guilts them into going, oh, I get, yeah, you know, I should probably be more active in Black Lives Matter and shit like that. And then just one day you go from not being political at all to now you're like Malcolm X. And it's like, you didn't get there just having an epiphany one day.
Do you think did Malcolm X have a woman that goaded him into that?
No, Malcolm X went to prison. That's where that's where people become Muslim, is in prison in America. Oh yeah, that happens a lot. Islam is big in jail. Not as big as butt sex.
Or as big as that thing on your face. I gotta get rid of it, dude.
We're getting rid of it after the show. What do we have, 15 minutes left? We got 15 minutes left, and then we're going to be done.
Okay.
I promise.
Thank Christ. It's been staring at me all day.
Let's do this story. Some 13-year-old kid who likes cursing a lot, apparently, filmed a video of a three-legged bear sneaking into their house, chugging 3 White Claws, and then bouncing.
That three-legged bear, the third leg's the dick.
Actually, they actually named the bear because it came into the house, drank 3 White Claws, and left. They actually named it Keanu Bear Scante. Your stomach hated that joke. Hated that joke. All right, let's go ahead and let's check this one out. So there's the bear. Look at it. How the fuck does that survive in the wild?
Because it's a bear.
Oh, you're that kid and you just see that bear walking in. By the way, nice fucking house, bro. Holy shit.
It's okay.
I like that kitchen island area. That's very nice. Any house that has like a big piano in a room somewhere, they're probably doing okay. Poor people don't have pianos in their house. Do they?
No, I'm just making you question yourself.
Pianos in houses aren't a poor people thing.
My grandma had an organ.
Well, I got an organ.
I bet you do.
Not for your grandma though. That would be uncouth. Yeah, the kid just grabs the dog. He's like, "Yeah, we're getting the fuck out of Dodge."
So I'm guessing the parents weren't home.
You stop up. There's a bear in my patio, guys.
So there's a 13-year-old filming this. And what I love about this is all gone viral now. So I hope the parents beat the shit out of him for cursing so much.
Why?
Like, that would be so funny.
You do tend to swear more when you're scared.
Yeah, I know. But just the parents being like, all right, we've taken care of the bear issue. Joseph, would you like to come in here for a moment? You're like, oh no.
Not after I see what you did to that bear.
Yeah.
What the holy
This little kid loves saying fuck.
This would be kind of scary. There's just a bear in your home.
I'd like to shit on this kid, but I probably would talk the same way at 13 years old. I said that word probably every other word back then.
You could go grab your shotgun. I didn't swear much when I was 13.
What are you going to do? Take another leg off the poor guy? He's already disadvantaged as it is.
This is tripod, guys. What the?
This is tripod, guys.
I want to see him drink the White Claws.
Oh my God.
That means they've seen that bear before. He has a name for him.
Look at this. He's coming. If he breaks that glass on.
You've got a whole house, dude.
Young man, could you stop saying the N-word, please? That's enough.
We're really now. Oh, he's coming close. He's coming close.
Can you calm down?
Yeah.
Stop talking.
This guy's trying to eat the food here.
I love the play-by-play this kid's given.
Oh my God. This is like a one in a lifetime.
Once in a lifetime.
It's not a one-in-a-lifetime experience. It's wildlife coming into someone's backyard. It happens probably multiple times a year for just about everybody.
Oh, really? What's the last wildlife we had in here? A moth?
We got bunnies and shit running around all the time in our backyard. No, this bear isn't in the house either.
Yes, he is, dummy.
That's outside. That's the deck and patio area. You simpleton.
No, but oh my God, there's a literal bear in our patio.
Yeah, see, patio.
No.
Unless they have an Irish person there named Patty O Furniture.
He literally is coming in to drink White Claws.
The White Claws on the patio. They're rich. They have refrigerators everywhere. All over the house.
Like I gotta lock all the doors now.
Yeah, that would not be a bad idea. Although I don't really see the three-legged bear being able to operate the door handle.
No, I don't think the locks matter.
Yeah.
Bruno. Hey, okay, we're locking up the door. Oh, he's right there. Look at this.
Whoa!
Hey, just because he's a black bear doesn't mean he needs to be racially slurred at.
Did he really? I mean, he said that, right?
He did.
I'm not picking up, because I always hear that word when I hear beeps.
Well, in fairness, when I see a black squirrel in the neighborhood, I yell.
13-year-old kids who play video games are just like, that word is like nothing to them. It just flies right out of there.
But isn't that how it should be? Isn't that how it should be? It shouldn't be said with malcontent. It should be just like a word. It's like the logic of Gino Bisconte. You should say it and not be nefarious. Right?
It should be fun.
Right. If you say it with bad intent behind it, that's way worse.
Yeah, but I don't think you're supposed to be a white kid living in a rich neighborhood at 13 calling a black bear the N-word.
I don't know where you grew up.
Would you want that on the internet if you were 13, you calling a black bear the N-word? I wouldn't.
It's bleeped.
The door. Oh, he's right there. Look at this. Look.
It's great every time I hear it.
Look at this. Look at this big. Oh my God. I've never been this close to a bear. Look at this.
Unless you're talking about the last time your uncle was over. Hey-o. Steve was molested by his uncle. A bear.
Don't touch me when you're referring to molestation.
A bear. Well, he shouldn't be saying the N-word.
That thing's molesting your face right now.
It really is.
Look at this. Oh my God.
How many times are you going to tell us to look at it? We're looking at it. God. You're filming it. When does he drink the White Claws?
You could stay away from the windows.
Look how big he is.
You know how bad you could fuck that thing up?
In the butt.
It's all three-legged and shitty.
It's crazy.
Wait, whoa, did he do another one?
He did.
It's crazy.
This ends crazy.
This kid loves the F word and the N word and the, oh my God.
Guys, oh my God. Oh, look, he just opened the door. He's about to take the beer.
Dude, do you know how crazy? Do you know how crazy you could make this kid go if you juggled in front of him? Jesus, he's very easily impressed.
He must not get out of the house much.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! He opened it. I hear AEW is going to hire him as their next play-by-play announcer. Oh shit! You guys on the top rope. Oh shit! He's on the top rope. You guys. Oh shit! He just jumped on that guy.
He's the oh shit kid.
Yeah, he's the oh shit kid.
He's about to take the beer. He just about to take the beer.
Why don't you go have one with the bear and chill out?
Have a beer with the bear. Beer with the bear in the morning.
Beer with bears.
It's not as fun as you think it is.
I feel bad for him. Oh, he's biting the wood.
When does he drink the White Claws?
He's getting there.
Is he taking a shit?
Try to open every... Oh my God, hold on.
Shut that fucking dog up.
unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Boy, you know, he can't say unbelievable, but if it's time to get the N-word out, boy, he just fires that thing out perfectly.
Unbelievable is my favorite Diamond Rio song.
Yes, unbelievable is very good. But when you can fire off the N-word like you're a Rhodes Scholar, like, I do declare that bear is mine. But then it's time to say unbelievable. Unbelievable. That is one unbelievable. You know.
Shut up.
And that's the end of the video.
Shut up, you stupid dog.
They said that he drinks the White Claws.
Well, the kid probably didn't film for Forever and Ever Amen.
He did retrieve 3 White Claws, which he guzzled down. Eventually, the family dog Bruno scared Tripod away after relatively little damage was done by the bear. All right, so he
Except
did get
that kid's reputation. That was pretty damaged.
Well, now that, oh boy, that kid ain't getting into school. Forget that. Whatever college that kid thought he was going into, aim a little lower there, Sonny Jim.
Yeah.
Maybe
the community college in
Yeah.
Montgomery, Alabama.
Yeah, maybe one that doesn't have any access to social media, because that might follow you around a few places.
He's gonna go to Dothan University.
Yeah,
it's gonna be
exactly.
fine.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make some changes to your future plans.
Or chains.
That's all. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I can't get over that.
He says the N-word crispy.
Crisp and clear. He says fuck
But-
is clear as day. Shit is clear as day. Oh my God, you guys. Oh shit, you guys.
Look
But
at
then,
it.
Look at that. He's unbelievable. If he's not saying racial slurs, he's retarded.
He was under pressure and there was too many syllables.
Oh. We gotta find the best story to end on today.
Yeah, because you guys won't see me forever and ever.
Yeah, we got a bunch of stories left over here.
Make sure you're good to the boys tomorrow.
But we got to pick a good one. You guys are actually $15 into tomorrow morning's goal, so we do appreciate that. If we can knock that out tomorrow, that means look, we had one L. We had to take one L this week, and if we make that L up, we'll do an hour of overtime, which is pretty cool.
Sexy.
It does look like Minnesota is going to replace its state flag because the current one we have is offensive to Native Americans.
No. Who brought this up? I haven't even heard of this.
I'm going to guess that no matter what, it was not Native Americans that were either offended by this and said it, or Native Americans will not end up designing the new Minnesota flag.
I literally know negative amounts of people that are upset with this flag.
Listen, this is how state shit works. I don't know anyone in my life who could tell you what the Minnesota flag looks like.
No, I bet not.
Here's what I would guess. I would go, okay, California's the one with the bear on it. New York probably has a tall building or something. I don't fucking know. Minnesota, I always, when I think of the flag of Minnesota, I kind of just think of the Land O'Lakes Butter Girl. And I just kind of think that's our state flag.
I know there's fields on there with some dude.
And then like a Viking helmet. Maybe?
No, I think maybe we should just have a Vikings flag now.
There you go. Just make it the Vikings.
But somebody said it's going to be like trans or something. I bet they're going to have some sort of trans
Get
thing
a
in
rainbow
it. How
in
about
there
just
somewhere.
dicks floating around?
It's just a flag of dicks. Minnesota to replace state flag considered offensive to Native Americans. I will be shocked to shit if it was and I will apologize if it was, but I will be shocked if a Native American was actually the person who brought this up and pushed it and wanted it gone. It was probably some white single mom who needed some kind of direction in her life and needed some kind of crusade to fight.
It's
and
gonna
pick
be
this one.
It's gonna be some little white girl like me who had like a few generations back, like 2 Native Americans marry into her family. So I'm like 0.1%.
So it's a farmer farming by a lake with a Native American riding around on horseback.
It's beautiful. And like it has the lady slippers around it.
And by the way, kind of a compliment to Native Americans, putting him on the horse, seeing as that's something we taught them to do.
And you're above us technically on the horse.
Yeah, I mean, you know that before Europeans got here, Native Americans had not learned how to domesticate animals yet.
You know what I hate?
We had to teach them that one.
I hate bored people. This is somebody who's bored and needs something.
Right.
And has no hobbies, no one to spend their time with. Find a friend. Go outside. It's not offensive. Nobody has cared for this long.
Yeah. Oh, so Killer Beehive says it could be the Prince symbol on our next flag. There you go.
I've got it.
Okay.
George Floyd's face.
There you go. George Floyd on the flag of Minnesota. Absolutely. There you go.
It's going to be George Floyd's face, and there's going to be like an arcing text box above it saying, let us breathe.
I don't even need the seal or anything else on there. I just want a portrait of George Floyd. That's it. Not the one where he's like beating up a pregnant woman. That would be bad. So don't.
But it is interesting.
Don't do that one.
It's a
not one of him.
It's a conversation piece.
I know, but I don't want one of him,
well, it's just
taking fentanyl. Don't do that. And certainly don't get one where he's trying to buy shit with a fake $20 bill. Don't do that. Make it a good picture of George. All right? And don't make it of him like foaming at the mouth while he's talking to police either. Could you make sure
I got the COVID.
I got the COVID. Hey, nobody's touching you, George. What's going on? I can't breathe.
Nobody's touching you. Yeah.
I can't believe they couldn't play that. I can't believe they didn't play that full body cam footage in court. And I'm sure they did, but I can't believe that didn't make anybody in the jury go, I'm starting to think that maybe that knee didn't have that much to do with it. And that move has probably been practiced on hundreds, if not thousands of people in Minneapolis Police Department history, and nobody's ever died.
Maybe I need to look at the video again, but am I wrong in saying I thought that Derek was more so on his upper back than his neck?
That's what I always thought, too. You're not allowed to say that either, that it looks like he's in between his shoulder blades.
It was a bit confusing. I'm like, that doesn't look like neck region.
Well, once it's racist to confront that story, and once they shame you and say you're a bad person if you ask any questions about this, then you kind of just fall in line because nobody wants to be branded with the scarlet letter R. But I'm sorry. Derek Chauvin probably could have been a little more sensitive to the condition George Floyd was in. Yes, absolutely. George Floyd could have also not been high as a fucking kite, struggling with the police, crawling out of the vehicle, resisting at every turn. And as far as the knee thing, I always thought that was kind of more on the shoulder blades than the neck.
It did look like it.
I know this, if you're screaming like a lunatic and your heart is, pumping like a newborn cow, as PKJ would say, then I would say that definitely people putting their weight on you is going to make things worse.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what's not going to make things worse? Staying in the car when they put you in there and just calming the fuck down.
Behaving and letting the lawyer fight your case later so you live.
Yeah. No, Triple N, I said kite. Kite, high as a kite. High as a kite.
Hey, we could do Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox on our flag, except then it's offensive to lumberjacks.
It's true.
Babes and oxen.
Ooh, here you go. Scarface with $5 says, I have an idea. It involves St. George dancing with a banana.
That's just two on the nose.
Greasy N-word with $2 says, I can arrange a full ride scholarship for that young man to EWU. N-word University appreciates the free advertisement on the news and shit. Thank you. Greasy, over on Rumble. We appreciate the support. You guys are $20 into tomorrow morning. Oh, and $6.99 from Ninja Joe. Wait, what was that
monkey last night.
Yes, Ninja Joe. I love it when you guys keep up with the references on the program.
The Vervet monkey.
Ninja Joe.
Blackface.
Ninja Joe is $6.99 says he was screaming for his mommy. He didn't know his dad. Oh, for goodness sake.
That's just mean.
For goodness sake. Oh my.
Nana.
No, God, hey, Hobo, what the fuck are you guys doing? God damn it, man. What the fuck is going on here? For God's sake.
Hobo's like, yes, I got one.
I mean, Negro is fine. That's fine. They interrupted the tower that Friendo started.
But Hobo single-handedly got
Hobo, I go to Rumble for 5 seconds and I turn my back and here you are making a mess.
Disavow, right?
Disavow completely. How horrible that is.
It feels like Friday today.
It kind of is. We're done, by the way. It's over for today. We are Minnesota flag getting replaced because it's offensive. And, of course, Minnesota State Representative Mike Freeberg led an effort to replace the problematic imagery. Had nothing to do with Native Americans.
All right, Mr. Freeberg.
Yeah.
What did you put on there?
Oh, Mr. Freeberg wants to tear down a flag and an institution and a tradition. That's... I would say, would you say Mr. Freeberg is subverting our culture by taking away that flag?
I actually wish you would have put this one up sooner so we have more time on it.
The failures of a host shall be corrected in the future. How is that?
Thank you.
All right. Guys, thank you very much. Appreciate the ease with which you knocked out today's goal and got us off to a head start tomorrow. I appreciate it. April, thank you very much as well.
Thanks, boss.
And Johnny and I will talk to you tomorrow for Rumble Friday, tomorrow at 6 a.m. Hit like, hit